Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Devil May Cry Anniversary special. Turns out this year has a bunch of anniversaries for the DMC franchise, so we have the community has come together, and they're going to be showcasing a bunch of different games from the DMC series. Before we get into that, just a few quick announcements. Frost Fatale's 2023 prize submissions are open from now until February 20th. You can go to Games Done Quick for more information or use exclamation prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. As well, we have Unapologetically Black and Fast coming up on February 11th and 12th. I cannot talk apparently today. Celebrate Black Excellence in Speedrunning coming up next month. Use exclamation UBAF in Twitch chat for more information. With all that said, we do have a bunch of games for you today, and we are starting off with DMC Devil May Cry Vergil's Downfall DLC.
Okay. Am I good to go? I guess.
Yep, you're all set.
Okay. Hello everyone. My nickname is Bulkic, and today I'm gonna start this little marathon, I guess, with my game, which I know very good. And this is DMC Devil May Cry. But this is not the main game, this is the DLC about the Vergil. So, this kind of small run from all of the series, because this speedrun have a lot of skips, some kind of techniques, and it's kind of interesting. So, without further interruption, 3, 2, 1, and let's go. So, this is literally the small run, because we have only 6 missions. We have playable Vergil, and Vergil in this game, it's not kind of broken, but he's kind of useless, because on his arsenal he have only like a few things which you can use, and you can do some cool things in the speedrun. But at the start we have only our Yamato, which we're gonna do some cool things. So basically, at the start we're gonna use the first main combo, shoot 2 times with our summon torch, and kill all enemies. Keep the cutscene, and let's go further. So there's a lot of skips found by a lot of people, but mostly it was found by Mort. Say hello to Wisp. We're gonna try to kill him as fast as possible. I'm trying to do a cancel animation by using my evade button, because if we do full combo with 3 attacks, he gonna knock back and you should go to him. And if he gonna turn into the berserk mode, well, that's gonna be bad. That's gonna be bad. Go to the shop, take slasher 2. That's our main combo, and we skip the cutscene. This is the first skip, which allows us not to see the cutscene, not to see the enemies, and kind of cool thing I found randomly when I start speedrunning it, but I didn't know how to do it properly. Going to the next fight, we have Betos, little guys, come to me, and it's kind of easy fight if we do it all properly, because now we can kill faster, do all things faster. Vergil, please line up for me. I'm gonna do all the things, and this is the fight. I just pressed in like 4 buttons, I don't know. And then for some little auto-scroll section with the platforming, ooh, scary. Need to run, need to do something. We're going to the blue sphere, and we're gonna have some enemies which are more stronger, a little bit tanky, but well, we're gonna kill them with the same combo because we can. Say hello to Wisp again, and Wisp dead again because he needs around 7 attacks chained perfectly, like you see here. Yes, and this. And that's it. This is the whole first mission. And I just bought only one upgrade for the start of the round to do something. Because in this mission, in the second mission, we're gonna have the Angel mode. See the Imprisoner Angel mode right here, and we're gonna do this gonna show the enemies out of the fight stage. This is to actually animation cancel with the evade. So we're gonna do something like this. See the last wave. And with these enemies, it's kind of hard to line up sometimes aerial flashes. Let's skip another cutscene by doing something like that. We're gonna do it with the style method. So there's another skip, which allows us to skip a fight. And we skip it perfectly. How I remember what... Never mind. So this skip was found by EPD the Snow 13. How I remember when I and him was speedrunning at the start of the new game rounds, and it was saves around like maybe 15 seconds. And there's another skip where we're skipping the fight, and it saves a lot of time too, and was found by Mort. And another skip was found by Mort. We're gonna skip another fight, and another one, and another one. And we're gonna climb perfectly. Pick up, backdash. Whoop! Another fight skip. Why not? Why not? That's kinda cool. And we're gonna go to the last fight of this mission. And I hope I'm gonna line up this perfectly. See these three enemies, see these chainsaw guys. Throw them out. Get these guys to us. Kill them. See another wave. My buttons are not working, I don't know. Because I'm running on the almost broken keyboard.
Oh no.
So time for the last waves. I a little bit failed with killing this wisp. Never mind, I killed him. I'm gonna set up this. Wait for these two guys. And I'm gonna try to do this. The fastest kill to end the mission. There's literally a lot of skips, which I'll try to show and try to talk about, but I don't know. There's a lot of things to show, and I'll try to not fail this. So we come for the mission 3. And the mission 3 is kinda cool. We're gonna start from the first skip, which allows us to skip a fight and get in the demon mode. We see invisible platform, go on here. We did the first skip out of the 3 on this mission. And we're gonna do the second skip, which actually ruined me a lot. So, for the backup, okay, I can't buy it. I should I should try to do the skip. So count for 4 of these things. And I failed it, of course. Only at the marathon run I can fail the easiest thing, the almost easiest thing, because there we should skip the trigger. But the one issue that I can do on the keyboard, it's walk slowly, like on the controller. So, well, I should do some fight, I guess. And this skip is can be hard on the first times when you can properly line up. But I thought I was line up for the skip, but well, I didn't do it. Well, that happens. That happens. Skip the another cutscene. Well, one failed skip. Well, what we can do here? And we did the skip. So there is the walls of the trigger can be kind of tricky sometimes, and we can do nothing about this. So, well, at least I did another skip, because if I did this last skip, well, I would have some problems, because there's like 2 long fights, and I without the demon mode stuff. So we go to the shop, we go to the upgrades, we go to the demon mode, buy atomic. I forgot to buy another thing. Go buy spiral swords level 2, because I need it actually in the run. And we go to the mission 4. Fight starts with the Garpies, with these little guys, and we're gonna use our atomic just to blow up the demons. We're just destroying them. So, in this mission, there are a lot of skips. There's first, which found by my good friend. I actually didn't expect it, because we have the other version of this skip, which was like literally hard. This was the first skip of this mission. We're coming for the second. We're gonna a little bit fly around and skip the other fight in this mission, because we can't. Vergil can, you can, everyone can. Go to this skip which I found, and I of course gonna fail it, because I don't have another upgrade in the angel mode. Jump. Yes. So this was a little bit for the tree skip. Kind of tricky too, because there's like a little bit of ledge you should dash in to perform the skip. We see the witch, chain some combos, and perform the atomic. So with the atomic, as you can see, all the enemies just disappear in one moment. I'm not gonna say anything about it. This is not fair. Only one thing just carry the run. It's only the atomic, which is perfect, like almost perfect frame. Hello, Imprisoner, and Imprisoner gives me the run attack, and we're gonna juggle him, and then not juggle him. This is how you solve your problems only with Vergil. Only with Vergil. So, 2 missions to go, and we have the most laziest boss fight ever. I'm gonna play it with only one hand. Okay, I already failed it a bit. I'm just a little bit nervous and I missed my inputs.
You're doing great.
Oh yeah. Thank you. This is literally the greatest boss fight. I'm gonna ask my friend Beaver how he think about that. What do you think? Thank you very much for your opinion. So complete the thing. Just dodging. Almost dodging. Well, why not? Hello, Vergil. And Vergil dead. Not big surprise. So come for the last mission. I hope I'm not gonna fail the first skip, which I found not so long time ago. We're just gonna skip. I almost skipped. Well, never mind. Nah, I'm failing it. So this is kind of tricky skip, which allows us to skip this fight where unskippable cutscene, which gives us the doppelganger. But well, we don't need to see it. We don't want to fight, so we're just doing this stuff. Coming from the second skip and. Of course, I'm gonna build all the second things only today. This was kind of tricky skip too, but I mistimed the killer bee to just dive in, but well, it is what it is. Trying to get a witch and flew after the map. Some Garpies. And Garpy dead. Well, what I'm gonna say? I'm not gonna say anything about my fail. Because, well, it happens sometimes. It should be happened. And it was never happened before. And, well, again. Did some Betos. Killing the Betos, Hello Knight, and that's all. That's like the most tedious fight, and we're coming for the final. Coming to the fight, see the kitty, Hello Kitty. Atomic, not atomic, not atomic, atomic. Okay, cool. Atomic solves your problems, remember. And I didn't... Okay, I thought I didn't kill it. I thought I'm gonna kill these two rages in 2 atomics, but well, whatsoever. So we're coming almost for the final of this game. Turn around, doing this, and this was so the last skip of the game, and we're coming for the last fight, which I guess is gonna be fun. I hope it's gonna be fun, because I don't have the upgrades for the doppelganger. If I buy it, the fights in this mission was a lot faster, but I'm just trying to save a little bit of time. So we starting with the 2 chainsaw guys. See the Tyrant. 1, 2, 3. He not dead. Dead. 2 rages. And prepare for the timing. For the time. Time. So, yeah. This is the Vergil, DMC Devil May Cry, DLC Vergil's Downfall. I hope you enjoyed the run.
That was a really good run, yeah.
I wanna shout out to Mort, who found a lot of the skips. Literally, the most what we have in the game, he found it. I just optimized a bit for the new game runs, and some stuff in the Inge Plus runs to do it more faster, and it's gonna be more comfortable to do it. Aster, who ran the DMC Devil May Cry Vergil's Downfall on the Definitive Edition on the console. Animonia, JG Toro, and the other reboot runners, and just for my guys from the crazy community. So yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoy it. See you later.
Yeah, that was a really awesome run. Thank you so much for sharing it. We do have a bunch more Devil May Cry coming up for you today. So if you'll, we'll take a quick break and then we will be back with Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our DMC Anniversary Special. Before we get into our next run here, just a few quick reminders. If you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to, you can use exclamation links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. As well, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support GDQ with both the GDQ 2023 costs, including the hotel cancellation costs. So please consider subscribing to help support GDQ. With all that said, we are here with our second run of the day, which is going to be Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. I will hand it over to the runner.
Yeah, hi to all. I am Renzer, and I hopefully we will see a good run today. Run starts after I press next button, and I can start numbers 5 or yes.
Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yep, go for it. Yep.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
All right, so welcome to DMC4. My name is DE Cosmic, and I'm joined by...
Unintended Chaos. Hello.
Hey. So...
We're both veterans of the game.
True. Unfortunately, because this game's... I've definitely taken years off my life. But, so we're going to move into the first mission here. And we're playing as the new mainish character of DMC, Nero. I love when Ren Zero actually uses this modded jacket for Nero that has his name on it. So good. And we're going to be using Nero's grab in order to attack Dante here, who Dante has just killed the leader of the Order of the Sword, which is the order that Nero belongs to, who are like basically a cult that worships Dante's father, Sparta. And the Pope basically is an evil guy in this game, and they want to seek like demon power through like a bunch of weird science stuff. And now Dante goes down, and we're gonna go into mission 2, and we're gonna buy Charge Shot as well as Speed. Speed's just gonna allow Ren to run faster, and Charge Shot is gonna allow Nero to channel demonic energy into his gun in order to deal more damage. And it was really important that Ren... Go ahead. Yeah.
Speaking about more damage, so one of the reasons why we already get charge shot here is, of course, because we want to, or we have specific cycles that are the fastest we can get for this mission that require charge shot. You will see it here. We just buster and shoot ones in most cases for these blue scarecrows that are like the base enemies that introduce you to the combat. But what's also interesting is that later on we will actually upgrade charge shot to the max. So we are playing special edition here. And Special Edition added some fixes, so to speak, to vanilla, or adjustments. For some reason, one of the adjustments was to absolutely overpower Charge Shot 3, which we're going to see later on. I just find it interesting that apparently seemed like... They apparently found it necessary to add so much damage to that shot that it just one-shots most enemies.
Yeah, not to mention that on Special Edition, you actually get about 20 or maybe even more percent Proud Souls and Red Orbs in general on this version of the game compared to Vanilla. So, like, in this, ideally, if Ren gets no damage on this mission, he will get more Proud Souls. So in this game, there's Proud Souls and Red Orbs. We'll get into what those currencies mean in a little bit. But you get more of those in this version of the game as opposed to Vanilla. And so if you get no damage on the first two missions of the game, you'll be able to afford Charge Shot 3. Compare this to DMC4 Vanilla, where if you get Charge Shot, or if you get no damage on missions like 1 through 4, you'll barely be able to afford Charge Shot 3, essentially. So there's a pretty massive difference in currency when it comes to that game. Or that version of the game, I should say. And so Proud Souls are basically the ability or the currency that you're awarded with after you get your rank at the end of a mission, and they are used exclusively to buy abilities, and Red Orbs are used exclusively to buy upgrades for your health or for your like other resource, which is Dante's Devil Trigger, and Nero will get Devil Trigger as well later in this run, as well as items, so like Holy Waters, items to refill your Devil Trigger, and items to refill your health.
So we are actually already coming up to the first real boss fight in this game, which is Charmander. Oh no, wait, Burial. He's a big fire demon. We already joked earlier here in the Discord about how there are apparently more than 2 missions, because especially if you start out running, or start out wanting to get good time, so you really want the Charge Shot 3 in mission 3. Yes, I had to think about that. You will reset here a lot, because Burial has a habit of messing up your no damage that you so dearly need to be able to afford that Charge Shot 3 later on. So we keep joking that there is like a Burial % category that is resetting in this mission.
This is unfortunate here. Okay, well that's going to be the damage on Burial. But there should be backups. He's not happy about that one. That is definitely going to put a hamper on the cycles in the next mission. But Ren's got this. He's a veteran. He's played this game for so many hours. I'm not. You
can actually tell that he's played it a lot because he went for that there. He was so sure that Burial would stun here because he reached a certain HP level where you usually expect him to stun. So when he saw the geysers coming up, he probably thought he would only need 1 or 2 hits. And then even if Burial already starts the attack, you can still grab his head and smash him into the ground, and you won't take any damage, even if the geysers technically hit you, because you're in the cutscene kind of thing.
Yep, exactly. And
so here we go.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Here we got the Fable Charge Shot 3 that will... Oh no, actually we didn't. I didn't pay attention. He probably got Streak, and I would expect him to get Roulette Spin early instead of Charge Shot 3. Or Charge Shot 2 even?
No, he bought Charge Shot 2 and Streak.
Oh, did he? Interesting.
Yeah. Must know something. He's cooking something up. All right, so moving into the first fight here against the Frosts. We'll see how he handles this. The Frosts, he might use a camera manipulation here as well because, yep, he does. So enemies cannot actually queue up attacks off screen, which is why when you're trying to no damage this mission, you want to try and keep as many enemies off screen as possible in some of these fights. So like right here, for example, he kept the Frost off screen.
The Frosts are...
Go ahead. Yeah.
Are a reoccurring enemy from DMC1, by the way. For everyone who's played that game, they may seem familiar.
Yeah, I think they're actually missing like one attack from that game, like coming into this game. And it's really weird how there's like a sort of a dead zone in their offense because of it, and that's really what allows us to just kind of stomp all over them in some situations. All right, and then moving into the torture room here. Ordinarily, you would plant the charge shot 3 bombs onto certain enemies. Dren's going to still follow the same like kind of pattern, where he's going to hit enemies with charge shot 2 and just sort of like, you know, plant the damage on them. But he's going to sort of evade the rest of the enemies and just take out the weaker ones. So typically you want to hit the purple and yellow scarecrows. That's unfortunate. And the purple and yellow scarecrows you want to hit with charge shot 2 or 3. But then you want to use your grab as well as your sword to finish off the blue ones. Here's a skip right here. If you played this casually and you didn't want to do that platforming or anything, there you go.
Do we want to talk about how this works, aka inertia?
Oh yeah. So essentially, whenever you do attacks in the air, or whenever you do that little dash right there where he leapt off the edge. It'll generate momentum, and you can transfer momentum across different attacks. And charge shot actually generates momentum backwards, so you can use the aerial slashes to redirect yourself and transfer momentum from the charge shot that you generated in order to traverse across like big gaps and stuff and constantly move in certain directions. I think at one point they called that skip like helicopter skip because you're spinning around like a helicopter.
I have never heard that.
That was like a Skyverin thing back in the day, back in like 2018 or something like that. Skyverin is like the OG of this game, the OG grinder. All right. And moving into this room here, this is another one where ordinarily with charge shot 3, you would, plant the bomb there on that enemy, gets them away from you. You don't have to deal with them anymore. Not having charge shot 3 on this level does make it a little harder, I should say, to no damage it, because normally like there's enemies coming at you that, like before you wouldn't have to deal with them because charge shot 3 would have taken care of them, but it's gonna, make some of these rooms longer, and there's more points of attack that you have to be aware of because of not having charge shot 3 in this instance.
Yeah, that is one of the bigger issues of failing the no damage in mission 2. It makes all the missions after a lot harder as well. Like technically, Ren usually wants to no damage the first 6 missions.
Yep.
He's like the only person who can really use the extra souls you get from no damaging all of that. But yeah, usually he wants to no damage all 6 of the first missions.
Yeah, I'd say that, like, commentator's curse, I think Ren is the only person I've ever seen consistently, like, no damage, mission 6 in a marathon setting. But, again, commentator's curse.
You shouldn't have said that.
Nah, he's going to prove me right. He's going to prove me right. I believe in the boy.
At least he can't listen to us right now.
True. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's got this.
Yeah, so moving into mission 4, what do you think he's going to pick up? It's probably going to be what? Like roulette spin and he'll probably pick up? Yeah, and charge shot 3. Yeah, okay. See, I don't remember what the buy list actually looks like at this point if you don't have... Oh, he's going to go for snatch 2. Okay. So he's not going to get...
Interesting.
I think that roulette spin might cost too much at this point. I think it might cost, what is it, 800 or something?
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't even remember, honestly. It's funny because, like, this mission is, like, the other way around for me. Like, if I... it's very rare that I will no damage... Or not no damage mission 2, but then no damage mission 3. But the inverse is pretty consistent, where, like, if I no damage mission 2, I'll pretty much, a lot of the time, like, end up getting damaged on mission 3. So I haven't seen that no reset route in a while, where you just don't have the bonuses from 2 and 3 for the buy on 4.
Yeah, same for me.
So, what's up?
The same for me, I believe. It has been a while. I mean, usually you also just reset, so unless you're practicing for a marathon or running a marathon, you tend to not see it because you just go burial %. Anyway, as you can see, Nero has been punching around some Beyblades for a while that we didn't talk about yet. So after those angel demons that we also didn't talk about because we were too busy discussing philosophical questions about the buy route, Nero picks up an item. Do you remember what it's called?
I want to say it's the. It's not the. Is it the Anima Mercury? Yeah, it's the Anima Mercury. We're gonna go with.
Oh
that.
Yes, we're gonna go with that. It sounds right for all of those knowledgeable of a bit of Latin or related languages. It sounds kind of right. That item gives Nero the power to make these Beyblades come to life. They're called gyros, one of our favorite mechanics.
Absolutely.
They tend to go weird places. It always feels like if you're just one pixel somewhere to one side, they go into completely different directions. They also have a tendency to go into those hallways on the side that you sometimes see, and that you then have to go into to get it somehow out of there. And one of my most appreciated parts of these things is that they have a lock-on mechanic. So if there is enemies around, you can very much not count on them going where you want them to go because they will try to target the enemies.
True. That being said, they can be used to your advantage. Like you saw Ren use the gyro here to take out a couple of enemies. He's going to use that to also take out the light wheel there and then move it into place. So this is actually a manipulation of the gyros, or an exploit of the gyros. If you played this casually, you probably brought like 2 gyros to the center area at the same time. You don't have to do that. You can actually just take the gyro that you retrieved and then bring it to the center area, then go into another room. The one that you used to get the other one will come back, and then you can just be on your merry way. So here's the frog boss. Let's see if he gets a good attack. This is pretty much totally RNG. Oh, he got a good one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, right, the frog has different attacks that he can open with. There are some attacks that are playable, and very rarely, or somewhat rarely, but usually when you're on good pace, you get an attack that is... I say unplayable. Of course, you can still finish the boss fight, but it will lose you about 20 seconds or so.
That was a really good fight, though.
Yeah, that was a really good fight.
Yeah, super good and super clean. Even without roulette spin, really cleaned it up.
We also got the no damage here, right?
Yep, he did. Yep, so he's going to have a decent... So he's not going to be able to buy anything here. I guess he's not going to get roulette spin. He's probably saving for something else. He's probably saving for air hike, but because he might be counting on... what's it called? He might be counting on the like air hike for mission 6. And he might be consolidating menus to be able to maybe buy air hike and roulette spin on the next menu or something. And maybe he just wants to like try and bank on the extra 2k by no damage in mission 6. Which these are the little adaptations in this game that are really cool. Is like if you really don't need an ability for a certain mission, you can just refund it, and you'll be good to go. And he forewent split, which would be like a slam down move that Nero does with his sword. He has foregone that, buying that move now in order to just, because you don't really need it for this mission. It's just like some small time saves here and there, and he understands the fights even without it, and he's just going to save for something else in order to clean up the rest of the route.
These platforms, by the way, it looks, I mean, if you don't have split, you're unlikely to fail them, but there are not many things that feel worse than trying to split onto one of those platforms and missing it and falling all the way back down.
Dude, it's the worst. It's beyond the worst. Like, because the thing is, right, is like you have to do the climb of shame afterwards. Because it's like, it's not like you're gonna fail the mission or anything. You just gotta continue on your way and be like, well, that was a thing that I did. And then, like, the character, like, you just lose all control of them on the way down, and they're just like, oh no, I'm falling. And then that's just it.
Yeah, I watched the Mirror's Edge run today. from another marathon, and there's also a pit of shame in that game when you fail a certain kick glitch and you fall into a pit and you have to take a ladder out, and it just takes forever to climb up that ladder. It's pain.
All right, moving onward. Erase that from your memory.
Close your eyes, chat, if you're streaming. But no, of course, Ren didn't fail it here.
Yep, so he got the no damage on mission 5 as well as 4, so he's going to be able to buy some stuff here. I believe he's going to go for
Air hike first.
And roulette spin. Yep, and split. There we go. He's not going to have caliber, which he'll need caliber for mission 7, but I think he's just going on maybe no damaging this.
I mean, that would pretty much fix his economy. Like, no damaging this mission, from what I've been told. I never paid too much attention because it doesn't happen to me often anyway. But from what I've heard, you get a lot of proud souls from no damaging this mission. So it could fix his economy for most of the rest of the run. At least for the normal route that everyone takes, not the special Ren route that only he can work with.
Oh, and here's everybody's favorite dice game. So this is pretty common knowledge right now, now by this point. But to manipulate this die, it always goes by what is on the top. As long as you hit it with your sword or with Nero's grab, the snatch, and the pattern is 1, 4, 2, 6, 3, 5. So these runes always go the same. Because of this.
Cosmic.
Yes.
The numbers you just said are slower.
Well, that's the pattern that it goes for.
Yeah, 22664 is what. Oh,
no.
Oh, you meant. Oh, sorry.
The pattern on the top of the die is 1, 4, 6.
Right.
Or 1, 4, 2, 6, 3, 5. Yes.
Right, but the numbers we want to go for here is 22664.
True.
And as easy as it sounds, or as easy as it looks, usually it takes far too much brain power to do that thing. To the point where it's slightly annoying. Like, it's a dice game. It's not like the most in-depth skip you gotta do. It's just a dice game, but you have to think about it. And after the dice game comes the best boss in action game history.
True. Oh, unfortunate there.
The window. Because yes, that's what we're fighting. We're fighting the window here. We're just grabbing those...
Window.
Sorry?
I said, yeah, we're just fighting a window right now. Friendly reminder that this is like one of the greatest action games ever made. And there's just a window as a boss fight.
And as you just grab these swords, I'm not sure I ever really knew what these swords are called, that are like sword birds, and throw them into the window.
I think that they're gladius or something.
Oh yeah, right. I think you may be right. Professional DMC4 speedrunners here, by the way. We totally know what every enemy is called.
Definitely. All right, so for those of you that are unaware, Nero is, of course, voiced by Johnny Young Bosch. So every character or most characters that Johnny Young Bosch wants to voice has a sword or a katana of some kind and a massive weave. So we've given Nero his katana now, and now he gets his Devil Trigger. And Devil Trigger for Nero is sort of like a JoJo stand. I don't think I need to explain that reference. And it shows a like mirage of Vergil, his father, spoilers, around him, and it powers up your attacks by giving them additional hits, and you also get to shoot summon swords from your gun as well. So here we go.
So we are just fighting some of these Angelo enemies here. Fun fact for those of you who might not have read the novel that came with the game, and most people don't even know about those. I may be a bit of a DMC nerd, and I actually read them twice.
Twice?
These Angelo... Yes, because there's a better translation now than there used to be. They were never officially translated. Capcom.
Actually.
Yeah. There's only fan translations. So the original is in Japanese. Of course, my Japanese isn't that good. But what I was gonna say, these Angelos demons are actually the reason why we ended up here, or why Dante later on, spoilers, ends up here. Because Lady saw those and they didn't attack her, and she was really confused about that. So she went on a bit of a research mission to find out where they were coming from. There is later on in the game a cutscene that we will skip, obviously, because we're speedrunning, where she talks about the Order of the Sword and, well, gets Dante to check it out.
They had her on the recon? That's pretty dope, actually. I had no idea that was a thing. I tell you, the supplemental materials for this series are just stellar.
I'm trying to come up with other fun facts, but...
Well, fun fact, at 60 FPS in this game, there's less of a delay in roulette spins. You don't have to delay as long as you do at 120. That's a fun fact. And at 120 FPS, you gain more height off of certain moves, like roulette spin.
That is certainly a fun fact.
It's not so fun for people playing at 60 FPS, but so moving into mission 7, he's going to grab Caliber, and Caliber is basically an air dash that Nero gets with his sword, and he's now going to turn off. This is where things get interesting, y'all. So I want y'all to buckle up, because we're going to turn off turbo mode for exactly one mission. So basically, Turbo not only increases the work rate of the game by 20%, but it also slightly changes the way physics work, because there's more frames of physics happening in less time on Turbo mode. So for this skip to work, we have to have Turbo off. So it's going to look a little molasses right now for the next like two minutes or so. Bear with me. So we're going to head on into this church, and we're going to dust a few of these chimeras, or what are these scarecrows that have some... what are they? Are these the chimeras that are attached to them?
Yes. In the cutscene, you see one of them jump onto them, right? It's the first time we encounter them. So there is a cutscene where we see the chimeras and we see the normal enemies, and one of the chimeras just jumps onto one of them and infects them. I'm not quite sure what to call it.
Something possesses them. You know,
yeah,
like that's fine, I guess. I like this movement here too. Woo! All right, so Ren's gonna stand on a very specific spot of the platform here, and he's going to grip over to the other side, and he's gonna land slightly out of bounds, and then he's gonna be able to jump and then charge shot directly into the out of bounds, and then use the charge shot momentum that we talked about earlier, as well as Caliber, to go ahead and go down. Oh, that was so close.
The split.
And then he goes right down to the bottom of the area, and then he's going straight to the boss arena. We just skipped like half the mission.
And this is one of the advantages, by the way, for the keyboard players. They have very specific setups for these skips, so he can just do the split at the end, and he knows that he'll land in that exact spot. If you're on controller, you can be like just by a bit of a degree off, because you're using the thumbsticks, obviously, to stir the camera and yourself. So there's a lot more playroom.
Exactly. Yep. All right, so here he's going to do this attack into, hit him with the JoJo references, and then he's going to go ahead and mash. Should be able to do a ton of damage here. Very nice. And then bam, done. Echidna is down. That was by Echidna, by the way. The she-viper, but nothing doing. She's toast for now.
Though her children will continue to annoy us until the end of the game.
True.
Because the chimeras or seeds are her children that infect all the other demons.
They're something.
Yeah, there is something, especially in Mission 14. But we'll get to that.
I like how Nero could, like, if there's just a chimera by themselves, though, like, Nero can just, like, rip them apart, and it's satisfying just every time. He's just, no, you're gone. And so now we're going to turn back on Turbo, which, by the way, even playing that mission in non-Turbo and having to do all of that menuing that we did, that skip still saves like a minute because the rest of that level is just so slow.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a pain to learn at the very start. But once you get the hang of it and you know where to go and how it works, the only thing that you usually can still fail, especially on controller, is if you try to calibre. Because some developer thought it was a good idea to make split, so the downwards movement, or the downwards slash, a forward input, and calibre is a back to forward input. So if your back input doesn't get read, or if you don't hit lock on in time because you have to hit lock on for it, you only get the forward input and you just split straight into the abyss of shame.
Well, at least they really one of the biggest quality of life changes in DMC5 was really putting that on the back input for split. It was a great change, honestly. No, I'm sorry, the forward input. I'm sorry, I'm done. It was forward, right? In 5, right? Is it forward or is it back?
For split, it's backwards input. But then
Oh, yeah,
Nero
right,
Nero has a new move in 5. I forgot what it's called. It's like the vertical...
Payline, yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Payline is what it's called.
Yeah. I had one of those moments where like I forget because like when you play a game enough, you don't even remember like the inputs that you're doing. You just kind of do them, right? And I had one of those moments where I mixed up DMC4 and DMC5. And I was like, wait, what inputs do I do in each game? I forgot.
Yeah, I can relate. It's always funny when you realize you kind of forgot which input is what just before you need to do a certain attack, and you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna rely on my muscle memory and hope it does the right thing. It usually works out.
True.
But yeah, we're coming up here to one of the best fights of the series.
Definitely my personal favorite. This is Credo. Basically, the way this boss works is that we're going to set him up to get blasted by a move called Showdown. And Showdown is a flurry of attacks that Nero will do with Yamato. So Ren's going to set him up here. Unfortunate. But... Oh,
so I'm guessing...
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm guessing he tried to go for the Showdown there, but sometimes the angles can be a little weird. So he got a streak instead of the Showdown.
Yeah.
Because Showdown requires a forward input, and again, when the camera is in a bit of an odd angle in relation to where you're pointing, sometimes forward isn't quite where you'd think forward is.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing, like Credo in that fight was giving him a lot of like the triple attacks, and I feel like he thought Credo was probably going like immediately for his slam down attack, and if Credo goes for the triple attack, then it's a lot harder to sort of like dodge around and be in a advantageous position afterwards as well. All right, so moving into mission 9 here. You want to talk about this formation of enemies, Chaos? I know this is your favorite in the entire game.
Sure, I can talk about them. I don't remember the names for some reason.
There's Bianco and Alto Angelo.
Yes. All right. So we're introduced to a new enemy, so to speak. Here you can see there was, well, you could see because he's already gone. There was an Angelo with a bit of a different color. They're yellow, and if you have like a formation where you have one Bianco Angelo, that's the yellow one, and 2 of the blue Angelos, they can do special attacks. There is one attack where they just shoot a giant ball at you. We might see it in the room that's coming up right now. That is, in most cases, the fastest way to clear a room because you can deflect that ball and it'll explode and kill all of them. But it is RNG whether you get it or not. So in most of the rooms, we try to eliminate the need for it. Oh yeah, we're getting it here. And we got the shot. The ball still hit us, but we don't care as long as all the Angelos are gone. Everything's fine.
That was close.
But yeah, we try to eliminate the need for the ball attack in almost every room. This is one of the rare cases where we still wait for it. We can talk about it a bit later still, because here is a skip coming up. It's called Elevator Skip. It's the second coolest skip in the game, I'd say.
I agree. Yeah, I back that.
Maybe the second coolest skip in the series at that.
You know, I might even agree with that too. It's a really sick skip. It pretty much uses all of Nero's ascension tools, his ways to gain height, and then you just sort of fly up to the top of the elevator there and you skip an entire fight. And you go straight to these guys right here.
Vergil can even skip even more than that, right?
What's up?
Vergil can skip even more of the fights, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Vergil gets to skip, I think, all of them except for this last one here. So Vergil gets to skip 2, while Nero skips 1. And up we go to the boss Agnes. And Agnes, spoilers again, is Nico's dad from DMC5. He's a scientist that has been doing a lot of research on demons and trying to find out the key difference between humans and demons and all that sort of stuff. And
yeah, there is a whole backstory to him as well, by the way.
Is that in the novel as well?
Let me think. Oh yeah, that's in the DMC5 novel.
Oh, it's in the DMC5 now. Oh, Before the Nightmare, yeah.
About him and Nico's mom. The reason I'm mentioning this is because DMC4 is actually also the 4th in the chronology of Devil May Cry, but it didn't used to be. So the chronological order of the Devil May Cries is a bit of it's a bit confusing. It used to be 3, 1, 4, 2, 5. Or would have been 5, but before 5 was released, they changed it. They swapped 4 and 2, so now it's 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. And everyone thought, why? It doesn't really, because in DMC2 there isn't really anything that directly relates to anything in DMC4 or 5, so it felt like it doesn't matter. But it does actually matter for Nico's story.
Oh no.
Because Agnes used to work for the Ouroboros company.
What?
Yeah.
Also, I love the movement here, by the way, not to cut you off or anything, but the movement here through the lasers is pretty incredible.
Oh, he's not going for the backwards one. He sent me a clip the other day where he also ran back without slowing it down. At least I think that was in this place.
I don't remember, actually. I think I know what video you're talking about, but I don't remember exactly where it was.
But yeah, these Angelos here we just ignore to move on, because we ignore everything we don't have to fight. There's a bit of... sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was just going to say there is a bit of platforming here for some reason. The developers of DMC thought platforming was a good thing to put into every DMC game, even though the games aren't really made for it.
And I mean, this is cool platforming right here.
I mean, yeah.
Skip there. Yes, sir. That's a cool skip right there. So we used, again, the height that we gain off of Nero's uppercut into the charge shot momentum stuff with Caliber as well. And there we go. You just right across the gap there. And then we're going to use a holy water here. Go ahead.
Who found that skip?
I think it was Mecha, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. I want to say it was him, but because like that was a thing that sort of happened. That was like right before I came into the scene, like right before Loner and I came into the scene was when that skip got found, and it was pretty huge for the time because it saved like 2 minutes or something.
All right, we didn't talk about how we just saw Dante for like a solid 15 seconds again.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild fight. Like you have to plant a charge shot on him, and then when the bomb blows up, you grab him and then slam him into the ground again. And since he threw him with Devil Trigger on, it created a bounce, so then he can just slam him into the ground again and then set up for a second bomb. Here's another skip right here that's going to skip an additional fight against the what's it called? The
Mephistos.
Yeah, the Mephistos. Yep.
And Faust. I think there's a Faust there. Yeah. We haven't talked about those enemies, but we'll have chances to do so later on as well. For now, we're gonna do some more platforming here, getting some movement, and then we'll encounter the dude. I just call this Angelo the Dude. Some people have an actual name for him. Why? He doesn't really have any significance other than that he can get really annoying because the lock-on will get messed up here if you don't kill him. Luckily, Ren was lucky here because the Angelo did fly up, but he didn't get close enough to him for the lock-on to switch.
There we go. He doesn't go for the ball here either. I think one of the things that Ren, when he's really started like grinding this game a lot, and especially after he got record, was like he really wanted to make a lot of these Angelo fights more consistent because he didn't like resetting to the ball RNG. So a lot of the stuff that you guys see him doing now is strats that he sort of developed for a lot of these Angelo fights to make it so that you don't have to rely on the ball RNG as much. So shout out to him for that.
Yeah, and I actually...
And here goes Sanctus, go ahead.
In most cases, I also started using his strats for these Angelos because they seem to be the most consistent. Some people have a bit of different strats. Oh, he's actually using the new one buster strat for Sanctus.
It was really hard to do too, especially with the height like management there.
He gets so much damage and it's
wild.
Impressive. So yeah, if you deflect the fist here, you can just get Sanctus back out of the savior. It's something that I didn't know until I started speedrunning this game.
Oh, there was only like one shot left there. Interesting. And there goes down Sanctus. That boss has a few mechanics, but we didn't get to talk about any of them because he killed him so fast.
I mean, he has a shield. We saw the shield.
That's true. We did see the shield. You got to take out the shield. So now moving into the Dante missions. This is the part of the run where every DMC4 runner that's grinding the game breathes a sigh of relief because it's like, oh, excellent. I get to not play Nero for once for a little bit. And you get to play Dante now. So we buy a bunch of abilities for Dante. Man, he was only 3 proud souls off of being able to buy enemy step. Come on, game.
I'm surprised he isn't going. I'm surprised he isn't going for it. Because usually what I do here, at least nowadays, is that I just don't get more orbs, because usually you do end up with enough. He might have to pick up an extra like stash of red orb stash that normally he would skip. But that's it. This room, by the way, has a really fun glitch like that we just saw where we holy watered all those enemies. In there, if you end up stingering while the cutscene triggers, in the very middle of the room, Dante gets frozen. And we used to think that you had to reset, which was unfortunate, because then you had to actually fight the enemies, because the holy water was already used up, and we don't have... Well, we can't afford more holy waters in this economy. No. For sure. So usually we thought you had to reset. And at some point we had a discussion where we mentioned that glitch in Discord, and Ren was just like, oh, you can actually fix it, I found a way. And we were like, how? What? Oh, you just take a screenshot through Steam. Excuse me, what? Yeah, you just take a screenshot through Steam.
Ooh, I like the strat here. That's new. With the DT dashes. That's dope. That's fast, man. Sheesh. All right, so here we go. The setup on the Angelos. Gonna take them out with the good old drive right there.
You always have to make sure that you don't accidentally kill the third Angelo. That sometimes happens. Like, you could see him being a bit hesitant to shoot twice there as well. Mm-hmm. Like, he wanted to make sure he doesn't hit the other one. And he gets the fast ball here.
Oh,
very nice. This is the ball that you need the most in the whole run. Because you don't have a lot to work with here yet with Dante, so if you don't get this ball, it can lose you a lot of time. The other ones usually... Ren also has strats nowadays to like do a lot of damage to the yellow Angelo without killing it. So that if he doesn't get the ball, he can kill him quicker. But here... Good. Yeah, here there is really nothing you can do to not lose, I don't know, at least 15 seconds if you don't get the ball.
Yeah, it's because like Dante just doesn't have a lot of his like best damage tools on that mission. Even though like that mission is really consistent up until that point. It's just unfortunate that like that one Angelo there can really throw a wrench in the PB attempt. All right, so going into the forest here, this is where we're continuing the little bit of backtracking that Dante's doing. I say a little bit, like it's not the next 5 missions as well. And he's going to set up here on these guys. The chimeras here, as long as you shoot them, it will take out the like arms that sort of flail around and hit you even while they're being comboed. And you want to just make sure that you manage that pretty much as well as you can in order to minimize the amount of, like, I guess, knockback on attacks in that room.
You can also see us going into this fog here. So this is another puzzle mission or another forest puzzle that is a bit different of what we saw earlier but didn't really talk about. But we'll see more of it. That's the good part about DMC4. But yeah, again, I didn't know this was a puzzle. Apparently you're supposed to go wherever you hear Echidna's voice. Like, that's the right fog to run into. But that's, again, something I didn't know until a year ago or so. I just, at some point, knew where to go. And that was... Yeah, apparently there is.
I thought she just... Like, are you saying, like, when the door transition happens?
No, I think you always hear her laughing or saying stuff when you enter... I think it's when you enter the room, usually. Oh. And apparently there is you can hear where it's coming from. At least that's what I've been told. I never checked it. Maybe I should check it sometime.
I mean, I believe it, honestly, with like some of the way this game handles other puzzles. Like here, the shadow puzzle, you basically run in the direction of where the shadows are facing away from. So like you can see the shadow here is facing left, so we're going to go right.
And yeah, these parts may seem familiar to all of you. We like to joke that DMC4 only has 11 missions, because afterwards you basically play the game backwards. As you can see, this boss may also seem familiar.
You just saw her like, what, 6 missions ago?
Yeah, mission 7. So we're now in mission 12?
13.
No, 13. Yes. Let's see if she did stun. So sometimes Echidna likes to troll here and just not stun, even though you did nothing wrong, in your opinion. Here she luckily did, and we're just gonna water the plants, and as usual, when... Like, this also always happens to me, IRL. I water my plants and they still die.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that.
That's why I just don't have any anymore.
Damn.
It's unethical to give me plants.
Well, speaking of unethical plants, let's talk about the faults in this mission.
Oh, no.
So,
that was...
this enemy is, like I said, definitely a violation of some kind, some sort of war crime, because these enemies they rise up from the ground in certain areas of the mission. And if you get swallowed by them, then they take you into a forced fight, and then you have to restart whatever fight you were doing after you do that additional fight. So if you get, attacked by these things and swallowed, then like that's a lot of extra time on the mission itself. Fortunately, there's a lot of like setups and stuff that we have now to understand where the faults really appear the most, and then we can do that right there. So, the thing that Ren used there is called distortion, and the easiest way to explain this is in this game for Dante and Vergil. They have 2 models for their Devil Trigger, one for their Devil Trigger and one for their human form. There are frames of the game where they overlap. So if you activate Devil Trigger during the active frames of a hit of a move, you can create instances of double damage. So during that uppercut that Dante does, we'll use, or during other attacks here, during the active frames of the move, we'll activate Devil Trigger. So in such a way that those frames overlap, like the models will overlap and will create instances of double damage that way to really pump up the damage output on the Gilgamesh weapon that we just got here, which is the fists. And you can
So
do this
Ren-
both ways too. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ren actually has a cycle for this room, I believe, that he's been using lately that seems to be consistent. It is a bit spooky, though, because it does use real impact. And using real impact in places where you have a lot of faults, like here, for example, is quite risky unless you know exactly what you're doing, which Ren, of course, does.
True.
I think he's played this game before.
At least a few times. I wish I could have tuned in to like his first playthrough of this game to just see how far he's come. He started on Vergil in this game, and then eventually moved over to Nero Dante, and he's just really grinded out the game. He plays a lot and is really like, I don't know. He has very high standards for his execution and his runs, and it's really just admirable like how far he's come, to be honest.
Yeah, especially lately because he's currently trying to get a 53 something time. He's been just on a hunt for just some more seconds of time save in pretty much every mission.
Yeah, he's really like looking for anything to squeeze out right now. Just anywhere. I think it would definitely be hold on. Somebody else has a 54, right? Besides him?
No, Art has a 55, I believe.
Oh, okay. So not only does he have the only 54, but he's going for the first ever 53. Wild.
I actually have the leaderboard open right now. Art Killer has a 55, 57.
Very nice.
So yes, Ren is quite ahead, but he's still not done. It always seems like every time he reaches one of his goals, his sum of best is like just so like enough better for him to think, oh, actually.
Well, actually, I could keep going. All right, so moving into that enemy, by the way, is called the Blitz. We don't really fight them in this playthrough. We just kind of holy water them.
Which enemy?
True. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. I couldn't tell. It was like, I knew you were being sarcastic, but I wasn't sure how sarcastic. So I was like, all right, we're going to play this safe and just admit that I have no idea what to say. All right, so the Angelo's here. This is another one of those rooms where, this is one of the only rooms in the game where Ren actually is hoping for the ball. And he gets it, and he's going to launch right over. And
I got the cash here. It wasn't a super quick ball. Sometimes you get like a ball already when just after you finish killing the first two Angelos, which is like perfect timing because then you're done with the room. Sometimes it takes a bit longer, but it's still worth waiting. But in this case, it isn't too bad. If you don't get the ball, it'll lose you less time because now you have Gilgamesh, which is, we haven't really said the name, but those are like the gauntlets and boots or whatever you want to call it that we're wearing. So we do have distortion at that point, and with distortion, even the Bianco Angelo goes down pretty quickly.
Yup. And that's really like when you really like start trying to pump up a lot of your times in this game and really get a lot of like super good sections for Dante going. Those distortion kills are so important. Like you lose out on so much damage if you don't do distortion on real impact, and it just eats up time. So the fact that like Ren and a lot of the top tier runners for this game, they can do these so consistently. Especially, I think the hardest probably is off of the dive kick. Just because the active frames on that one are weird, but you get a lot of damage off of that one. Moving into the Frost's room here, it's going to start off with another real impact. And we're going to actually jump cancel out of the final hit of real impact here in order to speed up the recovery and then move on to the next enemy and just make sure that this room goes super clean.
Yeah, this room can go really bad. Like right now, Ren is of course just obliterating everything. But if this room gets out of hand and you end up with 3 frosts in the room, it can get quite nasty because they do quite a bit of damage. And at this point, since we don't upgrade our health at all during the speed run, because usually we just shouldn't take that much damage, you can die quite quickly. Oh, I think there is an enemy. Wait, what?
There he is.
What?
Oh, must have just been the wind.
Yeah, must have just been the wind. Must have been the rats.
So here is the second frog fight. We are looking for another attack in particular here. Or you might... Is this one RNG even anymore? I don't remember.
No, it is. I mean, you can always get... Oh, that's not frog.
There we go. All right,
Yeah, you
gonna
can
back
see him
up.
waiting. He's... Yeah, no, this is...
Okay, here we go.
You just questioned if it's RNG, but now we're getting a playable attack, so we're just gonna kick him twice, and then we're gonna use distortion. Here you can really see the damage that distortion causes. The frog just dies within seconds.
Yeah.
Like with one distorted hit, it just takes, I don't know, 2/3 of the health bar almost.
Yeah, I shudder to think what we would have to do to these bosses if Dante didn't have distortion, honestly.
But as you could see, Ren had to wait quite a bit at the beginning because he didn't get any playable moves from the frog.
Yup.
So we're gonna
so-
pick up a bunch of things here, mostly style stuff. Trickster 4 for one, and
And here we go.
Gunslinger to go for gas skip.
And there it is. So Dante just used a bunch of different tools. We could go through them, but it would take a little while. But pretty much like just does a ton of like it's probably one of the most complicated skips in like the entire series. Just a ton of like style switching and weapon switching and everything in order to rise through the ceiling here. And this actually saves about 2 minutes on this mission. And it like there's a whole section where you have to fight enemies in the gas and stuff, but we don't have to deal with that at all anymore. We can just go straight out of the castle.
At this point, I want to ask, do we have any dog people in chat?
If so, then please look away.
Then close your eyes, maybe. There go the dogs. But the gas skip is... It's very hard to learn. It's also hard to remember how to do it if you have one of those days where you forget which input actually is on which button and you pray for muscle memory. But it is very satisfying to pull off. And if you end up being like a decent runner for the game, usually you shouldn't fail it.
Yeah.
There is a certain rhythm to it, and once you have the rhythm down, it's fine.
Yeah. I haven't like actively thought about what goes into the gas skip in a while. Like it's one of those like you mentioned earlier, like I don't remember what to do. I'm just gonna let my muscle memory do the thing. And that's just like gas skip in a nutshell. You just kinda have to if you overthink it, then it's definitely one of those skips that you can just mess up.
Yeah, it's just also one of those skips where every once in a while you just randomly forget how to do it.
True. Alright, so here's Burial. Gonna uppercut him. He's gonna go down into another uppercut. And then he's just gonna go for the safe stuff. I like it.
And we are heading into the almost last Dante mission. I mean, mission 18 doesn't really count, does it?
It's a labeled mission, yeah. It's a mission labeled with the letter, or I almost said the letter 18. My goodness, what a Sunday.
Oh, I feel that so.
So Ren's gonna grab some upgrades for a couple of his guns, and he's also gonna grab 2 holy waters. This mission is definitely the most in combat intensive for Dante. I think it's definitely like really the final test, absolutely, of like whether or not you really understand like how to run the character, because there's just some super complex, like there's a couple of like pretty complex fights that all require like distortion and proper wave management and good movement and everything, on top of a pretty difficult boss fight. So we got the Angelos here. I really hope he throws the rose at him.
I usually
That's the
do.
best way to kill these. That's the
Yeah, that
best
is-
way to kill these guys. Yeah.
I
He got
agree.
the charge. Unfortunate, but he got this. So he's gonna do that into the uppercut. Nothing doing. Gonna save the Devil Trigger as well. Probably just wants it for the alleyway fight. So the alleyway here is a little difficult because there's the flying Mephistos that we talked about earlier are here. And if they fly into an area that's technically out of bounds, if you take out their cloak, then they'll just respawn their cloak again, and you have to take it out once more. So their positioning, depending on how cooperative they are, can actually lose you a bunch of time.
And this is again one of the rooms where I think only Ren really has a cycle that works for him right now. I've tried to copy it, but I wasn't quite as successful at doing it as he usually is. Also, you need to have enemy step at this point, and I usually don't. I mean, he sold Trickster 4 to get or to be able to keep enemy step to get his other, or the other. It sure is a Sunday. I can't find the words right now. The other skills that he needs.
Yeah, the Pandora stuff.
Which we didn't talk about Pandora, but we'll talk about it in a second here. So you're going to take out 4 enemies here. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
So we're going to take out 4 enemies here, and then it'll spawn the next wave, and then we can use the holy water to make it so that whole wave dies there, and these dogs then show up, and we're going to do a move called Shock to them. Shock, when you distort it, is an extremely powerful attack, pretty big area of effect as well. So Ren was able to damage and just outright kill 2 of the dogs there, and then clean up on the last one. So then here we're going to get the charge shots. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the boss already because this room is, I'd say, more of the same. And we're just going to holy water them anyway. Oh no, right. Ren couldn't afford a second holy water for this mission. That's...
Oh yeah, that stinks.
That's pain. Oh, he at least hit 2 of the Angelos here with the real impact. But yeah, so we're gonna fight Agnes another time. Surprise, we're fighting bosses multiple times in this game while going through the game backwards. And that fight is, I'd say it's the hardest boss strat in the game, even nowadays. There used to be a strat that required a distorted, like level 2 straight. We haven't really talked about like straights having multiple levels, but basically one of the attacks where you go like backwards and you wait until you punch them, you can charge it up, and if you release it at the time where the charge hits, you get extra damage. And there used to be a strat that required you to hit a perfect distorted, like, just straight is what they're called when you hit them perfectly. And Ren has a different strat nowadays. He went through, I think, 4 or 5 different iterations. Oh, Ren, watch out with that attack. That attack can do a lot of damage, especially when you're close to a wall. It somehow one-shots you sometimes. But yeah, he went through probably 5 different iterations because he was just sick of losing runs to missing that one strat. And he ended up with what he just showed, where you just go for a normal charge, or 2 times charged straight. That doesn't have to be just, and then you distort on a real impact and do a couple of things afterwards.
All right, so moving into mission 18. This boss is more of a puzzle, really, than anything. So here's Pandora. It has a few forms. We like the cannon form here. And then we use the cannon to just knock down the savior immediately and take out a few of its crystals. We're gonna just get the ones on the legs, the forearms, the ones on the right arm as well. The ones on the what was I gonna say? The left arm are gonna have to wait, as well as the forehead.
So Pandora's description says it has 666 forms. This is how you can tell the game wasn't properly finished, because we only get like 5.
Yeah, they had a pretty tight budget to make this game. They actually received the same budget to make this game as they did for the budget for DMC3. So in an interview, Itsuno said that they focused down making sure the combat was super fun for everybody to do, and he said, that's kind of why the level design is the way that it is.
They did succeed with the combat. I mean,
Absolutely.
some of the style players still have DMC4 as their favorite. So there is a small skip here that saves us a bit of platforming. You just get hit by the laser, and then you jump one more time and do Rainstorm, and then you just hit some trigger that puts you back here. So you only have to do one of those jump pads. Ren's gonna shoot the Savior twice here before lining up for essentially another distorted hit. So we have like 2 times charged. We're gonna distort this and do another real impact that's also distorted. There is a bit of health left, but the cannon should take care of that, and down goes the Savior.
Yeah. That's probably got to be one of the most satisfying kills to do as Dante in the run. Just because, like, I don't know, man. Like, the first time I did that fight, it took forever. And now knowing just how to take it down in 5 minutes, it's so great. And then you just get to, you don't even have to, like, knock it down on its back again. You just get to kill it outright when it's rising up.
And if I'm not mistaken, that crystal has always the same kind of health, no matter which difficulty you're playing on.
Does it really?
I thought someone said that at some point. So you can always one-shot it, or, well, two-shot it with the distortions.
I know that Vergil, even on, like, the hardest difficulty, can just use, like, Rising Dragon or whatever to body it. So these fight right here, so we have to go through, like, some more dice stuff. And then this is sort of like a boss rush. It's, you know, sort of that classic Capcom style boss rush, similar to like the Mega Man games and everything, where you just go through all the boss fights in the game. But this time we have all of our tools that we've gained throughout the game. So Nero has this move called Maximum Bet, which is a big projectile from Yamato, right into Showdown. And he's gonna just... You remember how difficult Burial was, Chaos? Like, this is also a pretty satisfying kill. Is like, you get to this point and you're just like, yeah, I remember how you treated me in Mission 2, buddy. Well, what do you think of this?
Oh yes, in general, there are mixed opinions about the boss rushes in DMC, I would say, because it's been a tradition since Devil May Cry 1, essentially, to re-encounter the bosses in some form later on in the game. Some people are not big fans, maybe because they struggled a lot. I personally find them quite fun, and especially here in the speedrun, I'd actually say that Mission 19 is one of my favorites to do, because you have all of those tools available to just burn through all of the bosses within 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's wild to think about. Especially since, like, I mean, we don't even have to deal with the dice RNG, like, at all. You just really get to just go the entire time, and it's just fight after fight after fight. Alright, so let's see what he's got here for Echidna.
No, he's not going for the showdown strat here anymore.
Yeah, I think he's going for the split here, and then I think he's going to try and do... yeah, he's going to just go for keyboard strat here, yep. Alright. Nice. Alright. Ooh! And that was when the CS3 blew up. You love to see it.
Yeah, especially when it actually does damage. We haven't mentioned that, but sometimes the Charge Shot 3 just decides not to do damage on the explosion. Randomly. We don't really know why.
I'm glad that we haven't had to talk about it up until now, though, because when it does happen earlier in the run, it's rather unfortunate.
It does happen to me on the Frog a lot.
Yeah, I think Frog is probably the biggest offender.
Though one of my theories is that it just happens when he's in a state where he can't take damage.
Maybe, yeah, that could be.
But then it's also happened to the Frosts to Ren before, and I'm not sure if they have a state like that.
I don't think they have any things like that, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. This should be the last bit here.
I do always get nervous when I see people start taking hits from the spinning attack, because sometimes you just get locked in it and it just kills you.
Yeah. I wonder how many runs between the two of us we've lost to that move alone. I know I've at least lost like half a dozen or so. This is the
With
part
the-
where you tell me you haven't lost any runs to it, and I just feel terrible.
I was just gonna keep on talking about other things instead of mentioning. No, I've definitely. I mean,
Wow.
I did die in the one run that was a 58 pace like 3 weeks ago to the spinning attack, so there is that. But we are in the last mission, and we just bought another holy water for Sanctus, who now looks a little more demonic. There is a set cycle here. Oh, we have two. Ren is going for a 2 holy water strat because he couldn't afford one earlier. I'm curious to see what he's gonna do with that because I've never seen a 2 holy water strat on Sanctus.
Neither have I, actually. So I think he might just be... Yep, there he goes. Okay. He's just going to adjust the health, I think, for him appropriately. Doesn't want to take him too low because that will make it so that he goes into like a charging state. And I think he just wants him to attack here. Maybe he is going to charge up here. Nope, he's going to be still in the shield. Yep, good stuff, Ren. Nope, never mind. That is the charge. Okay. I thought he was...
Yeah,
gonna
that is the
immediately.
charge.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
we
thought
can
he-
finish it off in style.
True. And then I think this should be holy water here. Yeah.
There
this
is a little... Oh, he's going for the holy water now. I see.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so time will be coming up soon here. We just got to do like 3 more grabs on Savior here, and that will be the end of the game.
So the game expects you to have learned that you can parry the fists by now. I don't think many people have
I did.
at that
I've
point.
seen a lot of that. Yep,
Yeah.
time.
And that is time.
GG, Ren, GG.
That was a solid run. With a bit of bad frog RNG, but that's to be expected when you when you
Yeah.
only have one run to do.
Very nice.
But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed watching this. Ren is by far the best runner to showcase DMC4. If you're interested in learning the run, because now you saw all the amazing skips you can do in it, and learn how to burn through this game, that isn't quite easy for everyone, feel free to just check out the Discord. You can find it on speedrun.com. People are really helpful in the DMC community, so if you go there and ask questions, people will definitely help.
Yeah, there's also a tutorial for this game as well. If you want to pick it up, it's really useful. Like Chaos said, of course, if you have questions, everybody will be happy to answer them and to help you get some runs going. This run is definitely in my top 3 of all the speed runs that I know, and it's a really great time. It's one of the best games of all time, or definitely one of the best action games of all time, and it's a super sick speed run. So. And Ren did an awesome job showing it off.
Nice start in my run.
Hey, man, you bounced back. I knew you had it. I wasn't worried for a second. Nada.
It's 1 second. It's 38-39
Okay.
in game time.
Oh, okay. You said, wait, what was it?
You
said
mean
one-
58? I think
58?
Yeah,
58?
Yeah.
This man just did a no reset with like worse starts than I get, and he beat my PB.
Same.
Dog. What are you talking about? Crazy. Crazy, even. Good stuff, dude. GG's.
Yeah, thank you. Shoutouts, though, yes.
Yeah, if you still want to say anything, go ahead.
Shoutouts to DMC4 community, no, DMC community, Discord, Macapoch, Davirok, United Chaos, Cosmic, Church, and Loner, to all. It's so nice, guys
Yeah.
and ladies.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah. Nice. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it for DMC4.
Yeah, thank you so
Yeah.
much. You go ahead.
I think he's good. Yeah, he's good.
Okay. Thank you so much for showing off the run. This was a great run. I mean, like everybody said, you got off the rough start and you still did an amazing run that, blew everybody else out of the water. So thank you so much for coming on and showing off the run. We do have a bunch more DMC coming up, so we are going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with Devil May Cry. Yeah, it's a Sunday. It's words. DMC 3. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our DMC Anniversary special. We do have Devil May Cry 3 coming up. Just a quick reminder before that. If you're over on YouTube watching, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel as well. You can go to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in looking at any of our live content. Starts at 7 p.m. Eastern on weeknights, and weekends it'll start at 1 p.m. Eastern. With that, we've got Devil May Cry 3, and I'll hand it over to the runner.
Hello everyone, I'm Ban here. Join with me is oh shit, sorry. Join with me is Igna and D Cosmic. If you want to introduce yourselves real quick.
Yep. I'm here most of the day. Hello.
Hi there. I'm Igna. You're going to be here for me as well for a while.
So this is Devil May Cry 3. Time will start once I count down 3, 2, 1, Devil May Cry, and I hit gold. There's a reason why we do gold, and we'll explain that later on. But without further ado, 3, 2, 1, Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry.
All right. So, Igna, you want to start it off, man?
Yeah, let's go ahead with this one. Well, this is Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. This is the second port that we had for the DMC3 game. One of the things that was introduced in this one was turbo, so that makes the game run 20% faster. And one of the things that we're going to focus on, and it was introduced in Devil May Cry 3, was Railguard. So something that we have here is the styles, and Railguard is going to be the main style that we're going to use for this run. Railguard, what it does is that basically you can perfectly parry any kind of attack in a 3-frame window if you make the correct input. You're going to be able to see that when Ban goes vroom, and it kills all the enemies on the room. You will be able to see that a lot on this run. As well, it is one of the attacks that does the biggest amount of damage, and it requires really precise timing and understanding of the enemy's attacks. Also, something that it does is that it allows us to guard any kind of attack that we receive, and all the damage in the game except some puddles of acid that we'll see there, as long as we time it properly. If we time the guard properly, you'll see that shine there. That is going to mean that Ban properly blocked the attack, and he's going to get some revenge meter, which is going to be represented by the little orbs that you see next to the health. Now, other thing that we can do in this game that unfortunately was removed in further games was that Railguard, and wow, that was a fast mission 1. Good stuff. So something that was removed in further games is that when Railguard was introduced on this game, the devs thought about being able to block everything at any moment. So you can use that to cancel some animations. So you're going to be able to see Ban go with 1, 2, 3. This is the main combo. And in this case, since Ban has Railguard, he can go like 1, 2, 1, 2, which is a lot faster because the third hit of the regular Rebellion combo, it's going to be a knockback. And he doesn't want to knock back the enemies. He wants to keep them in place. So he's going to go 1, 2, block, 1, 2, block. And it sounds like it requires like a really precise timing. It kind of does, but Ban is a god gamer, so he can do it like super easily.
Very true. So here's another example here of what Igna was talking about, blocking every attack in the game. We just blocked an explosion with our forearms. And
In the right position.
If you put them in the correct position. I don't know the correct position, so I don't know if I will be able to block an explosion, but
I've been
I could
unsuccessful
try.
so far. I've been unsuccessful.
Yeah, I could try, but I probably won't be able to block it.
All right, so here's the Grim Reaper, first boss of the game. We're gonna use we're gonna guard a little bit here, get some revenge gauge. There it goes, and then I think Van's gonna go for one last release because it's gonna parry, and then bam, we're through.
Good
So I believe
stuff.
he got.
I got A rank first mission.
You
so
got
I won't
A rank?
get Stinger 2.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
a
that's
double A
unfortunate.
rank? Wow.
Oh, that's
unfortunate.
So to explain what happened there, in most of the missions we don't care that much about the rank in this game. However, mission 1 and 2, it is really important to get a double S. That'll be an S on each one. Now, the reason of that is because we want to buy a Stinger 1 and a Stinger 2 at the start of mission 3. If you miss it, it's fine. We can still buy it around the middle end of this mission. But of course, it's ideal to have it before because Stinger is going to become our main movement and a little bit of action in battles as well.
Yeah.
Now, we have the shotgun. Cosme, you want to explain on that one?
Yeah, so the shotgun, definitely the best gun like in the game, basically. Normally, it has a lot of, recovery and recoil and everything, but you can actually just cancel that outright with Royal Guard, and you can basically just turn this into a semi-auto shotgun and just totally tear through enemies, especially at point-blank range. If you get them up against the wall and then just keep shooting and canceling into guard, this is one of those things that does require a certain rhythm. Igno's been talking about like the different rhythms that are required for a lot of things. Tons of techniques in this game really are about finding your own rhythm for things. And shotgun especially, you have to just sort of slide back and forth between the block button and the shoot button. So how you do that really is dependent on you, and you have to kind of find your flow in order to get those pretty consistent. Band is going to go ahead and grab the orb crystal in here, as well as the refill on the health, and he's going to be grabbing Stinger 2 now, and we're going to be heading into everybody's favorite boss in this game that we definitely didn't die 3 times or more at during our first playthrough.
Yeah, I never died to this boss in my life.
Absolutely. Never did.
So, to explain a little bit here, this is the first and last boss for a lot of people. The main reason of that is because first, Severus is really annoying. It's also really aggressive sometimes, and it's the second most RNG-based boss in the game. There's one more there, but we kind of skip it sometimes. But yeah, in this one, the thing that I mentioned about the port that we had is that the original port that we had from DMC3, they kind of messed up the difficulties. So the Japan difficulty from hard, they just switched it here to normal, and basically it was just a dev decision saying that people from here thought that we're going to think that normal was actually going to be too easy. And what ended up causing was that a lot of people rage quitted on this boss because we're actually trying to fight them in new game on hard difficulty, which it's doable, but it's definitely gonna be really hard for somebody that just picked up the game. And for a lot of people, including me, this game was introduction to the Devil May Cry series. And man, goddamn, that's good stuff.
Yeah, the icicles were just a bit too prominent for me. I mean, it's marathon luck, I suppose.
I guess you could say you put that dog on ice.
Nice.
All right, so moving into mission 4. You're going to really start to see a lot of the movement with Stinger here, because we're going to cancel the recovery of Stinger into block, and it's just going to allow us to get super quick movement. We're going to surf on this dude because this game's awesome. And then we're going to head right into this room here, and we're going to be introduced to the Enigmas. And the Enigmas are basically archers, the archers of this game.
Stormtroopers, most likely, but yeah.
I mean, sometimes they're stormtroopers, and sometimes they're like, I don't know.
Sniper
I'm trying
elite.
to think. Yeah, the sniper elite, dude. And
FaZe Clan moment.
The FaZe Clan Enigma. Oh my goodness. So Ren's gonna, or not Ren, I'm sorry, I've been commentating DMC4 for an hour and some change. Ban is gonna go ahead and take these guys out with Cerberus, because Cerberus is now one of our weapons. And we're actually gonna be able to use that as switch cancels later in the mission here. So he's gonna head out of this room. And he's gonna take out these things in order to then hit the light wheel and activate the elevator here. So normally in this is Gigazip available on this? I forget.
I was gonna try, but I'm not too confident with it, so I'm not gonna risk it.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get out of bounds, and that's bad.
Yeah. So, in a marathon setting, this skip that you would normally do here is pretty risky. It's called Gigazip. And you basically do a release off of an enemy's attack that sends you into the out of bounds, and then you get to walk to the end of the mission after where like the boss is, and then pick up the item that ends the mission. This is like if you get stuck out of bounds, then it's pretty bad, and then you probably would have to restart like the entire mission. So it's a little risky to do it in marathon settings.
It's a little bit risky. Like you can definitely get a reward of it because you save like 2 or 3 minutes in a boss fight. But if you messed up by a little bit, you're gonna be losing way more time. So it is good if you're really consistent and want to try a marathon setting. But I understand ban here, and the risk is just not worth it for a marathon setting.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna go ahead and do the classic route for this mission, and this is also the route that we take during the Peak of Darkness, like the tournament category. So the Peak of Darkness category is where we just do missions 1 through 7 in the game, and we don't allow Gigazip for that because it's a a race category, and we didn't want every race to be decided by the Gigazip. So this is the classic sort of thing that you would see sort of prior to what was Gigazip found? 2021, I want to say.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was actually found by accident, like most of the skips that we find in games.
Yeah, for sure. So then we're going to go into the Gigazip right here.
So Gigapete is the most loved boss by the DMC3 community. It's basically the boss that we are enjoying that we can skip now. The thing with Giga is that we basically have one shot. We just go on release and hit its head and its tail at the same time, and then we go to switch canceling. By the way, we have elemental damage and Cerberus is ice, and he gets extra damage from ice. The thing is that we only have nice skill.
Nice.
We have one shot at him because the first 2 holes that he comes out from are scripted. They're always going to be the same. After that, if you do not kill him, he's going to come out of a random one, and he's going to do a random pattern. As well, you have to be really, really careful about the amount of damage that you deal to it, because if you deal too much, he's going to start spinning, and he's going to drop you, or maybe he's going to run faster. So it is a really big mess. But Ban is so good at this game.
Yes, sir. And so here's the Blood Goyles. The Blood Goyles are enemies that will split apart if you hit them with your sword. But if you hit them with any like ranged attack, then they will go into stone form here. And that's what we want to avoid them splitting apart. So good on Ban, really managing these enemies well. Yes, sir.
The big ones are the most dangerous ones because if they split, they're going to make another one with the amount of health of a big one. And this is Jester. So something that was also added on the special edition was Jester. Jester is an extra boss fight. It's not on the regular edition, as I was mentioning. And people will say, hey, why are you running a game that has an extra boss fight instead of going to vanilla? Shouldn't vanilla be faster? My people here, no. Basically, Turbo makes it so fast that even including this boss, it ends up being an entire run faster than the vanilla one. So it is a simple boss. It has a little bit of RNG. And those balls that he throws are really hard hitting. But you can guard them. As we mentioned, Royal Guard is so OP in this game. And he's done. And we don't have to see him again. We have 2 more fights with him, but they're optional, so we can just skip them.
Yeah, today in practice, I almost went into one of the optional fights. It was so, like,
dude,
traumatic.
That's like the most horrifying thing is like when you get to the later like missions and you just are like, man, I hope I don't interact with this fight. And then it's just like, oh no.
I've done them by accident before going to Garyon. Like when you pick up the star that is close to it, I accidentally have hit the circle.
I think I had mine happen on mission 17. That was exceptional. Let me tell you.
Rough. Yeah, that's the one that he summons the head, and the head. I don't even know how to fight that thing, honestly.
I don't even remember at this point.
Yeah, there's one that summons a huge ball that is a head. Anyways, this is the second time that we come into this room. Basically, you see the roots of the Resident Evil references here. You see Dante picking up a Resident Evil looking item to put it on a Resident Evil looking switch to open a Resident Evil looking cage to get another Resident Evil looking item to guess what? Another Resident Evil looking switch. So
that's like the most I don't know. That's an excellent way to describe it. I just have to commend you on that.
Yeah, a little bit after like DMC 4 and 5, you start to see a little bit less of Resident Evil things, but you still see like the references like in these early 3 games, especially in DMC 1.
We got the Resident Evil doors as well.
We have the Resident Evil doors.
If only they had like the door opening like animation in this game too.
That zoom in. As
great.
a kid, I was so scared about that because I thought that at one point, one of those zoom-ins, I was going to open the door and then a zombie was going to pop up and do like a jump scare. So every time that I opened the door in the entire game, I was so scared.
So moving into the elevator here, Ban's actually going to be doing some wall jumps here, or jumps off the walls, in order to make the enemies spawn in a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Fun fact, this is the classic Capcom elevator. Too many enemies and it's gonna fall down. So Ban has to quickly kill them by doing some stylish movements with the servers. And just take advantage of farming a little bit of red orbs. And with the wall jump that we're gonna have on the 4th wave, we can actually skip it. And we can just hit the trigger with the wall jump for the next transition. However, in this case, Ban, you can just kill them and get a little of extra orbs, saves the economy a little bit, so there's no big of a deal if you want to kill them. It's basically free.
So now moving into one of my favorite boss fights in the game, Agni and Rudra. Yeah, it's a double boss fight where you fight 2 brothers that are headless and wield big swords. So normally you would want to do the perfect release, but on these guys you want to parry their swords with an imperfect release. And that will knock the swords out of their hands, and then you can sort of just juggle them in between each other. Like you can just juggle attacks between the 2 of them. And then just keep one of them knocked down at all times while you deal damage to the other with the shotgun.
Now, something that Ban has to be really careful right now is that when their health is low, he has to keep them balanced and know when he has to go for the kill on each of them. The reason of that is because if you... Nice kill, by the way. If you kill one and not the other, the one that is left will pick up the sword of the other one, and they're just gonna fuse, and you'll have like a 30 to 45 second unskippable cutscene. And of course, that is not good for speedrun.
Not at all.
And we go to mission 6. Now we get another new weapon, Agni and Rudra. And Dante decided to take them because they asked him to take them, and he told them that he was going to take them if they didn't speak. So that was the deal, and unfortunately, according to the lore, they continued speaking after the mission was done, so he sold them. They never showed up.
I never knew that. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I found out recently, actually. So now we have to do some puzzles. The puzzles are really complex, as you can see. First, you have to avoid some, let's just call some spikes on this room, and we have to solve 2 out of 3 puzzles. The next one is the mine puzzle, I think. I don't remember. And the other one is like the combat one. The combat is a little bit longer, so we will with the mine one. We can solve all 3, and we get a really bad weapon that is called Artemis, and that's it. That's the reward. So we can just go with 2.
That weapon's great if you have like level 3 gunslinger though. That weapon slaps.
What's gunslinger? Never heard of that one. At the beginning, I only played Swordmaster, and when I started running, I went to Railguard. I was like, I don't like Railguard. I feel that it's so bad, and now I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely far and away the most powerful style in the game.
Yeah. Okay, so that's mission 6. It's actually super short. It's the shortest mission in the game.
Yep.
Well, if you count 20, you can do it in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, 20 is pretty short as well if you do it correctly.
I mean, like, I guess we can add another qualifier where it's like shortest mission that's not just a boss fight, right?
Yeah,
True.
Makes sense. Okay, this room is actually pretty interesting. We're gonna pick the Orichalcum fragment that the devs for some reason forgot to hide properly under the boss, so you can just under the enemy. I'm sorry. So you can just walk up to it and interact with it and pick it up instead of activating the fight. So, good job, devs. Thanks for that. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Yep.
Yeah, because at this point, those guys, well, you already have Item Ruta. You can kill them, but there's, of course, gonna cost some time.
And we're also going to grab that holy water there too, which will be useful. We're not going to use the holy waters until much later in the run, but they are useful to. It's useful to get that free one right there.
If you come back from, if you come from the DLC 4 run, you saw that the holy waters are really good. There are nukes here, and they're even more powerful in DMC 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then they decided to remove them from 5. So, Cosmo, do you want to explain this one?
So the enemies here are called, I believe, what is it? Is it greed or is it?
Yeah, the grease.
I just call it coffin dudes.
Yeah, the coffin. So the coffin dudes here, they can spawn additional enemies in, and Band is actually doing jump cancels where you will jump off of an enemy's body because they'll have a hitbox on them. Like there's like technically flat ground where Dante is for a certain point, and you can cancel the recovery of attacks as well as jump back into the air off of enemies using these jump cancels. And so normally the aerial cross there where Dante forms an X with Agni and Rudra, normally you would have to fall back down in order to jump back up and do it again. But with the jump cancels, we can just keep doing that in the air to enemies, and it allows us to kill the coffin enemies very fast, and it prevents them from spawning in additional enemies.
It also deals a ton of damage. So something interesting is that at this point, the depths didn't take in account that much of a fighting stylish thing that they added starting on 4. So the aerial attacks deal quite a bit of damage, and this way we can just abuse that fact by constantly doing that and just deleting enemies from the game. And this is gonna be our standard way of fighting most of the enemies until the end of the run.
Yep. And we're going to do the switch cancels here, which, by the way, the switch cancels, you basically just do one hit of a string from one weapon and then cancel the recovery of it by switching to another weapon and then doing the first hit of that string. The Agni and Rudra switch cancel in general, or in particular, I should say, is exceptionally fast and deals a ton of damage. So you see Ban using that to take out the enemies here.
Also, Agni and Rudra have elemental damage as well. They have fire and wind. Wind, I don't even know if there's something that is weak to it, but fire, we can actually use it for a lot of enemies later on the run. Now,
yeah, actually, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know. I know that there's stuff weak to light and ice, but I never heard anything with wind, honestly.
It must be such an obscure one.
Yeah, probably there's something, but at this point, like we don't even realize.
Yeah.
So that room is actually pretty dangerous because those coffin dudes spam the red guys. I think they're called rats, I think. I don't know.
No, the rats are explodey boys.
Those are the lusts. Those are the lusts.
I always confuse them. But those guys are extremely aggressive, so man has to be really careful, but he did it properly. No extra spawns. So we Gucci.
And then we're going to get more of these coffin dudes into another fight against the Reaper. And worth noting that, at a certain point, the Reaper just becomes a normal enemy in the game that you have to fight. Like that thing that you fought on mission 2 as a boss, yeah, now you just have to fight that normally.
It becomes annoying throughout the run, but as the run goes, we become stronger. And something that we can do in this one is that we can jump cancel it as well. So as you can see, it's super fast. Now, Bandit just decided to pick up a little bit of a green up there. Green orbs give you health, so you just wanted to refill for the boss fight. And we're gonna go into the Peak of Darkness, which is the end of the category that we have for tournaments. And we want to fight best character in the game. I'm sorry, brother Vergil.
I heard what you said.
Sorry, I coughed what I was saying. Best character in the game.
So we're gonna go up against this guy, Vergil, Dante's brother. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I'm coughing in disbelief at you calling him the best character in the game when we've been playing the best character in the game the whole time. But anyway, so we're gonna do 13 hits to him, and 13 hits is the amount of hits that it will take from Rebellion to stun Vergil. There's less if you do it if you start attacking him off of a stinger, but then after we knock him back, we'll do some more shotgun cancels in order to get in a little bit of damage.
Yep. Just unlock him. Easy. Nice.
That
Good
was
stuff.
a really nice fight.
This
Yeah,
is
that was sick.
actually Ban makes it look really easy. But this fight is basically get good. The mission. It is really intense if you don't know what it's doing, and a lot of people, including me, died a lot of times here. And now we have Devil Trigger.
Heck yeah. So Devil Trigger essentially allows Dante to go into a powered up state where we run faster, deal more damage, we attack faster, and we regenerate health. All at the expense of those orbs underneath the health bar there.
Basically,
And-
activate God mode.
Yes, sir. And we buy, I think, 7 upgrades for Devil Trigger in total in this game. And the other mechanic that's attached to Devil Trigger is called Devil Trigger Explosion. And this is where you will hold down the Devil Trigger button and you'll see the orbs, the additional orbs that are like yellow and orange. They will glow red, and then when you release the button, it will do an area of effect damage around Dante, and depending on how many you charge, or how many like units of Devil Trigger you charge, it will do increasingly more damage. And it's so much when you have max Devil Trigger that even on like Dante Must Die mode, it'll one-shot some enemies, and Dante Must Die mode being the hardest difficulty in the game.
Yep. So right now, the game starts becoming a little bit of interesting in the way of managing Devil Trigger, because Devil Trigger becomes a really important resource. So there are parts in the mission where we have to, not in the mission, entirely the run, that we have to taunt properly to get more Devil Trigger, rooms where we can spend more, rooms where we have to save it, or rooms where we have to explode. And we always try to keep the minimum of 3, the ones that are a little bit of a lighter yellow, because those are like the triggers to actually be able to transform. If we go under that, we cannot transform. And fun fact, even if we explode and consume all of our runes that we have there, we're going to keep 3 as a minimum always. So as you can see here, this is going to be the first example of the explosion. Bam is charging up by holding the bottom there, and you can see them glow, and then he blows up, but oh gosh, he got knocked back there. But it's fine. We can definitely recover here. This room is really weird, honestly.
Yeah, it's a little weird because you have to like feed orbs into the thing in the center, and how many orbs you get off of enemies is determined by your style rank. So doing it fastest is like you have to guard all these guys, and sometimes like the way in which they'll attack you can really throw off the timing, because you'll just see all these different attacks flying at you at once, and it's like, oh no, which one do I parry first?
Yeah, so the strat here usually is just to hold the guard, which you're still gonna receive a little bit of cheap damage, but it's not gonna be that much. But at that point, like, Ban was knocked back, so he didn't have enough health to go for that, so he decided to go for the backup strat, which is just fighting them regularly. It is, of course, not as fast, but at the same time, the room is so weird, because sometimes you get 2 explosions and you get the release of the orb in the middle, because you have to feed it with orbs. Sometimes you can do 2 explosions and then you still have to kill enemies. Sometimes you just do 1 and kill a little and you're done. So it's really weird.
Indeed. All right, so now we're gonna actually buy another purple orb to upgrade the Devil Trigger limit. And buying it here is actually going to refill the Devil Trigger gauge entirely.
Free refill.
And free refills, just like my favorite restaurants.
At
and
this point, they
so-
don't have free refills. I wouldn't even eat there.
That's unfortunate. True.
This is
So here we go.
Leviathan.
Yeah, that's Leviathan. This is the Leviathan heart. Got the good old release there on it. A lot of damage as well.
So basically, the fight is really interesting. I like to call them lungs, honestly, and a heart in the middle. So basically, you have to focus on the one on the right, because that one, they're going to start sucking stuff from you, like resources, and the one on the right sucks Devil Trigger, and we need Devil Trigger. So we basically just break the one on the right, and we keep our Devil Trigger, and then we just focus on the heart and kill it. We can kill them in 1 cycle, but it's really hard to get a release on the lasers, so usually it goes for a 2 cycle. And these are the spiders. This is one of
Spiders.
those that I was
sorry to
mentioned.
interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
The
for it,
strat I did just there was like, it's like a safer version of releasing off the lasers, which I made very recently. We call it ban out since obviously I made it and it's on the heart as well. It's still fairly new and very like experimental. And one of the top runners, Simoteus, has already like added his like own variations to it and has basically managed to one cycle the boss. He's really cracked at this game as well. So yeah, shouts to him.
Shouts to Sibyl.
I felt like it's a triple meaning, right? Because your name's Ban Hit, and then there's Ban Heart. So
Yeah.
it's done on the heart, and then so that's like a perfect name for that strat.
Hell
Stuff.
yeah.
All right, so we going for Zip here, right?
Oh, no zip, nah, sadly.
Oh,
I
okay.
never
Oh,
bothered with the
that's fine.
zip on this mission since of how like inconsistent it can be sometimes, and since it's a marathon, it's better not to like risk
Yeah.
missing
that's
it.
fair.
So what happens there, to explain about the zip, is that if you put yourself in a specific spot and you get hit by one of the lasers of the Enigmas that as I was mentioning, they're kind of the stormtroopers when they won, and you make a gold release, which is the perfect release on the exact 3 frames, the game doesn't know where to put it because Dante just launches himself forward, and then he suddenly like zips out of existence and pops up on front of the door that we have to go there. So it is a really nice thing to go for, but since you depend on the snipe of the Enigmas, it is not that consistent. If you hit it properly, you save like 30 seconds. If you do not hit it the first try, you're gonna lose like 30 to 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool strat though, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's always nice to show it off, but at the same time, it is not good when you're really tight on time. And if you go for a PV attempt or something, it's always good to go for the safe instead of the RNG.
Yep. Because like we said earlier, those Enigmas can be stormtroopers. So, so Dante at this point in the series has acquired, or at this point in the game has acquired like his Devil Trigger, and he's fallen all the way back down the Temen Negru, which is a tower that's been resurrected in the middle of a town. And Vergil and another character called Arkham are trying to open a portal to the demon world. And Dante, after having been knocked all the way back down the tower, is now climbing back up it. And that's sort of like where we're at. And he starts to meet like all of these eccentric bosses on his way, like exploring the tower and everything. And the Temen Negru is, I think, considered like alive, isn't it? It's like a living tower, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of, but at the same time, like it can be manipulated to switch. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's a very cool setting for the game, and as we get later into the run, you'll all see sort of like how very clever this game is about the way that you do some backtracking across the tower. So even though we're basically in the same place the entire game, it like a lot of the environments will pretty much always feel fresh in the way that the game presents them.
For me, this is the one that uses the best reutilization of environments in the entire series, honestly. 4 is unfortunately budget cut. 5 is...
No
it's basically
backtracking. There's no backtracking, really. Like, you just go forward.
Yeah. And the other ones are puzzles, basically. And we have Nevin. Nevin is considered by a lot of people one of the hardest bosses in the run. Honestly, I struggle with her a little bit. The main strat to kill her is basically just to guard all her spins in the perfect order, in the perfect timing, and charge your Devil Trigger on guard, and then just remove the cloak that she has on top of her by bats, and we just go with switch cancel and explosion in a release. We can have a 2 cycle with her, which is the ideal, but at the same time we can go with a 3 cycle, and in some cases we can go for a little bit longer. Now in this case, seems to be that band's probably gonna miss it by a little bit. Oh, unfortunately,
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Because he didn't get the knockdown the first time that she was decloaked, so had to.
She's gonna be able to get them for sure now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's toast.
Explosion, and she's done. So something really interesting is that you can explode, and as soon as you explode next to her, it's always gonna remove the cloak and drop her regardless of what she's doing. And you have to be really careful because there's one move that she only does, like at the very end, like a desperation move, where she just like gets closest to you and she hugs you and kisses Dante, and she starts sucking your life. So she's a vampire, so it makes sense. And the problem is that you can only avoid it if you have double trigger, and in most cases from the run at that point you're out of double trigger. So if she grabs you, she's gonna heal completely, and you're gonna lose all your health, and you're gonna die. Basically, the run's dead. But Bang was really good to avoid it there. So good stuff there. It's I
this
hate
run
that fight.
requires a lot of like improvisation at some points as well. Yeah, and so it's just all about like how quick you can like think and how to react to certain things when they're not going to plan.
Yeah. And we also get a new weapon. We get Neva, which is now a guitar that uses electricity and controls bats, which is pretty cool. But it's not going to be useful for the run, so we only going to use Agni Rudra until later on when we find another weapon.
And so, this is one of those missions where it's like little bit of a rest period in the run. This is definitely like where you can collect yourself if you had like an especially tight Nevan kill, and it's like, all right, I just get to kill a couple of guys and just deliver this soccer ball to wherever it needs to go.
Football, not soccer ball. Sorry, I'm British.
Sorry, this football you can deliver to the end of the mission.
Yeah, this is like a really slow mission, except like the final part we get introduced to a new enemy. We actually got introduced to a new one, which are the Dullahans, which are the guys that are like flying with a shield. They're really easy to kill. We just have to hit them twice in the back with the aerial cross. However, when they are not like moving in one direction, they become really annoying. We'll probably see that in the future in the run.
Yep.
Now we have to fight spiders again. And
yep, we got to fight the queen spider as
thing.
well. Yeah, the queen. I think this is the first part of the run where we use holy water.
It depends a lot. It is a little bit divided. Some people like to still go over the holy water here. Other people like to save them for the falling at mission 15. But Bandit's probably gonna go with it. And the thing about this holy water is that you need to hit the second queen at least once or twice, because she's gonna have enough health to survive the blast of the water. And we want to make sure that she dies. And we also have to give it a little bit of time, because there is a last spider that spawns a little bit after the other queen and the other spider pop up there. So if we do not time the water properly, we're going to have to fight one spider manually, because as they land, they have iframes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
All right.
Mission 11 now.
Mission 11. This is where we're going to get introduced to even more enemies, and we're also going to pick up the Devil Star here. Devil Stars are just used to refill your Devil Trigger. And these enemies called the Soul Eaters, that just basically look like a vape cloud until you turn away from them. And then you see them for a little bit there, and Band is just going to kind of turn around and have them go into their vulnerable state, and then just attack them with aerial cross.
Yeah, they're kind of... There's one of those gimmicky enemies that get introduced a little bit. So you can only hit them when you're not looking at them. So the way to kill them fast is basically with a DT explosion. However, usually since they're going to be spread out, you cannot gather them all in one place, so it's not ideal to go for it. So the other way of killing them is just to look away from them, and as soon as you see that they are like getting into their body shape, you just jump and instantly flick your controller to the other side and hit the attack button, and that will make the auto cross come and the first frame as possible and kill them right away. So if they grab you, which is the most annoying part of them, they're gonna suck your Devil Trigger, and the only way for you to get released from them is using Devil Trigger. So if you don't have one, you're gonna stay there watching the animation for a long time. Hey, look at that, it's the Vanguard again.
Yeah, there he goes. I should be going down here in a bit to these aerial crosses. There he goes.
He's not
And
down.
then one more. There's no, okay. I was looking for the Grim Reaper. There we are.
So something as well is that it is also kind of weak to Devil Triggers. So one of the strengths that we can do in this specific room is just to be holding an explosion and wait for all the enemies to be close and just make one explosion and kill both of the soul guys. I always forget the second part of the name. Stakers, I think it is.
Soul
Soul Stealers. Soul Eaters,
Skill
yeah.
Eaters.
Soul
Oh my
Soul-
gosh, I always change the word.
yeah,
Oh my gosh, I always change the
Soul
word. And kill the Vanguard with just one explosion. But since it is a little bit that they have to be close to each other, it is a little bit tricky sometimes. And you can definitely see there the power with explosion. It's so good.
This is the Temperance Wagon. It's basically just an auto-scroller. We have to use it, I think, a total of 3 times in the run.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, and so this version here, or this go-round here, we're just kind of building revenge gauge for the upcoming boss fight. This upcoming boss is called Beowulf, and there's some pretty specific stuff to do on this guy. That was a lot of double trigger bells at once.
Yeah, he got a white, actually. The fun part about this is that a lot of people thought that it was actually casually playing, and basically that it was a time thing, but it's based on the amount of enemies that you kill. So as fast as you kill them, the better. Here we
So
go
we're
for
gonna go
Bell. Want to explain that one, Cos?
Yep. So Beowulf is another boss that we're going to look to guard against his attacks, and we're going to look to use the releases in a couple of different spots. So we're going to do aerial cross, jump cancels onto his eye, because the eye that's, I should say his left eye, that has like a very red glint in it, we want to be able to attack that, as well as do a release on it. Unfortunately, like depending on the angle that you get the knockdown on, it is really, really hard to actually get that attack. So we're just going to go out with the aerial crosses here.
It's a really, really small hurt box that he has, and it's really specific timing. We're going to get a lot of chance later on. Don't worry about it. But it is really nice to hit it, because if you hit it properly with enough revenge meter and double trigger, what is going to happen is that you melt the boss completely. Like, you leave him with like 10% health tops. Like, he's just like 1 or 2 hits away. You can also stun lock him. Like, when he's going to charge, if you jump in front of it and guard and the proper timing, he's going to get stopped right there, and you can just lock him in position, and he cannot go to the corner to throw those towers. If you miss it by any chance, which is kind of hard to actually hit it consistently, it's a lot of people agree that this is actually the most aggressive boss aside from the Vergils, but we have strats for those. And this one, it's a lot of rewarding if you hit it, but if not, you can always go for the regular strat, which is just chasing him down a little bit and hitting with the aerial crosses. It's not ideal, it's not the fastest, but it's always safe to go for that one in case that you mess it up. And it's always free to try the actual strat, because all the fights start the exact same way.
Yep. So the Temperance Wagon here, again, we actually have a item in this level that will tick our health down the entire time. And we can use the extra power. So we're in Devil Trigger this whole mission up until a certain point. And we can use the damage that we get here, as well as the layout of the enemies, to get some despawns here, or some fate wave skips. I think he actually got them.
Yeah, I got one of them.
Yep, there you go. Yep, so we got the wave skips here.
Now, something to explain about this specific mission as well is that we have infinite Devil Trigger during the entire mission up to the boss fight. But the trade-off on this one is that it's gonna drain our life constantly. So you're gonna be able to see the health bar dropping even though Bang is not getting hit. To compensate for that, the game gives you a lot of more health drops. So this is a little bit tense of a mission, because you have to be really precise with your movement, because at this point, if you're playing the game casually, usually you'll have 1 or 2 health upgrades as a minimum. In this case, we go with base health. We do not change the health total at all in the entire run. So we have to be really precise of where we move, how we kill the enemies, and we have to reach in a specific room where we have to fight another Vanguard. And usually we end up there with like 20% health, and we have to go as fast as possible. So it is really intense. However, it's a lot of fun to just go wild with your infinite Devil Trigger, because you can do like crazy stuff and move super fast with the stingers and switch canceling. So it's a lot of fun as well.
All right, so this is the area that Igna's talking about here, where we're going to try and move through this entire area without fighting any enemies. And there's the platforming there. And like we said, get into the fight with about 20% health. So we're kind of hoping for the Vanguard to go down quickly as possible to drop the health. If he doesn't want to do that, then we kind of got to make sure that one of his homies has our back. Got us with the health drops there.
Yeah, the Vanguard always drops a big green orb. It also drops big reds, but that's a different story. And that will always heal us back to full. So if by any chance we cannot like kill them right away, we can focus on the small guys first and just on the last. He hit the last. Oh my gosh, kill the Vanguard by the last one, so we can get the orb and go to the boss with full health. Oh my gosh, I made a tongue twister there. Did we go to Garyon? Now we're already
JoJo
back.
references.
What? JoJo references?
Yeah.
So, first is that we already delivered the item that we have to, so we do not have any more infinite double trigger. And now we have a boss fight. The boss fight is this horse that can stop time, which is called Garyon. It is pretty cool concept. I really like how they were able to create this kind of concept. And the fight is pretty interesting. We have to basically release using the chariot that he has and make him drop. And if we miss it by any chance, we have to do this little part that we have here, which is basically a depth perception test, because you have to knock him down with a helm breaker in the perfect timing. And it can be missed sometimes, and he starts dropping those balls that just stop time if you hit them. So he can become real annoying. But since Ban was able to hit the chariot and the horse at the very beginning with a release of his revenge meter, he was able to take it down easily and control him. Worst case scenario, we miss it, and he starts spinning around the arena, and that is really, really bad. And we also got a new style. This game includes extra styles, and we get Quicksilver, which actually makes us stop time. Really cool, not good for the run, especially how the styles level up in this game. In 4 and 5, you can buy the upgrades. On this one, you level up by experience of killing enemies.
Yep. So these are all. This right here. These are my favorite enemies to jump cancel probably in the whole game. Is these chess pieces. A lot of fun to do like trickster shenanigans and stuff with them as well.
Yeah. They're also the recommended enemies if you are learning how to jump cancel, because they have one of the biggest boxes for you to jump on. So it is always recommended for new runners to test the timings with these guys, and after that move to different enemies. So if you want to run the game, you know where to practice.
Yes, sir. So
Run the
Dan's
game with
gonna
us.
also.
Sorry.
True. Yes. No, you're. I mean, I'm not gonna ever stop you from saying that, dude. Never. I'm gonna stop you every time from saying Vergil's the best character in the game, but run the game? No, I'm never gonna stop that.
You can run Vergil with me.
That's true. That's a cool category still. You know, this is
really
the coolest
nice.
one. You know, this is the best.
I'll give you that one. On this one, I like the Dante run more than Vergil.
Fair enough.
On
So
4
here's a
and 5,
puzzle.
though,
Here's a puzzle, by the way. It's done
Really
now.
hard.
Like,
Yeah, most of the puzzles require like humongous IQ brain strats.
yeah, like Ban had to use his entire brain power, galaxy brain, to understand that he needed to break a wall. Actually, it's kind of tricky because the camera angle doesn't let you look at that, and you think that you have to hit like that switch at the bottom of the room, well, at the back of the room. But it's interesting. Okay, guess we're gonna fight now again.
Vergil again, and this time he has like some serious 50-50 mix-ups going on. So you have to block these kicks that he does, because he, in a cutscene, by the way, he kills Beowulf. Spoilers. And we have to get revenge gauge off of this guy, and then we're gonna do a phase skip here. I think he got it.
I think I got it.
We'll see.
Looks like it.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, you missed it by 1 hit, probably.
Oh, that
Yeah.
stinks.
It's fine.
Okay.
He's
We
almost-
can save it.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
it's still salvageable for sure.
This fight is considered by a lot of people the hardest on Vergil, because right now, Vergil has Beowulf, so it's gonna kick us and hit us a lot. It's a good thing that Ban actually has a little bit of backups in regards of items for use.
Yeah.
Now, Something is that, as you can see, Vergil has Devil Trigger as well because Dante has one, so he's like, yeah, now he can take mine too. And he goes into a phase that is basically going to try to body you if you're not paying attention. Nice save there.
Excellent save, yeah.
And the main strat is to try to use the revenge meter releases and explosion and a little bit of shotguns to make him drop around 35% health. So that way he's going to try to transform and he's going to skip that phase and go into the middle. It is really easy to mess up, but it is something that you can save if you have enough experience in the game as well. Yeah, and we picked up Beowulf, best weapon in the game.
Yeah, so
and
Beowulf.
I don't say it because I love it. It's because it is. It's a fact.
I mean, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. So Beowulf, the gauntlets that Vergil was just using, now we've got them, and they're super awesome. And like Igna just said, so we're gonna use them to take out this statue here by doing the good old Hokuto no Ken combo. Yeah, and then move through.
Oda.
Yeah, or Muda, depending on which character you prefer. Yeah, you know, it's between Kenshiro, Jotaro, and Giorno. You know,
and Dio.
Dio and I guess Jolene. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you can do Josuke and do da-da-da-da-da-da.
I actually forgot about Josuke's, to be honest. That man's got some very loud hair too, so I'm kind of surprised I forgot about his one.
So the cool part about Bell is that first, it also has elemental damage, but this one is light, and most of the enemies are weak to light. I think it has to do because they're kind of demons, all of them. So, but I'll leave that to the depths. And the other thing about Bell is that it has a move that is called Killer Bee, which is basically a dive kick. Vergil also has that one, but his is called Starfall, and it's a little bit faster. And the thing with Killer Bee is that it is one of the easiest moves to jump cancel, and it deals a ton of damage. So at this point, the game stops being Devil May Cry, and it suddenly becomes Super Mario World, because you're going to just stomp on anything that you see.
Now, I will give you this in regards to Vergil. Starfall is a way cooler name than Killer Bee, I've got to say.
Mm-hmm. And the animation was cooler as well. It has like that blue flash when he moves.
That's true, yeah. But
here we go. More of that later.
Here's the Goomba Stomps that Igna was talking about. Again,
Super
tons of damage.
Simulator.
The enemies just die super quick.
And there you go. This is actually one of my favorite missions because you feel so overpowered with Beowulf. And the soundtrack actually changes on your battle theme. So now it changes to a remix of Devils Never Cry, which is basically the theme song of this special edition. And it will continue to be the theme song for the entire game whenever we fight enemies. So it's pretty cool. And you can actually like get hyped on it. It's so cool. Now we have more chess pieces and a little bit of a puzzle here, but it's not that big of a puzzle. Honestly, we just have to open the correct door. Now the next chess pieces that we see are the knights, which in Spanish they're called horses. It's interesting. And these ones have they can be jump cancel. However, their hitbox for jump canceling is kind of weird. So we try to just go with dive kicks, and if we can just release one of their attacks with a counter, we can go ahead and do that. But it's ideal to try to explode to them, as Van is doing here, to deal a ton of damage. We also have, I think those are the bishops?
Yeah, the bishops, yeah, the bishops, yeah.
And the bishops are top priority targets, because first they can do an AoE attack with fire, which hits kind of hard, and if a lot of them do it at the same time, you're gonna get juggled, and you're gonna suffer a lot of health drop there. But they can also heal enemies, so that is why we need to always focus on them first.
And then there's the explosion there to just take them all out.
And there's a blue orb that we're not going to pick up.
And it's at this point, I think, that Dante actually just fully re-enters the Temin Negru, right? The tower is because he like arrives back at the base of it.
Yeah, so
whole
the story
destroyed.
so far basically is that Vergil uses the pendants that both him and Dante have to open the gates to hell. However, he was tricked by Arkham, which is actually Jester, which is actually the bad guy and the dad of Lady. And he actually changes the structure of the tower again. And now the tower is kind of destroyed, and Dante dropped due to some portals, as you can see there, and now he has to go all the way back up again.
And then we get into mission 15. This is another sort of puzzly mission. This is the mission that I kind of alluded to when I was talking about how the game sort of remixes some of the areas that you've already been through. The Fallen here, they're super annoying. They fly through walls and stuff and get out of
They actually
just avoid
behaved today. They behaved really well today for some reason.
Yes, that's great. I appreciate
Sometimes
it.
they just like to hang out outside of bounds, and it's annoying. Yeah, those are spiders, by the way. Say goodbye to them. We're not gonna fight them anymore.
I feel like those Fallen knew that they were on GDQ, so they were trying to stay in the screen as much as possible. They didn't want to go out of bounds because they'd be like, man, I want to be on camera a little longer. Come on.
True.
So,
They barely are on camera, so might as well take the shot.
Definitely.
Okay, so right now what we're doing is that something that you saw there was like the big fish thingy. That was Leviathan that we helped asleep. He's not dead, he's just sleeping actually. When we destroy his heart. And right now we're gonna do a little bit of puzzle manipulation here. Those switches that you see there, they're gonna be changing the rooms that we're gonna move to. There is an order in which we have to hit them and an amount of each of them. The combination is 2-1-2-2. And that will change the order of the rooms to a specific order that we need in order for us to get all the orichalcum fragments for us to open the elevator to the next mission. If you play this game casually, this is the mission where most people struggled because we basically get no clue of what we're doing and basically just a try and error here just to find out where we're gonna pop up. Eventually you can definitely solve it, but of course it's gonna take a long while. But we have it for you guys in case you wanna go with a run.
Alright, so then let's see here. He's already set up a little bit of the death warp here that we'll be doing. So well, I guess he's gonna use so he's gonna have to set up a little bit of it. So essentially what Igna's run is later. What Ban's gonna do is he's gonna try and lose a little bit more health here, probably. And there's gonna be the next room that he's gonna be going into is gonna have like a hallway full of blades, and he's gonna be using those blades to perform a death warp. After he hits this wheel here for the last 2 times. So this is like the last wheel, I believe, that you need to hit in the mission. Must be, I think he's playing it a little safe here with the blood goils, because if you go down to like optimal health for this death warp, then they can really just mess your day up.
Yeah, I
it's
lost a couple runs to that room as well.
Yeah, it's just not fun.
Also, one of the things that a lot of people do, including me, is that I like to save out my double trigger for this specific part, because in some cases I need the extra boost of health when the goals are becoming really aggressive. Now, the death warp that we're going to do here is going to be using this kind of saws and Dula hands there. However, they deal really small damage, as you can see. So ultimately, you enter this room with 1 or 2 hits away of dying.
Oh no, I died.
And then it's going to bring him all the way back to the beginning of the room here.
And there we go. We skip all the platforming. So that platforming can definitely be done. However, it's annoying when you don't have the double jump. And it's, of course, not going to be nice with all those blood goils all the way around. So we can just skip it taking a death. Easy. And that is why at the very beginning we we select gold instead of yellow. When we select gold, what it does is that it respawns you in one specific checkpoint. And if you go with Jello, it respawns you. I think it's at the beginning of the mission.
Yep, beginning of the mission. Yep.
Yeah, it's a lot more hardcore for anybody that actually play hardcore mode. But for a lot of easier things here, we just go with the checkpoints.
So then there's these two ball and chain things here. Shout outs to Joey Wheeler, the kunai with chain. And
it's a really bad card, by the way.
I mean, look, man, he sticks to his guns, all right? I gotta give him credit.
True.
It was an okay card 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like Kaiba likes, what was Kaiba calling him? Like a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck or
I
something?
think he's calling Yugi that, yeah. I think he was saying that, yeah.
Yeah.
My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba.
Yeah, but the cool part about Yo is that he plays RNG stuff, and RNG always ends up going his way. Like, he throws the dice, and he always hits what he needs. Like, come on, bro.
Well, that's because, like,
Lot of armor.
the Millennium Puzzle's power is just bringing the card that you want to the top of your deck. So the whole premises of the series is just you cheating.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
So
It's the
there's a
heart of the
little fun
cards.
fact for you. And then, so the ban heart of the cards. So,
Hey.
the throwbacks. And then we're going to go against these rooks here. They have a kind of a weird jump cancel window as well. So I respect ban going with the consistent damage here of the 1-2-3 combo.
Something as well is that I always felt that the design for this is one of the coolest things I ever seen, because how can somebody come up with the idea of them opening and throwing lasers like that? That has to be something realer, you know? And
True.
something as well the band was doing there is that he was getting some guard. The reason on that is because we want to use it for the next boss, which is Lady. And we have to do a setup with her that requires full guard and revenge meter. And we can definitely block some of Lady's attacks. However, when she shoots at us, they barely give any kind of revenge meter. They give a lot of DT though. But if we want to go with her without any kind of guard, it's never gonna fail. Also, fun fact, if you put your hands in the proper position, you can block bullets. How? I don't know, but it works.
So I think that's what the premises of the Matrix is based on.
I will say so.
Neo is the original Royal Guard.
True, I mean, he dodges them, so I'll go more with Trickster.
Maybe that. I mean, well, the Royal Guard like level 3 attack kind of reminds me of when Neo stops all the bullets.
Oh, yeah. Hey, there's
'Cause you kinda
Artemis.
Yeah.
Bye,
there's
Artemis. Say goodbye to Artemis, chat. Yeah, the shield thingy that nobody does except by mistake.
And then here we go. We're gonna go and fight Lady. She is the sort of like Dante's sidekick in this game. Well, unintentional sidekick, I should say. She is actually the daughter of Arkham, but she hates Arkham. And so she's trying to take him down, along with Vergil. And she's just a devil hunter in general. But she's just an ordinary human. And you can actually perform a phase skip on her using the damage from a fully charged release into the Beowulf damage. So she would go up on the cupboards of the library and throw grenades down on you, but you don't have to deal with that at all.
Yeah, if you mess up that strat, which it can happen. It has happened, for example, that you misinput a release of the guard at some point and lose all your revenge meter. You basically get a free drive into what it's called Timeless Town, and you're gonna be there for at least a while. And we got mission 17. This is platforming on an action game. I don't know why, but it's there. It's really easy to solve it if we go with a perfect cycle here, which is actually pretty simple to achieve after you practice it. You just go ahead and do some wall jumps and easy clap. And that's the fight that Cosmic was saying about Jester that we just skipped.
So there we go. Gotta fight the Dullahans like one more time here.
I think this is the last time we will see them.
Yep.
And we get into the door, charge straight, and the cutscene transition makes us automatically release it, and we transition immediately into the next room as soon as it opens. It saves like a couple seconds.
Yep. And Band is now going to be building some revenge gauge here. On the spikes, and then he's just going to make it through the rest of the room. And now we come up on the coolest normal enemy in the game, which is the Abyss. These enemies are super mobile, have a lot of like cool quick attacks, but are fully comboable.
Yeah.
They are super fun.
Weak to Beowulf as well, and they have a gimmick as well that if anytime that you knock them back, they're gonna charge back at you. So one of the things that we can do is that we'll see eventually that we can use them to farm Royal Guard. But as of right now, we just have to kill them as fast as possible.
Yep.
You'll see there that we missed this crystal at the very beginning of the run. That was intentional because as Beowulf deals more damage, it is best to just use Beowulf to pick up the sorry, the crystals here, the orbs in this case, and get a lot more than what we were supposed to get if we just hit with Rebellion.
Yep.
And we go back to the Peak of Darkness, to the next boss.
To the Doppelganger. So Dante's shadow becomes a boss here, and we just kind of have to hit out the lights on him. Or hit the lights on him. And I forget how that Metallica song goes. It's like hit the lights or whatever, but I'm sure that's a line in there. Alright, so you just have to open them up and then do some Beowulf jump cancels to him. And this should be, after this one right here, this should be the last light, and it'll be totally exposed for quite a few seconds. And we just get to jump cancel them. Yep, lights out. The fade away.
Is done. By the way, he's also, like we were saying, weak to light, and Beowulf deals a ton of light damage.
Yup. And we're heading into mission 18. And mission 18 has another instance where we're going to use one holy water. And that's going to be against these chess pieces here.
So we fight an entire board here, and the way of killing it easily is that we single on one of the pawns and pop a holy water to activate the king, and then we just start damaging the king as fast as possible. As with regular chess, when the king is done, we win the game, and this happens as well. Easy. Now, does anybody over here likes Mega Man by any chance?
We hope so, because you're about to see another boss rush.
Yeah. So the way that this room works is that there is like this big stone thingy on the middle of the room, and the way to open the path for the next area, which is the end of the mission, we have to fight some bosses. Now, the bosses that we select are not at random. They are actually the most optimal to make this part faster. Part of it is we need to make a circle that you're gonna see soon, and the 3 hardest bosses are the ones that we go with the kill, because those are the ones in the middle. Now, something important is that for Severus, as you can see, we're a lot stronger. We have Devil Trigger now, and we have Agni and Rudra that we equipped again to deal elemental fire damage, which is weak to. So it is a really interesting fight, but it's a lot more consistent than the first one, because we can just deal a lot of damage to it with Agni and Rudra, and in case that we need, we can just activate Devil Trigger and deal even more damage. Also, if you properly position yourself, you can just hit all the 3 heads at the same time and deal even more damage.
Why did he re-ice, man? Come on.
He wanted to be more at GDQ, come on.
That boss is something else. It just re-ices whenever it wants to, man. I swear.
It even fall over as well. Just sad.
It's cool. So you can see those 3 crystals at the bitter middle. That is the circle that we have to make. and those are Cerberus, Acne, and Rudra, which we have a different strat for them now. And we also have to fight Beowulf. Beowulf is basically the same strat as before, but these two other guys are a different story. So now we make a little bit more releases, and you can see that the orbs that Ban has there are currently glowing. So he's charging up an explosion because Agni and Rudra are really weak to Devil Trigger explosions. So he's gonna do the same strat as he was doing before to make them drop, and at one point he's gonna explode, and he's gonna fight them with the shotgun, and oh, that one almost escaped. That was so scary. But he got him.
You got him. He's all right. Now we're going to head into the Beowulf fight for the last time. Pretty much going to go the same as it did before. A lot of the tools that we had when we first fought him, we're going to have still.
Okay, let's see if this time we can get the cool release for everybody to enjoy back at home. Guard.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Nice.
Look at that health bar. Now we stun him. Nice stun.
Very excellent
And
fight.
he's done. This is the perfect strat for Kill and Bell. Just go with the release, have him locked in one place, and just destroy him with the rest of the releases. Easy clap. Good job, man.
And we're heading into really the final stretch of the game now. Mission 19 here. We're going to switch back to Beowulf. And do you do the buys for the Holy Waters here or like closer to Arkham?
I do at the beginning.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
It's quick
Dan's going to
enough.
buy a bunch of Holy Waters in addition to switching back to Beowulf. And the thing that they actually use to balance Holy Waters in this game is that every time you buy a Holy Water, it increases in price. It's the same with all the items in the game, whereas in DMC 1, they did not increase in price whenever you bought them. This was actually something that was brought over from DMC 2. DMC 2 was the first game in the series to do that.
I had no idea on that one. I didn't realize, honestly. I like to avoid using items when I play the games.
Yeah, that's fair.
As you can see, they make life a lot easier. So I like to make that little bit of challenge.
A little bit.
A little bit.
All right, so we're going to take out these guys right here, and then this is kind of the area where, like, Arkham has already gotten the Sword of Sparta, which is Dante and Vergil's dad, and he's gotten both pendants, and he's looking to obtain, like, a super powerful form. And Dante's kind of on his way to stop it now. And so we're in this, like, mirror room here.
So the room is really interesting. We had to search for the ones that they're like kind of greenish. So that's why we just explode one and we hit the other one. And that insta-kills the enemies. So we just have to focus on the mirrors.
And then we're going to fight the Abyss for one last time. I believe this is the last normal enemy fight in the game.
Yeah,
and this is actually on a timer too. The hourglass in the back there is not just for cosmetics. If you take too long, then you have to restart the fight.
Yeah, it's annoying. However, if you know the strat, which is basically just stomping them to death, it is really rarely gonna happen. I don't think I've ever seen somebody happen unless it is casually, of course, which unfortunately we just have no idea that that's gonna happen.
Yeah, of course. So then we're going to do a little bit of movement here. And this is where we're going to go ahead and go to confront Arkham. Stop him from obtaining the, power of our father. And there's actually, I think it's 5. Is he using, he's using 4 Arkham, I think. Is it 4 Holy Water Arkham?
Yeah, 4 Holy Waters.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and start the fight off with Beowulf in Devil Trigger. And then as Arkham, this is Arkham, by the way, who has now turned into a blob because his body could not handle the power of the Sword of Sparta. Or the power
best
of
boss
Sparta
in the
general.
game as well, by the way.
Yep.
And he's a damage sponge.
And then he should be, yep, there he goes. And then we get Vergil to fight alongside us here real quick, who just basically takes on a doppelganger form. or doppelganger style. And then we're just going to do 2.
Part
Go ahead.
about this is that you do not have Devil trigger low charge. Well, it's really slow, and as well, you cannot use the style, so you cannot guard.
Dang.
And that was a good kill. Okay, we're going up to final boss. Time is gonna go up pretty soon.
Yep, so we'll just let Ban call for that one. But this is the final confrontation between Dante and Vergil. Got to do some more Goomba stomping on him.
The strat for this Vergil is actually pretty interesting. We also gonna do a phase skip if possible, but we have to do it when he has about 40% of his health. So Ban is gonna be a little bit careful with the amount of damage that he deals to it, because we do not want him to go into the phase where he just transforms and does a lot of not nice things for us. If we skip it, we're able to deal the last 40% with just one go.
There he did transform, but I think he should be getting out of it soon.
Yeah, that it's unfortunate sometimes that it happens, but he's not going into the phase that we were actually mentioning.
Yeah. I think it's like if you take a little too long. And this actually depends on like the kind of attacks that he gives you, whether or not, you know, you kind of take too long. So it's not entirely in your control, really.
So this is a really hard fight, by the way. It is a lot easier than the next ones.
Oh, shoot.
It's fine. So what happens right now is that he is going to start moving around and doing health breakers, which we can guard.
Unfortunate.
Oh,
I'm gonna restart the mission. It's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, just hit restart.
It's fine.
Yep.
Whenever this happens, if we restart the mission, we go back with all of our double trigger and all the items that we used. So we have another shot. This is the hardest Vergil fight in the entire series, because the one from Devil May Cry 5 is actually a lot easier.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, good stuff so far.
If he just wouldn't like... If he keeps giving you rapid slashes, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, fortunately we need that 1, 2, 3 hit that he does. And he's doing judgment cuts and rapid slashes, which are not ideal.
There he goes again.
Okay. Vergil wants more screen time. He's gonna get more later on. Come on, bro. Let Ban has his time.
Yeah, man. There you
Time.
go.
Okay.
Time.
Whoa.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Good stuff, man. GG's, man.
Thank you. Whoa.
GG's indeed. A good run, good stuff. I liked it.
Hell
I like
yeah.
it a lot.
What was the final time?
Okay.
Still catching up on stream. 1:15 something.
Yeah, 34.
Pretty good. Damn.
It's a really
That was a pretty good
one.
run.
Good stuff, dude.
Yeah, just a few final words. If you are interested in running this game, there's a lot of resources available on the Discord, so feel free to learn if you want to. And if you like what you saw from me, you can follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/banhitgaming. And yeah, I speedrun a lot of other games as well, and there's a lot of casual stuff as well. And yeah, do you have anything else to say, guys?
Go ahead, Cosmic. I'll go there later.
Just play the game, speedrun it. It's great.
Easy, actually. Yeah, just to echo there, Cosmic there. Great game, great run. I know that it looks like it's a little bit too much, but definitely something that you can take. This is actually the first run that I learned, and the community is amazing. So if you have never actually speedrun a game, this is a good one to start. It's a really nice game. It has amazing visuals. It has an amazing story, and everybody loves DMC3. Come on. So be sure to follow us if you want, and as well be sure to get into the speedrun.com for Devil May Cry, get into our Discord, and start running the games. Really good stuff. Run Vergil, by the way. I'm sorry. And drink water. Drink water.
True.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the rundown. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our DMC Anniversary Special. Just before we get into the next game, a quick reminder. Frost Fatale's 2023 prize submissions are open right now until February 20th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information, or you can use exclamation prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. With that said, I will hand it over to the runner for Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition.
Hello. I think it's time. The time has come. And so have I. I will laugh last, because you came to die, because I will be playing Vergil. Alright? The camera. And the action. Hello, everybody. My name is Davrock. I will be mostly silent during the run because I am obnoxious. You could have seen me in the chat during the DMC and DMC 4 runs from my homies. First thing I want to say is thanks to my mom who bought me this game 14 and a half years before, because it's a PC release. It stands over there. There it is. My mom is also sleeping, so I'm not be screaming. And there we go. My controller lights up blue, so I will introduce another blue man. Igna, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Igna. I'm also one of the Devil May Cry runners. You heard me earlier. And I basically specialize in Vergil. Run Vergil, by the way. I'm one of the top runners right now for DMC4. Former Warhammer Vehicle holder for Legendary Dark Knight Vergil. And I'll be also running Devil May Cry 5 later on today. And I'm here to support the homie Dave with an amazing run. I know that you already saw Devil May Cry 4 earlier by Ren. Amazing run, by the way. But you haven't seen how we can destroy this game. So Vergil is a completely different beast here, and you guys are going to enjoy it.
All right, so this is a fresh file. We're going to be starting on Devil Hunter. The time will start when I press tutorial off. So we'll choose Vergil. Just to be sure, hold on a second. That Vergil? I do this because you have to do this every time. Yep, the settings are fine. You have to do this every time before a run, so it gets validated. This is Vergil. Choose him. Choose Devil Hunter. Choose automatic off. And choose tutorial off. So give me a countdown, please, when the time starts.
It'll be 3, 2, 1.
Devil May Cry.
Hey everybody, welcome to Devil May Cry 4 Vergil. So first things that you're gonna see here is that it has a little bit of a different start than Nero and Dante. One of the things that we have to unfortunately go through a tutorial, which is mission 1. We cannot skip it, and it's part of the run. The tutorial is pretty simple, just jump a little bit here and there, learn how to attack and all that. So I'm gonna take advantage of this time for us to provide a little bit of information of how the game is gonna work for Vergil. First of all, Vergil has a lot of different mechanics from his Devil May Cry 3 counterpart. One of them is that he has what is called a concentration bar. The concentration bar is going to reward you for playing as Vergil. So in this case, that will be avoiding attacks, being patient, not missing any swing of your sword, and that is going to reward you with a lot more of damage and a lot more of extra attacks that you're going to be unlocking depending on the level of your concentration. Now, Vergil has 3 weapons instead of what Dante usually has, that he can swap them all. Vergil has his amazing sword, the Yamato, that can cut through time and space. And he has the Beowulf, which he used to have in Devil May Cry 3. And as well, he has what it's called the Force Edge, which is a sword that he dual wields with the Yamato, and he uses it whenever he is at the end of Devil May Cry 3, and he keeps it in this case. It's a sword from his dad. He also does not use guns. He uses what it's called Mirage Swords. That's the name of Devil May Cry 4. It's Mirage Blades, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
They're called Summon Swords here. Oh.
Summon Swords, that's the word. Perfect. So right now, Vergil also starts with full Devil Trigger, which is going to be useful for us in regards of a lot of escapes and a lot of different strats in the game. Now, the end of this tutorial, as you can see, is just fighting Dante. So right now, Dave, what it's doing is just buying some red orbs for our economy later on. Now, Vergil moves a lot more interesting than Nero. One of the first upgrades that we're gonna buy, which is gonna be our bread and butter for Vergil run here, is gonna be Rapid Slash. Rapid Slash is a move that is an horizontal movement that deals damage, and we can go ahead and deal quite a bit of damage and do what is called a Judgment Cut at the very end. A Judgment Cut, what it does is that if you hold the attack button with any attack of Yamato and you release it at the specific spot, you're gonna be able to do this like slash time space that Vergil does. And we have a cool skip here, by the way, that we can only do with Rapid Slash. Unfortunately, we didn't.
Yeah, I don't have speed. I don't have speed. I forgot that if you do not have speed, I did damage. I did get damaged. So what happens in this is if you get damaged in mission 1 or mission 2, you will have a bit of a problem with the later run. It's fine. In case of Nero, you will have like 3 minutes of time loss. In case of Vergil, you will have like half a minute, something like that.
Something
but yeah,
like that. And you can always adjust to it in case that you miss
yes.
it. So the Judgment Card itself has 2 ways of doing it. The first one is you just hold the bottom. And when you hold the bottom there, basically you just go ahead and release it, and Yamato will start like shining, and it's gonna switch to like an attack that is gonna target the enemy. Now, if you release it on the perfect frames that we need, you're gonna do what is called a just Judgment Cut, which is gonna deal insane amount of damage in comparison to it. Now, like I mentioned about concentration, what is gonna happen is that blue bar that you see there, we're gonna try to keep it as full as possible all the time. First, it's gonna help us do a lot more of damage. And second is going to unlock some extra attacks for Beowulf that we're going to keep using for some distortion, as you were able to see with Dante, which I'm going to explain a little bit later when we have a good chance to show how good distortion is with Vergil. Now,
I just shown how good it is.
Oh yeah, it breaks the game, but we're going to show it with a boss later on, and you guys are going to see how that is actual power. So. The run is basically the same in regards of the maps that we want to have. Vergil doesn't have any kind of exclusive map or level or even a fight or something in this game, which is unfortunate. However, the good part about this is that since Vergil runs alone, he has all the tools that he needs to clear the game instead of having to switch between characters. So this what it does is that we keep the entire economy just for us, and we don't have to share it with anybody because Vergil is that greedy. He doesn't want to share. He wants all the power here.
You know what's funny about this game? Special editions actually fully anachronistic and are not canon, because Vergil shows up here, and you're gonna see this is 5, by the way. Vergil shows up here, gives what people deserve, right? Gives the demons the old punch and everything, and does not conceive Nero at all. He doesn't. He just moves on with his life. Spoilers to DMC5, Vergil is Nero's dad. Not in this case, and not in DMC5. Nero just does not appear in DMC5's campaign as Vergil. Fun fact.
Yeah, we basically do not have any of Nero's mention in this part.
Yeah.
Right now, what we're going to do is that we're going to make our first purchase. We're going to buy 2 purple orbs and 1 devil star for a refill. And we're going to go into the first fight, which is Burial. Burial is basically the same kind of a strat as Nero. We're going to hit it a couple times. Oh, no, we got hit there. It's fine. We just need to build a concentration again. And what we're going to do is that we're going to Judgment Cut in his face a couple of times for him to get stunned and drop. When he gets a stun and drop, what we're going to do is that we're going to get close to it and hit with Beowulf charge 3. Oof, we whiz. It's fine. We have another shot here. What Dave was trying to do there was basically trying to do a distortion punch with a 3rd charge Beowulf. What distortion is, for everybody that wasn't here on the first run of Devil May Cry 4, is that there is, whenever Dante and Vergil transform into Devil Trigger in their devil form, the models overlap on a specific frame. So whenever you just, that was an easy fight. Good stuff there. So whenever they overlap.
Oh, sorry, go on.
That's it. Whenever we overlap the two models, and if we hit in a specific, let me rephrase that to make it easier to understand. Whenever we have full charge concentration, we get a level 3 punch for Beowulf. So that's a ton of damage right there. Second, we have our Devil Trigger transformation, which is a lot of damage there. And we also have our regular Vergil regular state, which is even more damage. So when we combine all those three, we delete bosses from the game. And that's going to be our main way of dealing with bosses in the entire of the run until later on.
So yeah, because I took damage in both Mission 1 and Mission 2, I have to go for a backup strat and buy Lunar Phase 2 on this... Hello, Vergil. This is what I call DMC4 Special Edition. Sometimes the camera in this game is wonky. That's okay. But yeah, I have to buy Lunar Phase 2 on this mission and then sell it on the next mission to buy Swords 2 and 3. But you're going to see distortion in a bit, and Ignat basically...
You're going to have a lot of chances for that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Now, something that they changed a lot from Vergil 3 to 4 is that since Nero has the snatch ability to grab an orbs and all that, they have to figure out a way for Vergil to be able to do that as well. Now, before that, this is a really cool strat. What we're going to do there is that we're going to get the Frost, and what Dave is going to do is that he's going to parry one of those attacks with a Devil Trigger transformation. And that will give him enough concentration to hit the enemies, because you charge concentration faster with Devil Trigger on. And he was able to take them. We got a little bit of damage there, but it's fine. We don't have to worry that much about no damage in this mission.
Yes, it's fine because we are going to do some damage boosting a bit later.
Yeah. So this one is not required to have it on, what's this called? On no damage, sorry. So as I was mentioning here with the changes that Vergil has, is that since they have to figure out a way, they need to create a way for Trick, which is Vergil's style bottom, for it to be able to reach. So now what it does is that it throws a dagger at enemies, and the dagger stays there for a while. And what happens is that Vergil will trick to that specific dagger anytime that all the time, as long as we continue having it there. It's going to disappear after a while, but unfortunately, that causes for Trick to be really bad when you compare it to the Trick of Devil May Cry 3. Okay, that was a nice damage boost that we have there. So we also have the skip that Nero had there. We had to take a little bit of a hit, but it's fast.
There is another version found by, I believe, Mecharazium back in the day, but that version requires you to use DT, and this one does not. We have found like 5 different setups over the course of developing this run that you can do damage boosting here to get to the platform, and we use DT now to just move along. So basically what happens, if you don't know, if you have not played Devil May Cry before, DT is Devil Trigger. It's a thing that every magical guy in this land has. And in Vergil's case, DT with Rapid Slash, so you see my Rapid Slash like that? DT with Rapid Slash actually is twice faster than just running. So as you can see, I'm running pretty slow, but by using DT here, I do not lose as much.
Also, what happens with Devil Trigger and the Rapid Slash movement, it's basically that it removes the limit that we had for the Rapid Slash. Usually you can do 1 when you're in human form, but if you have Devil Trigger on, you can basically do a lot of chains on that, and we're going to use that quite a bit for really fast movement whenever we have like a straight line to go through. So now we get a little bit of clearing here. Unfortunately for Vergil, combat doesn't change that much aside from rapid slashing into judgment cuts, which is the most optimal way of dealing with enemy waves and whenever we have to deal with a lot of horizontal movements. Now, something really interesting about the Judgment Cut is that it goes and creates like a little bit of an AoE effect, like in a sphere. So if there are several enemies really close by, it's gonna hit them all. So that's pretty cool as well. Something that we can take advantage, and we have to consider a lot of positioning with the enemies whenever we want to go with those.
I'm gonna show that right now, hopefully. See? Yep. Oh, no, he blew away.
It happens,
if he plays away, it happens.
Now, something as well that we can take advantage of with Vergil is that Vergil is what can be considered like a snowball character. So once we get the momentum with the concentration, we want to keep it as high as possible all the time and avoid missing attacks, because the more that we deal damage, the more that we can have concentration up and the more that we're effective dealing even more damage. So there will be moments where we have to just wait for it to charge, because it's faster to wait and charge the concentration and then killing the enemies that just go and kill the enemies. If you go with no concentration, combat with Vergil is actually pretty slow. So that is something that we have to take in account as well. And the other part about it is that whenever we get hit, we lose our entire concentration. So if that happens, and you're going to see that if unfortunately might happen, I don't know, we have seen a little bit of it. Vergil is going to just stand there looking at the enemies menacingly, waiting for concentration to charge again, which is going to be a little bit of time loss. Not the end of the world, but of course, it's not ideal to have it.
Yeah,
So
there's
that's
also
when it loses
there's also
all the
some
momentum.
parts. Oh, sorry.
No, go
Sorry
ahead.
for interrupting you. There's also some parts where you want to stand in one place looking menacingly, because I'll show it later in the run, because you don't want to go into certain boss fights without concentration. So yeah, while we have this downtime, we can probably tease what's going to be happening in the run. We have these gyro blades. You've seen them in the Nero Dante run. It is important here to kill this guy with hands, because you would need Devil Trigger later. But otherwise, you clean the whole room with gyro blades. Then you just go over here, mess that up. You hit this for a bit, like that, and then you, woo, it goes, and it broke everything.
The reason why we use that gyro right there, in case that you missed it on the Nero Dante run, is that we break the coffin that is in the middle of the room, for us to just avoid doing it later on. We're already here, so let's take advantage of that time and use it. Why not? It makes
Yeah,
it
and by the
faster.
way, this movement setup was found by Igna himself, the guy who is commentating right now. The movement setup that basically brings Vergil closer to gyro blades.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. Basically, what you do is that you just rapid slash and make a small adjustment, and you're always gonna end up next to the specific gyro that you need. And since you hit it once with a Yamato, it's gonna be activated already. So when you're getting the animation of Vergil standing up and putting his sword back, just hitting his sword, what is gonna happen is that the gyro will be already ready for you to use it, so you can just hit it and start moving it. Now, something that you'll notice is that Vergil is a lot faster than Nero at this point. So usually, at the very beginning, Nero beats Mission 2 about 1 or 2 minutes faster than Vergil. But after that, Vergil just like overtakes his speed, and we end up just outpacing them really, really fast.
It's also because of... Oh, hello. Didn't mean that to happen, but it's fine. It is also because with gyro blades especially, Vergil doesn't have to, hit them 10 times, exceed them, do everything like that. He just shoots it a couple of times. This did not mean to happen. Okay, I'll probably just shut up for the rest of the run because I'm choking at this point.
Don't
it is
worry.
my
You're doing
first,
great. Don't
first
worry about it.
ever. No. Okay. It is
Yeah,
my first ever marathon appearance, so thank you, GDQ, for having me. I will try my best. I am sorry this happens.
Don't worry. Just be careful with those fireballs, because as you can see, guys, they deal a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what we're trying to do here is just same as Nero, same puzzle. We just go ahead and gather the gyros to open the way to the boss. In this case, it's gonna continue being the frog. And the frog is a lot easier with us because we don't have any cutscenes. Vergil automatically removes all cutscenes except the first and last one, which we already skipped. And of course, any kind of transition of stages and all that, we're gonna still have those, but any kind of a cutscene from story, we remove it. So whenever that happens, our frog usually just jumps and then has a cutscene and then has an RNG movement with Nero and Dante. With Vergil, we always have the same setup. So what David is going to do if we get the proper setup here with no issues is that we're going to hit the antennas that they kind of look like ladies, and that is going to deal some damage to the frog, and then the frog will always jump in the same way. So we're going to dodge that move, and we're going to spin with Lunar Face in its face, and then we're going to kill it with a Distortion Punch when it gets stunned. So hopefully that happens, and we do not get any kind of issue here. So we good dodge, we spin, we continue spinning, he gets a stun, and we charge 1, 2, 3, and that's the boss. Blake, and you missed it.
Yeah, these ladies, by the way, they're called Rusalkas. They're actually from Slavic mythology. I'm from Ukraine. It is very much a popular trend. So Rusalkas are those kind of creatures that dwell in the water and probably are akin to drowners in something like The Witcher. And they basically bait people into dying a horrible death. Right, right now we are dying a horrible death because I forgot what to buy. Don't worry, I have a list over here. So we get this, and we don't get the other one. Cool, we got everything.
Yeah.
We're good.
Good stuff. Good preparation. Having some notes there. What to
Yeah,
buy? I have to do that for Devil May Cry 5. There's so much to buy. For 3,
Yeah,
I already know it because
I
I've done it
remember.
a lot of times. But for 5,
So,
I need it.
from this point on, it doesn't matter if we take damage. It does matter for the time, for a bit, but it does not matter for Proud Soul's economy whatsoever. So this run is actually, on the basis level, on the level of learning it, is way simpler than Nero and Dante level. From my perspective, from my point of view of a person who started speedrunning with Dishonored and never learned that game properly, and then went to Mirror's Edge and never learned that game properly, and then went to Devil May Cry 5 and learned Vergil in like a week of watching Cosmic or something like that, and then setting up a world record on console, and then going for 4, and then going for everything. I feel like this run is actually the best for teaching new people how to speedrun, because it's actually just like 4.5 mechanics, cool movement, really cool skips that you're gonna see a bit later. Not so difficult. There's only one soft lock that happens over here, and this guy, as you can see, he goes way faster than I am, and he's a better speedrunner because he's constantly in out of bounds. I don't know how to deal with this. This just happens. We can let him have that, but no, he's not going anywhere.
If you do grounded judgment cuts, you can continue dealing enough damage to kill it out of bounds.
Fair enough.
They're faster than the animation of jump in. So you can always, whenever this happens for Nero Dante, they have to wait. Vergil can just go ahead and kill them out of bounds.
Yeah. It is funny how they can also teleport to a 0-0 point in a level, and that only happens with Vergil. But in some levels, they do fly back to you. It does take a bit of time, but in some levels, they do fly back to you. It's not a complete soft lock. This game does not have any complete soft locks.
Yeah, so fun fact with that, I have lost at least 3 world record runs because of that glitch. And from there, I had to come up with different strats to guarantee that it will never happen again and continue to kill them fast.
Yeah, so it happens in... we actually worked out with Ren recently why it actually happens. It happens when Vergil changes position while also having a dagger in... hello, Frost. While also having a dagger in the Mephisto's body. So you see these... we show trick up ability, right? To trick up to an enemy, you need to use a dagger. If that dagger is stuck in the Mephisto's body, and Mephisto does a very specific attack, the spinning one, where he goes like 300,000 degrees around you like that, then, he just gets confused if Vergil jumps. If Vergil jumps and the attack is going on and there's a dagger to Mephisto, the game calculates too quickly that Mephisto is moving, and Vergil is also moving relative to the Mephisto, and kind of soft locks the game, but it doesn't soft lock it for real. Right, we're gonna be buying blistering swords. Oh, I don't have enough for blistering swords. Well, that's fine. That's mighty fine. We will buy them later. It's no worries. We don't need them in this mission anyway. I just used to buy them here.
Yep. It is
So-
ideal for the fish if you have
Yeah.
a quick fish setup. But if not, you can just try to judgment cut them as they go up. So this is actually a fight that can be done really, really easily with blistering swords. However, if you by any chance do not have them because of any kind of economy issue, or maybe if you forgot to buy them because unfortunately that happens sometimes, you can just fight them with rapid slashes and a little bit of judgment cuts. Ideally, they stay like together, which is the best case scenario here. Sometimes they just start spinning around and all that. But in this case, they didn't, so we were able to save them, to deal with them even without the blistering swords.
Yeah, so the next thing that the game throws at you is a cube. If you have seen the run for Nero, Dante, it is the same cube pattern, nothing changes. So the cube always has the same pattern, and we have worked out a combination of things that you need to hit on that cube. So it will go 1, 4, 2, 6. We hit the 6. Then we'll hit 3 more 6s, and we're done. It is actually funny how in NG Plus I have found out that one of the things that you want for a perfect window fight that is coming right up next is hit one of the red dots right here. Why? Because it will give you Devil Trigger that you will need to, kill the window. You'll see the window right in one moment. It is, as Cosmic says, in the best action game of all time, there's this worst boss of action games of all time. Or best one, I don't know. Cosmic changes opinions. So, welcome to the window. Hello.
Okay, so the way that this room is supposed to work is that we go ahead and try to stick a sword into the window, and then we start doing lunar facing it from the side. It has to be from the side. Whenever that happens, the hitbox of the sword behaves kind of weird, and what it's gonna do is that it's gonna stick and on-stick several times into the window, and that is the way that it deals the biggest amount of damage to it. And what we do is that we have a setup that is exclusive to Vergil that we can use to do that. However, it is a one-shot only. If we miss it by any chance, we have to actually fight the window on the regular way. In this case, unfortunately, we were not able to get it, so we're gonna go with the regular way, fighting a little bit of the swords here, and dealing as much damage as we can with the lunar phase and a little bit of judgment cuts. Right now, the easiest way to kill the window is if we target Agnus, which is on the other side, and we just start lunar facing on it and using blistering swords on it. That's the second fastest way of dealing with the window in case that we mess it up. In this case, we got
I didn't die.
it, so we're moving to the next part of the mission.
Yeah, actually, the fastest way if you messed up is not with judgment cuts, but yeah, with either you target Agnus and do lunar phase on him, or you just try to stick the swords. The swords are random; they give random damage, but if you manage to do the one-shot combo, you got it. I am kind of bad at it because my controller is driven by too many Melty Blood fights and too many hours of fishing in Red Dead Redemption. The stick is going insane. By the way, Igna, have you played any fighting games? Because I know you're a Hearthstone pro.
Was a Hearthstone pro. That was a long time ago. I already retired. I retired from Hearthstone to do speedrunning, and now I do a little bit of fighting games on the side. I play some King of Fighters. I'm not that good at it, and I play a lot of Guilty Gear.
Hey. I've never played any of those, but I do know. Oh, I don't have blistering sword. My brain.
Yeah, it's fine. You can buy it later on. It's
Yeah. I was
not vital, but it's good to have.
You can notice that I was like, how is this not working? How is this not working? I was mashing the sword button. It's okay. We have a buy on Echidna pretty soon. So I'll buy blistering swords and heavy rain swords at the same time. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, King of Fighters. Never played. I do play Melty Blood. Actress again, current code. That is gonna be brung up into the run a bit later. Probably at the end. And I play some Strive. Like on the side.
Yeah, Strive is fun.
I
That's
don't
my
really
favorite
like
right
Strive. Yeah. I don't really like Strive, but the music in Strive and the character design in Strive is phenomenal.
This is pretty good. Okay, so back to the run itself. Right now we're basically done with the mission. As you can see, there was just fighting a little bit of waves. Not that big of a deal. Now we skip the rest of the enemies. And what we're going to do here is that we're going to do a little bit more of rapid slash. However, there's a little treat for everybody if you're watching at home. Something really interesting about this game is that, as you can see, the cameras are still set up on specific angles. And they just follow a path and they do not follow the character models. So if we go with rapid slash and we go so fast that the camera just cannot keep up to us and we just finish the mission. Simple.
So if any of you skipped the Nero Dante run, there's going to be another trick to this little mission.
So what we want to do here is that we want to turn turbo off. Why are we going to do this if we want to make the game go a little bit slower? If you miss, as Devil was mentioning, the run for Nero and Dante, we're going to do a skip that requires us to go a little bit out of bounds. Now, this is only available in PC. We do not have a way to do it on console because console requires 60%, 60 FPS.
This is wrong. I have run this game on console for about a year and a half. So Vergil actually runs on 60 FPS. He's locked 60 FPS. I also forgot to pick up a holy water in mission 5, but that's fine. We don't really need it. Anyway, Vergil is better running on 60 FPS. I run this game right now on 60 FPS. You can do this skip that is about to come on console. However, you cannot do the Nero one on console with as much consistency because that one requires 120 FPS. So yeah, this skip is that is coming up is not exclusive to PC. It is. Oh, this is not the skip, by the way. This is just me practicing roulettes. Why am I practicing roulettes right now? You'll see.
It is a little bit of a skip because we have to go through the staircase and all that, but we're not going to do it because we can do that faster. But still, it is a little bit of precise positioning because if not, we're just going to bump our head.
Yeah. So if this looked like a lot of roulette practice, it's fine. You'll see in a moment. So. Hello, video game? Right. So that happened. That has never happened before in my life.
Okay. So what happens there is that we were trying to do the same skip that Nero was doing, which is something that Vergil can also do. However, Vergil only has one shot at it because it requires Devil Trigger to do it. In this case, whenever we get a little bit out of bounds, most of the models lose their collisions. And whenever that happens, if you get too high, you just go through the little mountain there. And unfortunately, this is what happened here. We'd made a little bit of a skip of a platforming there as a backup. We have to go through that long route here. However, it's probably going to help us out with our economy because we're going to get a little bit more fights that we usually skip. But of course, it's not 100% ideal. The ideal here is to hit the skip and get into the boss fight right away. But in this case, we're going to have a little bit more combat. It's no problem there.
Without turbo, so
yes.
I will just spam lunar phase here.
It is a little bit better to go without turbo. Like the timing of the judgment cuts is a lot harder because we're already used to the regular timing of turbo on. So it is pretty usual to avoid combat in this mission overall because we just go with lunar phase at the very beginning and we have the skip. So we are basically having a struggle with judgment cuts, and a lot of runners happen, and that happens to me as well a lot. When I don't have turbo, I don't even try to go for judgment cuts because I know I'm gonna miss them. So the preferred combat method that we have for this specific mission is a combination of lunar phase and blistering swords when needed.
There's one more enemy somewhere hidden here. You know why? You know why it's better to learn this skip than fail it on the marathon? Because this section here has like 5 of these hidden parasites that are just chilling there. They're
They're
not
a little
combat
bit
effective.
unfortunately.
Yeah, but that thing that just happened, that never happened to me before, I swear. It's not that I have never failed that skip, I'm not saying that, but that specific thing where you fly through a window of a texture and then, oh, I forgot how painful this is. So yeah, on console, I used to just do the backup thing that we just did, and I forgot how you have to do the gyro blade and everything, but this also showcases the run better because it showcases how there's an awesome skip that you can do. There's also an awesome skip that you cannot do. Well, you can do, but it's way more difficult. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Igna, please back me up on this.
Yeah, don't worry. So right now we're a little bit of kind of a setup section here. We have to run for a kid now. We already saw her.
This is where you end up.
This is where we were supposed to land after doing the escape. So let's assume that the little part didn't happen and we landed the escape. Good stuff. It's fine. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to make a little bit of purchase. That is going to buy another orb for purple devil trigger. So that's going to refill us for the fight. And we're going to buy the missing skills that we had, which in this case will be blistering swords. Yep. And then we can go into the boss fight. Now, the boss fight is going to be Echidna. The strat for Vergil is Echidna. It's a little bit different. We're going to go lunar phase with some blistering swords in the middle for us to deal enough damage for her to go into the kind of like flower phase. And we're going to continue spinning on her face with a washing machine, as we like to call her, and until she gets stunned, which is a specific amount of health.
This is fine, by the way, if she hits me.
We are trying to go for a concentration punch here with the distortion, I'm sorry. However, in this case, since we got hit, we needed to refill it, which is usually not ideal because we're going to miss it. Still, we can always go with the spins on the face, and we can throw more blistering swords to make the kill on the boss. It's a lot faster than Nero. Now, the ideal way is that with a distortion punch, we kill it. However, Vergil has a little bit of a problem sometimes that if you're not taking into account the amount of damage that you make, you might skip the phase that she goes like into a flower. For me personally, unfortunately, I never keep track of the damage that I make in this fight, so I just decided to take the fact that I'm going to have to spin on her and throw the blistering swords as an ideal method, and I started working on that. So if you see any of my runs from this game, I just go right away and spin on it instead of going for the kill with a distortion punch, because I always miss the window, unfortunately. That is a cool and bad part of Vergil. You deal so much damage that sometimes you miss some windows.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we have turbo on.
Yeah, we're back to turbo. We did try a couple of cycles for Echidna specifically that, you know, maybe save some time and maybe are riskier, but they do not go well with the Echidna being as random as she is. And yeah, you sometimes just over-damage her and she goes, "Ooh, I'm flying!" Or, "Ooh, yeah, I'm a flower now." Unfortunate.
Now, something that we didn't mention that you might have seen there is that you can see that Dave is doing a little bit of a bunny hop when he's close to enemies. But you do not lose concentration if you are jumping close to enemies. So sometimes whenever we have to ignore some enemies and we want to save our concentration level as high as possible, we do a little bit of bunny hopping until we get out of the area that the enemies are like impacting the concentration. So after that, we can go back to running. So that is what I mentioned. That has to do with what I mentioned at the very beginning, that we go ahead and have specific spots where we have to stay, or some spots that we have to walk towards enemies and all that. And that requires us to have precise movement and precise understanding of when and how to use the concentration. It's not as difficult as it sounds, but it does require a little bit of practice and, of course, understanding of the game itself and the run. Now, we have the puzzle, same as Nero and Dante were doing. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a regular puzzle. We just go the same way. It doesn't change your characters. It doesn't change anything. We just go through it. And now we have to fight Credo.
Yeah.
Credo's fight is really different with Vergil.
As you can see, as Igna just said, there's some bunny hopping here. Shout out to the Half-Life community. Shout out to Swords Runs. They're good people. They taught me how to bunny hop, and then I completely forgot how to do it. But yeah, anyway, here's Credo. Oh. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
I forgot.
You'll have to fight him manually then. Okay.
It's fine.
So the threat for Credo is that Vergil has a unique ability to him that is called Heavy Rain Swords. Heavy Rain Swords, what it does is that if you consume one stock of Devil Trigger, which by the way, if you haven't noticed, we do not use Devil Trigger for combat. We only use it for some movement and distortions, so we can dispose of the stocks that we have for Devil Trigger as we need. So by consuming one of those stocks, we throw some swords from the air into the enemies. And what that happens is that holds them in place for a specific amount of time that is enough for us to be able to charge the distortion punch. So we're gonna see that in the next couple bosses. Ideally, we had it equipped for this one. Unfortunately, we didn't have it at this point. So
I wouldn't have economy for that, actually.
it's one of the most expensive moves, by the way.
Yep.
So in this case, what we have to do is just fight him a little bit in a more normal way. The fight is usually a lot faster if you're able to stop him and just distortion punch him twice. But it's still a really cool fight. It's my favorite fight in the entire run.
It's probably my favorite fight in the whole series, to be honest. And I've played through all of them apart from one. I've played two.
My favorite is Agni and Rudra from 3, but for this specific game and run, my favorite is Credo because it's the most unique one. The rest of them is, unfortunately, you do it at least 3 times, and then we just have the puzzles and all that, unfortunately. Yeah, Dave is mentioning. You want me to tag in?
We are going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So, unfortunately, it looks like our runner, Dave, has lost power and will not be able to finish the run. However, fortunately, Igna does run this game and is actually going to be able to pick up around the same time that Dave was at. So, Igna will be able to finish the run. So, I will hand it over to Igna and you can, continue with the run.
Good stuff. So we're really sorry about that, guys. Unfortunately, Dave was not able to complete the run due to power, so he's playing here. Luckily, I know the run quite well, and I had a practice file that I use for second half missions, like in this case, and I can start at mission 8, which was the one that he was finishing. So we can definitely take over from there. So we're gonna get into this in 3, 2, 1. Devil May Cry. So we're gonna do the same mission with Credo once again. In this case, we're gonna go ahead and do basically what they was doing, and I'm gonna go explain a little bit for everybody that was missing it. First things that we do here is that we go ahead and we charge the concentration in this specific fight. As you can see, the blue bar. Yep. Oh gosh. Sorry about that. I had it set up for my next run. One quick second, people. Devil May Cry 4. There you go. I'm sorry about that, guys. So, we Gucci now. So, what we're gonna hear is a little jump here. Easy stuff. And we continue. Now, we're gonna have some riots here. Let me just get the timing real quick, because I'm used to the Devil May Cry 5 timing. And I'll get you guys running real good with this Judgment Cut. There you go. Easy. The timing is a little bit different from Devil May Cry 5, so since I've been practicing that for my run later on, I needed to just get a little bit on it, but that's fine. Alright. So what we're gonna do here is just the same puzzle as they was doing, taking advantage of our speed. I don't care that much about the damage right now that I receive, because honestly I already have all the economy that I need at the moment. We're gonna move around these enemies and avoid them, and go through the puzzles that we had before. We go through the shadows, we just avoid them, and we go through the specific pattern that we require, which is always the same. Front, right, left. Now, as I was explaining before, just to give a little introduction while I finish this mission, basically, I've been running this game for a while, almost like a year and something. I was a big contender to world record for this one. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it at the moment, and I decided to move forward to different games. And I held I need to buy... One second here, some sorts. Everybody. Do I have for Devil Trigger? No Devil Trigger. Okay, it's so expensive. It's fine. I moved to Legendary Dark Knight, which is my favorite category for the game, and I held the record for about a year. And then I moved to Devil May Cry 5 and further games. So that's a little bit of my story with Vergil. I enjoy this a lot. It's one of my favorite characters. So let's see if we can do the proper Credo fight here now that we have the skills that we need. We avoid, trick, hit. 1, 2, punch. Now we wait for him to try to hit us again. Hopefully he just does a combo. Trick to it, hit it, heavy rain, switch weapons. 1, 2, punch. Sometimes I miss it, unfortunately. So we're gonna finish in with some spins. Is that? We down because we're so cool. We get the Aegis shield, and we're back to where Dave unfortunately had to finish his run. Let me see how the economy is doing. So, yep, we can definitely go ahead and buy the Nexus skill. The Nexus skill that we need is Trigger Heart, which is going to make our Devil Trigger last a little bit longer, and we're going to be able to charge it a lot faster. So it's going to make our distortion punches a lot easier to do. Now I want to try a skip here. If we don't get it, it's fine. The timing is hard. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. So we have to fight the Angelos here. Now, the Angelos are not that big of a problem for Vergil, as we can just rapid slash into them. We don't even have to wait for the ball. Unfortunately, they're hitting me pretty hard. We didn't hit the ball. Oh, we did it. Nice. AC. That's the ball that we were looking for, in case that we mess it up. So right now, we're just gonna do a little bit of activation here for a little door. Oops, sorry, I have my mindset for Devil May Cry 5. The order of switch weapons is different here. It's left bow, right sword. Okay. So when I get here, more enemies. Last ones. There you go. I'm gonna pick up the orbs and we're gonna activate the Key of Chronos, which is gonna give us time-stopping powers, more JoJo references con Sawardo. So we're gonna activate here the switch, and I'm gonna try a skip that is the same as Nero did, but it's a little bit different for Vergil. I messed it up. I'm gonna try it again. If not, I'll have to go for the backup. Nope, let's go for the backup. Well, I can try it one more time. Okay, I got a half of the skip. So we just do the wall climb here. There you go. Ideally, we are going to end up here when the skip is properly made. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do the exact way of it. And we're going to try to skip the frost fight that Nero did with a skip that is pretty similar. We did it. Perfect. So that is a skip that is exclusive to Vergil. And we skip an entire fight, and we just have to fight these guys that I never recall the name. Okay, I already got the timing back in. Good stuff. This is riding a bicycle, chat. Okay, so we're gonna fight Agnus. The fight with Agnus is interesting. We are basically gonna run into the fight right away and rapid slash it at the very beginning. That is gonna help us avoid the damage that he's gonna try to deal to us and try to get him into an stunned state. Unfortunately, he hit me there, which is fine. So what we do there is that we're gonna use the washing machine with some blistering swords on the side. Charge concentration up. Fun fact is that we can actually go on an infinite here. You can see the washing machine power here, and he's done. There you go, AC clap. We have to pick up all the orbs in this mission, unfortunately. So if by any chance there's an orb like somewhere there in the room, and we do not see it, the mission is not gonna end until we pick it up. So we have to be careful for that one. Mission 10. Mission 10 has a really nice skip. Honestly, I haven't practiced that much, so hopefully we hit it in the first try. If not, we're good. We just have to make one extra fight. Don't worry about it. Now, the mission is pretty simple. We have to do a fight with some Mephistos and a Faust. The Faust is the big one in the middle. Now, usually we wait for concentration to happen here. However, since these guys tend to go out of bounds, we do not have the freedom to do that. Now I'm gonna do some cancels here with perfect judgment cuts. That is one of the coolest things that you can do in this game. You can do them to fight the Mephistos as well, instead of only the big one, but the Mephistos tend to glitch out, as we were mentioning at the beginning, so it is best to avoid it. So we can only do it with the big boys. But I was glad that I was able to show it off without any practice for a while. Okay. So right now, we're just gonna use more JoJo references. And we're just gonna skip this fight because we don't care about those guys. Okay, the order is good. So that's a little bit of a hop there that we can with the Starfall. And we go into the lasers. Lasers, unfortunately, are not as cool as how Dante is able to use them, because Dante can use Trickster to go through them. Basically, with Vergil, we jump. Now, I'm going to try to do a skip here. Let me concentrate for a second. Perfect. First try. Easy.
Nice.
Thanks a lot. That's the skip that I was scared about. Basically what it does is that we skip going down and having an enemy fight here, and we get this little item that is the wing talisman. But the game thinks that we already have it because we're in this room, so we get it for it. We get it. Now, we have this Angelus here, but they forgot to drink water, and we're gonna give them some, and unfortunately it was too much and they died. So chat, please remember to take water, to drink some water. And now we fight Dante from the Shin Megami Tensei series. Now, Dante here, we can go on an infinite and stun lock him with the washing machine. He doesn't like it, but his clothes really need a cleaning here. There you go, Dante's dead. He wasn't motivated enough. We're the cooler, brother. That fight could have been a little bit cleaner, but we were able to stun lock him, which is what I needed at the moment. Now, Mission 11. Mission 11 has a little bit of a skip that is kind of similar to the one that Nero does. It's just that we do it a little bit different here. Let me see if I can get the timing. There you go. Oops, I didn't have to DT there. We skip a fight. It's not a big of a deal, but of course, skipping fights is always good. Now, this door that we have here is always open for Vergil because Vergil has no way to snatch enemies. It is usually closed for Nero. Now, we're gonna do a little bit of platforming here. It's actually pretty simple. Now, I'm gonna show you guys Trevor. This is Trevor. Trevor, say hello. Trevor is kind of annoying because he always likes to be a little bit of on the hater part versus speedruns. And Trevor was nice. By the way, his name is not canonically Trevor. I always change the name every time that I run this game. I felt like going Trevor today. The thing with Trevor is that sometimes he likes to follow you, and if he does, like, you trick to him and you cannot climb. Luckily today he was... Whoops! Okay, I'll just walk. I was supposed to rapid slash jump there. It's fine. Just jump here and I'll bunny hop in here and we're into the boss. The old man. We judgment cutting a couple times. Trick to him. Walk to him menacingly. 1, 2... punch. Okay. This skips the into the second phase, I'm sorry. So we're gonna do the same again. We move to him. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Punch. He's dead. And we spin him because we can, and he has a very long dead animation. Easy. We got no damage, so that's really good because I have 5,500 Proud Souls, which is the exact amount that I need to make one of the last purchases. And that purchase is gonna be Judgment Cut End. Oh gosh, I missed it by 3? No, by 4 actually. Okay, let's go for the backup. Whenever that happens, we just refound a Stinger 2, and we get it. Sorry about that, guys. 4 Proud Souls. Geesh. It's fine. Now, what we're gonna do here is charge and concentration in the beginning of this room. Backflips into the door. And we're gonna see Judgment Cut, and here I'm gonna get some DT. Judgment Cut In is an AoE attack exclusive to Vergil. It deals a ton of damage and is designed to clear rooms. However, our positioning has to be really precise because the way that it works is that it creates like a cone in front of Vergil, and anything that is outside of that cone is not affected by it. So we have to be really careful. What happened there? Oh my god, the camera switch. It's fine. This is unfortunately something that happens from time to time on this room. If the camera switches, it's really hard to adjust it. But that means that we have to do a little bit of an extra fight. We don't care about it that much. We can just use it to get a little bit of improvement in our economy. As well, our concentration is at max, so this fight shouldn't take that long. You can see rapid slash into judgment cuts. Easy. Ideally, we skip this. However, the camera is weird sometimes, and I get lost. It is a lot easier if you're running on a keyboard because we just do the same input regardless of how the camera is looking at. But for these ones, it's a little bit tricky for Vergil. Now, good thing that I have extra Devil Trigger because that means that I can decloak these guys with the Blistering Sword and just kill them as fast as possible. Easy, there you go. The ideal way of killing them, as I was mentioning, is with some Judgment Cut cancels with Trick Ups in the air. However, they can glitch out, so the most efficient way next to that one is doing it like that, with a Blistering Sword. Oh gosh, there goes my no damage. That's fine. With a Blistering Sword into a couple of Judgment Cuts. Now, something funny about the a little combo there because I wasn't able to do the input properly. Something that is cool about concentration is that if you get environmental damage outside of battle, you do not lose it at all. I have an extra Devil Star, by the way, so I can do something cool here. Oh, he's still alive. Can you not shield? Thank you. Oh my gosh. He's dead anyways. The bad part about this is that unfortunately those guys have a shield, and when they put the shield up, they can just break the shield and do not receive any damage from the Judgment Cut. And I'm gonna use the extra Devil Star that I have here to just continue dashing. There you go. Okay, mission 13. Mission 13 is going back to the forest. Now, Echidna has changed it a little bit, and the way of the forest is basically the same as we had with Dante. However, we do have a little bit of different movement and a little bit of changes on the battles, of course. So, first thing that you'll see is that we do not drop since we have a dive kick here, and that leaves us in front of the transition part, and we're going to use this to charge concentration. Oops, wrong weapon. It's fine. Now we're gonna fight the Chimeras here. We're gonna hit the first one with some Blistering Swords and start Judgment Cutting here. Now the problem with this, as you can see, is that unfortunately the Chimeras sometimes tend to continue attacking while they're down, which is really bad for a character that moves in a horizontal way. If we get hit, we lost the concentration, but it's fine. We're expected to lose soon, so we don't mind about it that much. Charge concentration real quick. Oh, I got sniped. It's fine. Concentration here. He's too far away to charge it. It's fine. We trick to it. We do the backup strats here. Should be enough. Yep. Okay, we're Gucci. There was a DT thing here, if I'm not mistaken. No, it wasn't the other mission. Okay. Now, this one, we just have to Rapid Slash here, Starfall, Rapid Slash, easy room. Now, as I was mentioning, I don't care about that much concentration on this specific mission, mainly because of the fact that we're going to lose it all in this coming up room. Of course, having a no damage is ideal, but if we don't have it, it's fine. Now, we're about to go into the next boss, which is the Echidna again. But now we have Heavy Rain Swords, so it's going to make life a lot easier. as I was mentioning before, heavy rain swords, what it does is that it makes like a rain of swords. They're heavy, by the way. And that just paralyzes enemies where they're standing, and that makes life a lot easier for distortion punching them. So when a spinning, not enough, okay. I dealt too much damage. Okay, Kawabonga it is. Which is that? There you go. So that's how you kill a Kizna in case that you are dealing too much damage and skip a phase. Unfortunately. It's fine. We can always go full Kawabong in here. We have another shot. Now, Mission 14 is the main in the community, basically because we have a new enemy that is called Faults. Faults just pop up out of nowhere and they try to eat you. And if they do, you get into a room with some enemies and then you have to restart the entire area, basically the room. Now, they do not count towards the total amount of enemies in the room, so you can kill as many Faults as you want, but their game is not gonna progress. There's one more? Oh, they died. As well, if you kill them, they're gonna respawn. However, they do not spawn in some specific areas. So we try to take advantage as Vergil to be specifically standing in a spot where we know that they're not gonna spawn. Oh gosh. Fun fact, and I hope that it doesn't happen here, sometimes whenever you get knocked back from an enemy attack, you end up landing on a fault, and it's horrible. The reason why I was mentioning that this is a meme in the community is because we have a meme going on that this is, I don't know if anybody has seen the meme where it's Batman with one of the Ninja Turtles, and he's like, hey, this is where I saw my parents die. We have this, and we say, this is where I saw my PVs die. Whoops. There you go. Easy clap. So we're almost done. So far we good. However, we're about to go into the most dangerous room. Now, the way of doing this is pretty simple. We're gonna use a combination of both blistering swords, blistering swords, judgment. God, I got caught. It's fine.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We get more Vergil. And the good part about it is that unfortunately it happened at the luckily, it happened at the very beginning. So that way we just have to kill 1 or 2 enemies once again. So that was a big classic example of what I was mentioning about them just deciding to show up when we are not expecting them. Basically what happened there is I was in the middle of the recovery animation of my rapid slash, and unfortunately I got caught. It's fine. We're done. We don't have to see them ever again. We Gucci. And we have Devil Trigger to do the cool stuff. Oops. There you go. Sorry, I was moving too fast. If you mash too fast, what is going to happen is that you end up flying a little bit. And by the way, I always like to keep chat when I'm like in a marathon event. So if you guys have any kind of question or something about the ROM, if I have a moment, I'll look into it and answer it as best as I can. Now, I have to make a purchase here. I don't know if I have enough because I took a little bit of damage. I think I might be able to buy the next move. Yes, Dragon Breaker. And we have to buy 2 Holy Waters that we're going to use for the next enemies that will be popping up. They're called the Blitz, and they're a tank. They're so tanky that the only way to kill them fast is if we use a Holy Water and then hit him with 1 or 2 shots of our gun. In this case, they're going to be swords, but you'll see. And they move really fast. They're built up of full electricity. Okay. I dodged the hit, so I get full concentration and some Devil Trigger. And then we hit him, and that's it. By the way, they have a Desperation attack where they explode. And whenever they explode, it deals a ton of damage. With this amount of health that I have, because it's a new game, and I have no upgrades, it's probably gonna kill me. So now, we're gonna go into one of my favorite rooms. Nero Dante runners hate this room, but for me, I just love it. You guys are gonna see. I'm gonna shut up and show you guys. There you go. Triple Judgment Cotton. So the way that it works, and the reason why I can do a triple, is that I proved a lot of people wrong, and I told them that I could do a triple Judgment Cut with only 6 stocks, and there you go. It is a little bit hard because unfortunately on Devil May Cry 4, Devil Trigger still it's consumed while you're in the animation of Judgment Cotton. So it is, you have to basically mash the input so hard that you get the third one. If you guys like Judgment Cotton, you guys are gonna love the one on DMC 5. However, I just want to warn you people, we only do 1 in the entire run for Devil May Cry 5. So, you better keep watching for it. I want to announce when it's gonna happen, so don't worry. I have to get closer to it. Easy. Now, something that I'm building up to is my total amount of red orbs. I don't have to buy any more skills in the entirety of the run. However, I have to make 1 more purchase, which is going to be another Holy Water by the beginning of Mission 19. Now, this room that we have here is going to be some Frosts, and we're just going to Judgment Cotton. I got hit, doesn't matter, because if I get hit while in an animation of a Judgment Cotton, my concentration is not impacted here. Now let's check that all 3 got there. All 3 die, easy. Oh! There you go. Now we're gonna do a little bit of a skip here. Easy. And we go into another room where we need to fight a couple of enemies and another Blaze. We have to kill 2 enemies to make the Blaze spawn, and we're gonna do the exact same strat of throwing water at it. Now he's gonna spam somewhere. Okay, we kill it. It was not close to the door, so we can take advantage of it. Sometimes he spawns like in front of the door, and that is not ideal because you have to wait until it blows up. Next boss is the frog again, and let's see if I can get a Dragon Breaker on it. Or not. Oh, he gets a stun, nice. It's fine. It's gonna be a long frog. Or not. It died. Wanna see more chances of Dragon Breaker soon. By the way, chat, let me introduce you to Larvitar. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. Okay, mission 16, it's a gas escape. Dante had a gas escape, which is really stylish. Vergil is a little bit less stylish, but it's just as effective, and it's not as complex to do. That's it, easy. So the cool part about it is that since we do not require Devil Trigger to do it, we have multiple shots at it. However, of course, it's not going to be ideal because you're going to end up losing a lot of health. Now we skip about 70% of the entirety of the level. We're gonna do a drop kick here. And we can use the launch pad for another drop kick here, just because it looks cool. We have to fight the doggos. Chat, please close your eyes if you do not want to see this. I'm sorry, chat, I'm sorry, I have to do it. I don't want to, but I have to do it, I'm sorry. You can open your eyes again. So jumpy, jumpy. We're gonna use a trick up here to skip a little bit of the stair. And I want to try to do a little sip. Hey, we got it. So what it does there is that I throw a dagger into one of the doggos that is gonna spawn like at the very end of the line there, and I just trick up to it. It is saves a little bit of time, and it looks pretty cool. It's okay, guys. No actual dogs were hurt while in the filming of this movie. Probably a couple, but we don't say that. Okay, next enemy is Vergil. This is Vergil 2. Vergil is back. He's angry, but we don't care. We're stopping in place. Charge. 1, 2. Oh my God, he did not. That is Dragon Breaker. Luckily he didn't hit me. He just kind of knocked me with the wind, and I didn't lose my concentration. Dragon Breaker is a 2-hit uppercut. So now instead of just doing one distortion punch, what we do is that we hit it twice, because distortion works when we turn on Devil Trigger and turn off Devil Trigger. So we're gonna see more of Dragon Breaker soon. By this point, I should be having about 20k red orbs. 19, yeah, we could cheap with the economy. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a fight where we have to go and build some concentration. So we're going to try to avoid these guys a little bit. There we go. We're going to get some Angelos spawning here soon. It's going to be 3 Angelos. So as soon as we get the last Angelos spawn, we go with Judgment Cotton. The gold ones require a second Judgment Cotton. And that one that survived right there, as I was mentioning, it was out of the, well, it was a cone, basically, what Vergil does here, and he was out of it, unfortunately. And to answer the question I see there, yeah, I use a gamepad. I use a PS5 controller. I cannot do this with a keyboard. I tried. I won't do it ever again.
Yeah, I cannot play games like this with a keyboard and mouse. It doesn't make sense to me how to control the character.
It's really weird. The game has so many inputs that I have no clue. However, we have a lot of runners that are really good with keyboard. And the fun part about keyboard is that you don't care about camera controls because you just do the precise inputs. It's insane. Okay, so we go over here, we kill a couple of waves. We're gonna use a holy water soon. Let's kill a couple more enemies. We get those extra spawns. We jump to remove the animation of popping out the water. They blow up. I have to be careful with that blade coming down. We get more doggos. Don't look, chat. Doggos are gone. We make a jumpy here and we get into the door. And we go to one of our last enemy waves before like a little bit of a boss rush. First is a Mephisto. This is the Mephisto that I was mentioning that has killed a lot of my world record attempts on this run. By the way, as you can see, the Mephistos can become Beyblades. We use a holy water to knock what we have left, and we get a Frost. Oh, I forgot the second hit. We're fine. We cloak him, and now we loop him. Is that 24k? We're gonna get the double trigger that we have here in the health. And we go into Agnus 2. Agnus 2 is really interesting here. We want to try to make him move back and use heavy rain source on him. Oh, I'm gonna miss it probably. No. And we're gonna use the washing machine on him with some blistering swords. We don't care about concentration at this point. We just care about dealing damage and building double trigger. Now this move is a little bit dangerous, so we have to avoid it. We trick to him, and he's dead. And we're gonna taunt, because we can. And he takes like 1,000,000 years to die. Okay, Mission 18. Mission 18 is a new boss, which is called the Savior. It's a giant statue that is kind of a puzzle. Dante has a way of dealing with it. Vergil has a completely different way of dealing with him. And this was actually optimized because we used to have a little bit of RNG involved. Now it's 100% consistent. And there's something funny about this coming up fight that I'm going to explain after we're done with it. First things that we do is that we bait him into attacking, and he's going to use his palm. We're going to jump top of it, and we're going to start climbing him. Now, we're going to go for the shoulder, and we're going to break 2 of the crystals at the same time. Shoulder and head, and he's going to make us go to the second phase. Before, we used to break 3, but we ended up discovering that it was better to do it this way. If we go for the 3, we have a really small window to hit the head, because the Savior always tries to knock us down when we break 2. So we're going to sip here. For some reason, we always trick up here. I don't know why, but we'll take it. Hello, I need to target that one. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day. Do not hit me. Thank you. Oh, there are faults here, by the way. We break that one. We go into another phase. Now we just have to use the launch pads to just avoid the giant laser. And we go into the final phase where we finally get his health bar. I'm gonna start switching weapons to Beowulf. And now we get his actual health bar. So we're gonna go into this launch pad. We're gonna go into the middle of this platform. We're gonna look at him menacingly to build our concentration. Remember, chat, menacingly, not nice, menacingly. And when he's up, we're gonna start charging a Dragon Breaker. I think I did that really too early. And there you go. That's the power of Vergil. Now, fun fact about this is that this boss has the exact same amount of health and strat for any difficulty. So you can play it on the highest difficulty, and you can still kill it in one shot with a Dragon Breaker with full concentration. Now, we buy our last holy water, and we're almost done actually with the run. And what we're gonna do here is that we're gonna do into the boss rush. The boss rush is gonna use the dice again. The combination is always gonna be 4, 6, 6, 4. The dice always starts with a 4. In this case, we have to search for a 1, and then we hit the 4. Now, since Credo is dead, canonically dead, we cannot have him again. So we're gonna have some Angelos, and we're gonna just give them some water. Dead. Easy. Next boss is Burial. Number is 6, so 2, 6. The dice always starts 4, 2, 6. So that is the combination that we always need to get. Let's see if we can get a Dragon Breaker on Burial. Look at him menacingly. Trick to it. 1. Whoops, is angry today. Okay, we got a Dragon Breaker. I messed up a little bit of the distortion because that should have killed him. But unfortunately, it happens. Now we have a 4. So we can instantly rapid slash to hit a 4, because as soon as we start the screen, the dice is always going to be in a 4. Frog jump. Frog is dead. That was a really good Frog 3. Frog 3 is usually the one that kills your run. He shows up with the Terminator soundtrack saying, hey, I heard you were gonna PV. So many rounds have died to that Frog. Now we gotta kidnap once more. So the strat is basically the same. Spin on her a couple times, making go into flower phase. However, oh. Whoops. Okay. Kina doesn't want to be nice today. So I want to try to stun her with damage. There you go. Now, something interesting about Dragon Breaker is that since we have 2 instances of uppercuts, we can do it without enough Devil Trigger to transform in the first one and transform in the middle of it. Now we hit a 6, and we have to fight Agnus. I'm not gonna even bother with heavy rain source on this guy, because honestly, whenever he shines, he just destroys them. So we just give it some space. I want to spin on him again. Almost done. Is that? I think this portal spawns here. We have double trigger. Okay, we're up to the final mission. Final boss is Sanctus again, but now it has powered up. The strat is the same as before. However, it is a little bit more annoying. So let's try to hit it and kill him really quickly. So time's coming up soon. Whenever I hit the last punch on him, I'm gonna call it, and then we can call it a day with these guys. So he's gonna charge up. Okay, we trick to it. Okay, almost done. 3, 2, 1, time. And that is Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. Vergil, by the way. As you can see, it's a pretty nice run. Fortunately, they wasn't able to finish it. Luckily, we were able to still have the showcase of the game. And as you can see, it's a pretty nice run. It has a lot of precision in regards of what it's judgment cutting and consistently hitting that window for an window of an entire hour. So after a while, it's harsh, but you can definitely hit it. Right now, this is really good. It's really fun. If you guys want to learn some Vergil, go with it. Shoutouts to Dave again. Hopefully he's doing good. I can see him in the chat, so I assume that he's doing fine. Luckily, we were able to continue the run, as I was saying. Shoutouts to the DMC community. Shoutouts to Ren as well. Ren's an amazing runner for DMC4. And basically, that will be it. If you're interested in Vergil, I'm your guy. You can hit me up. Hit us at the DMC speedrunning community. Or if you want more Vergil content, you can follow me and have fun with me. So that's basically it. Thanks a lot, everybody, for having me. You'll have more of me later with more Blue Guy. It's an insane run. You guys are going to love it. And that's basically it. Thanks a lot, everybody. And I hope to see you all soon.
And thank you so much.
Again.
Thank you so much for stepping up and completing the run. I do want to give a big shout out to Dave for the start of the run. Incredible passion with the game and did a very good job. So thank you, Dave. It was unfortunate you couldn't finish, but I was happy to have you. And thank you so much, Igna, for covering the run. We do have some more DMC coming up, so we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with the next game. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our DMC Anniversary Special, and we are here with DMC Devil May Cry. I will hand it over to the runner. And
hello, I'm JJ61 Toro. I will be running DMC Devil May Cry Definitive Edition on the Dante side with the new game any % on human difficulty. I will be joined by these two awesome people. So introduce yourselves.
Hey, I'm DE Cosmic. I'm back now. What's up?
And I'm new to the stream. I'll be here for a little bit afterwards because I'm running DMC1, but I'm currently third place on the boards behind Toro and Anemone V2. And I'm excited to see Toro run this. I think this is the first time Reboot's ever been shown at a GDQ, and I'm glad Toro's the one that's getting to do it for you all.
Okay, is everyone ready?
Yep.
The round will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so Scruff, you want to start it off?
Sure. So DMC Devil May Cry, you saw it a little bit earlier with Vergil, but Dante's campaign is the main experience. And this one is pretty interesting because what separates Reboot, I think, is the movement mechanics, the Angel and Demon Evade mechanics that you'll see come up throughout the run. Also, there's quite a bit of DT and environmental kills. So there's a lot to look forward to in this run.
Yep, so the first thing we're going to get into really here is the difference between the red and the white orbs. Red orbs are going to be used to purchase items, and the white orbs are just orbs that you get by defeating enemies. And so the more of these we acquire throughout the game by defeating more enemies, we'll use these to buy abilities. First thing Toro's going to be doing for movement is these rolls here. He's just going to jump and then roll.
Yep.
And he's going to get his guns here. So the first thing he wants to do is take out the Bathos here. There's a couple of ways he can do this. He can either, they shoot a projectile that you can deflect back at them with the sword like that. That was great.
Wow, that's perfect, yeah.
And he can also do Dante's Helmbreaker, which is the sword slam here as well. There's some pretty specific cycles on enemies, and you also want to make sure that you are keeping, like you're doing camera manipulations to affect where enemies are spawning on certain fights as well. I went underneath the map there.
Yeah, nice camera.
And here is the first skip of the game, actually. This is a little weird. You just kind of have to get up on some interesting geometry here.
Not being nice today. Oh my god.
Yeah, this one can be a little bit finicky.
Now it works.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Nice. Excellent.
Yeah, so I believe
now
this
we're
one
be on top of
skips
the map.
oh yeah, sorry. I believe this one skips the Ferris wheel fight. Basically, that one just involves you launching a bunch of enemies up into a Ferris wheel to kill them, but skipping it is way quicker, obviously.
And we're going to load in here, and with the power of the PS5, we will get a shorter load time than on other consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Get lost.
And we'll move on into this area right here. So this is going to be another, it's a Sunday for sure. This is going to be another fight where we want to make sure that we are grouping enemies together with Dante's Sword Rebellion and trying to get a high style rank as soon as possible in the fight, because S rank actually affects your stats in this game. So you actually do more damage, and I believe there's a little bit of a speed boost at S rank.
I think so.
But there's definitely a damage boost at S rank. So maintaining S ranks across fights is actually super beneficial in the run.
Yeah, this fight here is a really good example. You want to clump up enemies. I guess in that sense, it's kind of similar to the DMC 3 run that Vanhit did, where you want to ideally clear through multiple enemies at a time by using royal releases in DMC 3. Here, you want to just exploit the Rebellion's combos because they kind of suck a bunch of enemies into its hitbox.
And so Dante is now coming up on his first boss here in Limbo. It's called the Hunter. This is one of my favorite bosses in the game. And we're just going to hit him in this giant scar that's on his face. And that's going to knock him down eventually. And Toro is also going to aim to hit both his hand and the scar at the same time. And he's got the speed boost and the damage boost from the S rank. So he's going to be able to do a ton of damage here.
Yeah, I believe it's double hitting him just from where Toro's positioned.
Ooh, and he got the quick kill as well.
Nicely done. Yeah, if that doesn't happen, sometimes the Hunter will jump backwards and you can shoot it. But if that doesn't happen, then it'll activate this cutscene where he throws around, I believe it's like a Beyblade or like a saw or something, and you have to deflect it, so it wastes a lot of time. But Toro's clutch, as always, so he got it there.
So now we've got Stinger, and Stinger in this game, it goes really, really far. I mean, if you watch like the DMC 1 and DMC 3 runs, Stinger is an absolute staple of the movement in both games, and it's definitely a staple here. Fun fact, by the way, on that menuing that Toro did, you use both analog sticks to menu in this game because both of them control the menu. So if you use both analog sticks to go up and down on the menu, it's actually faster than using one. Mm-hmm. So that's why it seems like the menu is really fast.
Yeah, it's actually harder than it looks because you maneuver through the menu so quickly, you can kind of miss the option you want to go for.
Yep. All right, and again, like Scruff was talking about, getting those enemies clumped up together. This enemy right here, the Knight, this is like, that's a really weird enemy to deal with before we have this weapon that we're getting here, the Arbiter, which is an axe. And now we can take care of their shields a little easier.
I think this is the only axe weapon in the entire series, so that's one thing that makes it unique.
Correct.
Yeah, it's really good for just launching these enemies up into the air because they have shields, so you can either pull their shield and like kind of leave them in a staggered state, which we'll see later. But since we don't have that just yet, we have to kind of knock them into the air so they're a little bit vulnerable to damage.
Really nice knock up there on the two enemies as well. Toro noticed the enemies spawned in such a way that he could just do the whole fault line with the axe, knock them both up, and then kill the... he prioritized the Knight enemy there in order to kill that as quickly as possible. And we're going to get another one. Going to get this guy in the corner first. Ooh, I like the jump there, away there too.
Yeah,
the fade away.
This room's very tricky because there's three of the shield knights. I forget what the exact name's called, but they can sometimes hit you while you're trying to do these combos. So that's why it's good to just launch them in the air and then follow them into the air. So that way, if they're trying to do a move on the ground, it doesn't interrupt you.
Mm-hmm. And this level is actually sort of an introduction to like some of Dante's history, and it tutorializes a lot of the things that you're going to be using throughout the rest of the game. So the first tutorial that we're going to come up on here is the Demon Pool, and this is the Demon Pool pulls objects and enemies to Dante, and this is one of like the many platforming tools that we'll use as well. There's going to be a little skip there on the platforming and stuff, and so the game just kind of wants you to like, it introduces you to these mechanics one at a time, just to make sure that you understand, all of them by the time you actually head out of the level. And it also introduces you to Dante's father and mother, Sparta and Eva. And you actually get the weapons in this level from the portraits of both of them.
Yeah, I love the demon pull because it works in multiple ways. It helps with combat, but it also helps with movement, since there's many instances you'll see Toro pulling himself towards enemies. So it's one of those weapons where it has multiple benefits that kind of make it stand out from other games in the series.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, especially because, like, for Nero's pull, for example, And when we get to the next tutorial, you'll notice this, that you can actually decide when you want to pull an enemy to you or when you want to pull yourself to an enemy. And Nero in 4 and 5, that's mostly like context-based, you know, on the size of the enemy. But in this game, you get to mostly choose on your own, which I think is really cool. And so this is the environmental kills that you were talking about as well, Scruff, here.
Yeah, here you'll get to see Toro pull a couple of enemies off of the ledge, and they'll just fall to their deaths. It's actually a pretty efficient way to kill a lot of enemies in this game, because otherwise you'd have to do your whole rebellion combos. But it works in two ways, because it kills the enemies and it also allows you to move somewhere else onto the map instead of just standing in place and killing an enemy.
I think this is the only game in the series that has environmental kills as well, like that, where you just drop them into a pit.
Yeah, I think that's right. Sounds right, anyways.
We're going to pretend it's right for the next hour and 10 minutes. All right, so here we got the Osiris Scythe from the Portrait of Eva. This weapon actually went down a little bit in utility for the run because of the release of Definitive Edition. This is because the enemies that are color-coded later on in the game, before we would only be able to hurt them with Osiris. And so we were forced to use Osiris in certain situations. But once Definitive came out and made it so that we could damage color-coded enemies with any weapon, a lot of the situations that we would normally use Osiris in got taken over by Arbiter. So, I mean, I like that because, I mean, it does like make there technically less weapon variety in the run, but it's overall just faster to use Arbiter to take a lot of those things. And that axe is really cool anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, I think overall it works out in the run because we already have plenty of variety anyway, so it's not like we're losing something that really made the run like truly special, because I think it's already it's got enough versatility.
Yeah, absolutely. So second tutorial here is going to be the Angel Pull. And the Angel Pull is, as I was talking about earlier, a pull where you will pull yourself to objects or enemies, which is, the opposite of the Demon Pull.
Yep.
And that's just going to be used in more of a little bit of a platforming skip here too. And I think that's about over now too. You can also just pull yourself to this enemy, and then I really like some of the platforming sections in this run.
Oh yeah.
Especially when like you roll out of the recovery there of the angel pull to the enemy, and then just go on the merry way. You can also, so unlike other things and unlike other runs, it's pretty easy to send a stinger in any direction that you want, regardless of whether or not enemies are around, and that's because this game doesn't have an inherent lock-on. So, like, Stinger's input in the other games is lock-on plus forward plus melee. And in this game, it's just forward, forward, and melee. So Toro was able to do that stinger there pretty easily after rolling out of the recovery of the pool by just doing forward, forward in, whatever direction he wanted to go.
This is another really cool fight here, because you get to use a combination of demon pulls and the ground combos. It makes the Bathos enemies, which are usually pretty tricky, into something that's very manageable, just because you can pull them closer to you, or pull yourself closer to them with the angel pull.
Mm-hmm. I really like this stage design in this level too, or in this game too. Like, even some of these levels that are pretty long, like this one, I think this is actually the longest level in the whole series, speedrun wise.
Yep.
A lot of the environments are just so varied, and like all the crumbling and everything with the limbo stuff is just really cool.
Yeah, this is the game that convinced me that action games can have good platforming.
Yep.
DMC Devil May Cry actually did it right, to me at least.
And speaking of platforming, actually, we're going to use a little bit of enemy platforming to enemy step off of one of the Bathos enemies here. And we're going to get up to a blue rose that's sitting in the middle of this stage. And normally we would have to do like a fight here and then do a bunch of like wraparound platforming. But instead, we're just gonna pull ourselves to the enemies here, and then just hop up to the platform and skip the whole thing.
Yep, that's a pretty hefty sequence break there. Saves a lot of time.
Yep.
I think that also highlights that this game has more skips, glitches, and sequence breaks than any other in the series. So if you're a big fan of those, then you'll probably like Reboot any %.
Yep. And speaking of the movement that you were talking about earlier, this is Angel Glide. And we also have Angel Boost. And Angel Boost on Definitive Edition actually got the ability to do 3 evades, or up to 3 evades.
I'm just gonna correct on the name. The Glide is Angel Boost, and it Trickster Evade called.
Right, yeah, Trickster Evade, yep.
Okay,
You're
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
So, we got Trickster Evade and Angel Boost. So, Angel Boost and Trickster Evade, they combine really well to make just very fluid movement, like you saw there. There's, like, a lot of the run is like movement like that, and it's just really cool to be able to pull off.
Yeah, it looks cool, but it feels cooler. Like, that's something that I guess we can't really convey over commentary, but if you give that a shot on your own, it feels like a lot of fun to traverse through that level.
And then right here, we're going to be introduced to the offset mechanic. So offset in this game, basically, if you do a combo where you would like swing twice and then finish the rest of the combo, or a delay combo, you can start with one weapon and then finish with another. So Toro right there was using 2 hits of the sword to then delay into an attack called Trinity. He'd finished the dang fight so quickly, dude. I couldn't even get through the explanation. But
it was clean.
Super clean. So the axe's best attack is called Trinity Smash, and it's a delay combo. And you'll see like the sword like have like a little sheen on it, and that's how you know that the delay window is there. But you can use that to make that attack come out faster, and that's what some of the cycles for like bosses and stuff are based around. Also, here's Infinite Climb. Infinite Climb is where we're going to hit both jump and angel grab at the same time, and we're gonna just fly. How did you feel about this trying it for the first time, Scruff?
I don't think I've ever managed to like do that skip very consistently. It is so hard for me on my hands, and Toro manages to make it look easy. But yeah, there's a certain rhythm to it, and you can see Toro kind of being very consistent with how he's scaling up the wall. So that was nicely done there. And then we just got one more to do over here.
And fun fact, so we didn't actually think that this was possible on Definitive until Toro found out that if you unbind the gun special from Square and X, then it becomes possible. Oh, here we go. Oh, nice. And that's going to be another skip right there. He just skipped like 3 fights, everybody.
Yep. That last one in particular is very long casually, so that's several minutes saved there. That's first try, too, for all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Toro's the GOAT.
Absolutely. And this fight right here, definitely one of those ones where maintaining that S rank, like I talked about, that was such a clean dodge. I'm almost mad that he got that. That was like razor thin, dude. We're getting that S rank bonus, super important.
Yeah, I guess regarding S ranks, I don't know if we mentioned this, but this game doesn't depend as heavily on getting S ranks in overall missions. You'll notice when I run DMC1 and also when Band ran DMC3, our orb routes really influenced by getting an S rank or no damage or just high orb counts in certain missions. But in this game, you don't necessarily have to worry about that. So it's a little bit more forgiving, but it does make it so the gameplay portion and the movement portions are very important.
Oh, I got that. Jesus.
Ooh, he got the fast platform.
Nice.
It's like a 2-second time save or something, but it's sick. Yeah, so basically the way that a lot of this game was routed was like you get a certain amount of white orbs every run, and once what's it called? The less enemies you fight, the less white orbs you'll get. And so when skips were getting routed, essentially we had to figure out, or I should say Toro had to figure out, because Toro did a lot of the route, like the current routing. Toro had to figure out really what kind of was essential and what he needed to make sure that he had on him when he was like, you know, preparing for certain missions.
But it was during an out-of-body experience
So
years ago.
it's one of those things where like Scruff said, the rank isn't really important. It's just understanding how many white orbs or how many upgrade points you're going to be having at certain points in the game.
Yeah, the nice thing with this game too, kind of like all the other DMC games, is you can refund your skills. So that helps with management too, because if you only have a certain amount of white orbs to work with, then it'll help you kind of select which skills you need for a certain mission, and then you can deselect them and select a couple of other ones for another mission. So it gives us a little bit of extra flexibility here.
Should be easy enough.
Maybe, but the demons may sense you once you're in limbo, so stay alert.
All right, and now we're heading into
You'll be able to descend deep down into the
the
factory.
next skip here, kind of, which is, I don't know, we don't really have a lot of names for these things. I don't know, container skip.
I thought this one was just the Bathos skip.
Yeah, Bathos skip is all right. I just call it M5, but I guess there's multiple ones on M5 at this point, aren't there?
I think so.
What took you so long?
Yeah, kind of. It's all good, though.
Yeah, for this skip, Toro's basically going to maneuver over here and pull a Bathos towards him, or he can use Infinite Climb. That's the other way you can do it. So here he's going to use Infinite Climb to, I guess, levitate over this encounter, and then he's going to just Trickster Evade over it.
Yep.
So nicely done.
You'll know a lot of the skips in this game work when like nothing happens afterwards, essentially. If like a fight spawns in, probably wasn't supposed to.
So here we got a little bit more platforming, and then up ahead, Toro's going to have to restart checkpoint. And that's because if you complete this fight without restarting checkpoint, I think the game soft locks.
Yep. That is correct. Dang. Dusted that guy.
Wow, that kill was stylish. I've
Yeah,
never seen it
right?
done like that before. That was nice.
What, the Osiris into the gun cancel?
Yeah.
That's tight. I don't think I've seen that before either. That's tight.
I don't think we mentioned, but gun canceling is the fastest animation cancel. I remember Anemone V2, who's another really, really good runner of this game. He was telling me about that. That's a good way to save time.
And this is drive also. And as long as you sort of like, you can hold it to a point where like the sword will light up. Like you hold down the melee button until the sword lights up, and then you can mash it out a little bit more to get it a couple extra beams. It's a super damaging ability.
Yeah, we just basically hide in that corner and let a whole bunch of enemies come to us, and then we mop them up with drive. It's a fun strat. That's the thing I love about this run. Like, a lot of the encounters, they just feel good to get through. Some of them in other DMCs can feel a little bit mechanical, whereas you're just going through the motions, but I definitely feel like Reboot has its own identity in the sense that like clearing encounters just feels good.
Definitely, yeah, I agree. Especially because of like all the little adaptations and stuff you have to do sometimes.
Yeah, so here we got some more environmental kills. Burrow's basically just positioning himself at the center of the map where there's a little bit of a hole around I forget what that's called. It's like this pussy thing. But yeah, he just pulls all the enemies into the abyss where they die.
I think say that's an enemy in DMC3.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Indeed.
Dante, you okay? That looked pretty nice.
So that wraps up mission 5, and then coming into mission 6 here, we got a little bit of movement through a tunnel, and then we got Our second major boss encounter with the Succubus.
This the movement here too feels really good because you have to like grip to certain enemies, and like there's a point where you have to pull a Bathos as well in order to yeah, right there, dude, like right at the start. Woo, he just is flying.
Yeah, I've practiced this section multiple times, and I still can't do it as fast as Toro. He always gets very low times here.
Good grief.
Could be very high 120, yeah. Yeah, that's really fast.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so up here is going to be the Succubus fight. This fight's pretty infamous for having some terrible dialogue. The good thing about speedrunning it is that we skip cutscenes, so we don't really as exposed to the bad dialogue as much. But generally, the strat here just involves, I'm not sure if Toro's using this, but we sometimes use demon evades. Basically, we dodge from its attack, and Dante gets a little bit of a damage boost. Yeah.
Yep.
So we demon evade, and then we use the arbiter combo right there, and it takes out its entire health bar.
Welcome to Demon Evade. Now this is sometimes where she just decides to troll you and just won't attack.
She's always in the second phase. She won't attack instantly.
Okay.
That's fair.
I guess that's just dependent on your position then, right? Yeah, okay, I think I remember. Yeah, you have to stand at the back of the platform and she does that.
Yep. And there she goes down again. And this area kind of gets a little loud, so if you hear your headphones take a sort of boost, don't feel bad about turning them down. This area is a little weird.
Also, you might have noticed, but go ahead.
I was going to say, there's a point where he says, you know what your problem is? You're too clingy, but if you complete this part really, really fast, she never gets to say it. So he just goes, you know what your problem is? Then he just never answers his own question, and she just is like, "Ah!"
We never get to find out what her problem is.
We never get.
The greatest mystery in the DMC series. Yeah, I think I was just going to say earlier that you might have noticed the costume that Dante was wearing is a little bit different from what Toro's using. I think that's just because the costume change isn't reflected in cutscenes. It is the case, I think, with DMC 5, though, right?
Yeah, so there are some pre-rendered cutscenes in the game where the costume doesn't change, but in some of the others, like the in-game cutscenes, those are, like the costume changes reflected in those.
So here in this mission, we're introduced to Eric's, which is the fist or the gauntlet version of DMC Devil May Cry. This one, it's pretty interesting because we usually use it in combination with environmental kills. Here, Toro's kind of just like punching them down, and that's a little bit quicker than doing the other style of environmental kills where we just pull them and then wait for them to die. Another use that it has is an ability called Stomp, where Dante will just slam onto the ground. But you'll see that coming a little bit later in the run here.
That was another infinite climb as well that we saw. Those trickster boosts, or those trickster evades, man, just right into the boom. And here's another little skip as well. He's gonna glide around this area, boom. And then this is a really big skip. So this is where like the really big skips of this level start. So another infinite climb, and we're gonna get totally out of bounds as well.
This one is pretty tricky, so I feel like you should maybe let Toro cook here.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
No, he's confident. Nice.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's going to land here on top of the geometry as well. And then infinite climb up. And right back on top. Here we go. And right into the area. Ooh, right up to the top. Skips the fight as well.
That looks so scary. Like, I imagine for the average viewer, you'd think, oh no, is he gonna, like, fall into the abyss and soft lock the game? But nope, we got it.
He's got that.
What's going on there?
The best part is that, like, a lot of these tricks that you see Toro doing with, like, where the areas load in, they load in differently depending on what console you have. So you have to get used to how the platform that you run on loads in areas when you do, like, when you practice these skips.
I love the kills on these harpies too. It's a nice feeling cycle. You just pull yourself towards them, do I think 1 or 2 attacks, and then use the Erics to finish them off.
It's 3 at the
and that'll be pretty useful.
And showdown.
Showdown, yeah.
All right, so another infinite climb here. And we're also going to see the demon train off to the right here, just going. I always laugh at this part.
Yeah. Yeah, so usually, like, just in case anyone hasn't seen this game, so usually what happens is you have to traverse through this subway tunnel, and that train will kind of be making a beeline towards Dante, and you have to avoid it. But we just infinite climb around it here.
I did not realize the cutscene checkpoint, or the cutscene trigger, was all the way back there. Goodness gracious.
This fight's super cool because you can stay in the air forever, basically, as long as you have enemies.
Yep. Exactly. And I want to preemptively give another headphone warning here. When we get to the train, I don't remember if it actually spawns in after we do the sequence break here. But just in case it does, it will come down the tunnel. And it's pretty loud, so...
It shouldn't spawn, I think.
It shouldn't?
It shouldn't make a sound at all.
Okay, there, yeah, it's not gonna come down.
Okay. Also, those enemies we just fought were the, I think they're called the Rages. We haven't seen them in the run since, yeah, they show up in Mission 7, but we did a bunch of skips there, so we didn't get to see them until now. Those enemies are interesting just because if you kill one, its partner will get enraged and attack you. So to avoid that, we either parry it or just have different setups to deal with it.
Yep. Also, the sequence break that we did earlier means that this enemy cannot get past this invisible wall. So you just have to let it come over to you and hope that the axe nicks it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good thing it has a huge hitbox. Otherwise, it would be very tricky to deal with that.
Ooh, this is new.
Ooh. Yeah, I haven't seen this.
We used to do the an infinite climb up and around, but that's a new route right there. That looks a lot easier. Sheesh.
You have to just not be too close when you do the normal evade, so you can go through.
Nice.
Also, I believe Toro is going to be trying something fairly new in this mission. It's a brand new skip that was found, I think, a couple months ago. It's called the Frozen Glide Skip. We'll see if he can actually pull it off here. It's very difficult.
I thought that was almost it. Oh, there it goes. Nice.
Oh, I got it, yes.
Hey, we do it.
Really well done. Yeah, I honestly don't really have a good explanation for that. I know Anemone V2, the other like really top runner for this game, he has a video for it. But yeah, that's very new tech that was just discovered.
All right, let's see what happens.
And it skips a bunch of cutscenes and battles, so it's a huge time save.
Most excellent. So this is the point where Dante gets Devil Trigger. And Devil Trigger launches enemies into the air and makes it so that any color-coded enemies will be put into hit stun by your weapon anyway. This was a more significant boost in the vanilla version of the game, but now in definitive it's, you know, less of a thing. But it also regenerates your health. So we'll launch enemies into the air here and we'll be able to do more damage and stuff. It's pretty cool.
It's another different usage of the Arbiter, because usually we've been using it to slam enemies or set up the Trinity Smash combo, but here we're using it to kind of launch enemies off the map, so that just goes to show how versatile Arbiter is. In my opinion, it's probably one of the best weapons in the series.
It's a really strong weapon.
Dante. Oh, right, the tower. On my way.
And so here's another skip right here. Just going to go right on the back of the geometry for the angel. Easy peasy.
Sheesh. That skip is harder than it looks.
Yeah, that was... You can slide all over the place and everything.
Okay, I'm a little bit messing up.
These guys right here too. You alright, you got that. Also, fun fact about Devil Trigger in this game. If you play this game casually, you probably noticed how fast Devil Trigger drained. And that's because during the development of the game, they wanted the Devil Trigger to function so that if you were on the ground, it drained faster than when you were in the air. So it makes sense why Devil Trigger launches enemies into the air, because they want you to do aerial combos and stuff. But they never actually fixed the drain on the ground in general, or just, you know, in general. So the game's Devil Trigger drains at 20% more speed than it's supposed to at all times, because they wanted it to drain at 120% on the ground and then 100% in the air, and they just never went in and fixed that up. So that's what is happening. That's why you probably noticed that it takes so long to build Devil Trigger and drains so fast.
Here in this mission, we got some more creative platforming. I love the visuals for this mission and the previous one in particular. I think it helps give this game its own unique identity. Plus, the fight coming up here against Bob Barbas is it's a well-known meme in the community.
Good old Bob Barbas.
Just doing God's work.
Raptor News Network. Legally distinct news network. And so this fight actually got buffed a little bit coming into Definitive Edition. When you hit these buttons, so you're supposed to stomp on these buttons that Bob shoots out. And before in vanilla, whenever you stomped on the buttons, Bob would get stunned. But in Definitive Edition, he just doesn't suffer this stun at all. So this makes the fight a little less free, but no, nothing too tricky for Toro.
Yeah, and it's in this section here. It's kind of an auto scroller that we can't really advance further. I guess this is one of the only downsides of this run. I know I've been talking it up like there's no problems with it. This is definitely one of them. Because you can't speed this up in any way. You just gotta let the dialogue play out.
And it's one of those things where, like, I mean, you can always cancel you can always practice your jump cancels here.
Yeah, that's true.
You know? Do it like that. But otherwise, you got to listen to this Raptor News Network propaganda drone on and on.
Mm-hmm.
These people Mundus and his goons trying to convince everybody that Dante is the bad guy.
And we also have to watch this again because the same thing will happen in another like minute.
Yup.
He was also a well-known cruiser in the seedier districts of the city, rampantly spreading sexual disease of the unholy kind.
And ain't that the best kind, Bob?
I like how the achievement there is called Bring It On. It's pretty dope. Bring it on.
I don't get it.
Oh, I just liked it.
Oh.
That's all.
Oh, okay.
It's just cool. there's no joke
I
here.
thought there
It's
was you're setting me up for a punchline there.
just- no, dude.
No, that'll happen
It's just
later.
cool.
Punchlines will be
True.
happening later.
Mm-hmm.
This is hard-hitting news, Bob.
All right, so here we have to listen to this woman who's definitely not lying to the microphone about what happened. And then, like, he did. I do appreciate Toro, though, maintaining a triple S rank throughout these fights.
He's very
Truly a champion of the people.
very dedicated to his craft.
It has come to light that Dante is involved in the terrorist organization.
How's your day going, Toro?
Yeah, it's pretty late, but I'm still having fun with this game at least.
Oh yeah, it must be late there, right? Since yeah, time zone differences.
Yeah, shout outs to how many time zones the DMC community covers, by the way. Whenever we have like an event or anything, or like you look at any of our boards, it's across like, I don't know, 10 different time zones or something. Very, very international community. Uh-oh. Alright, we're good. So long, King Bowser.
And there we go. Bob's down.
Mm-hmm. So now we're gonna get a cool weapon that allows you to pull enemies in, called the Aquila. And we're gonna be using those for crowd control. I don't want to talk too long about them because there's gonna be some really cool skips on this level where we're gonna skip like, I don't know, what would you say, like 75% of it, Scruff?
Yeah, something like that.
It's pretty dope. It's pretty cool. So we're gonna get all these guys together here. Boom. I love these weapons, dude. Some of these clears, dude, are so good with this weapon.
Yeah.
So good.
This is the part of the game where you just feel like the combat's really starting to... Like, if you haven't enjoyed the combat up until this point, this'll change your mind. Or if not, then maybe nothing will. But... Yeah, when I got to this point of the run, I was like, man, this feels like nothing I've ever played in a speedrun before. Because you get to combine the Aquila's, like, I guess, suction ability, like mopping up enemies, with your standard, like, Trinity Smash combos. And it just clears rooms super quickly. Also, Trevor's attempting another skip here.
The first part is done. Here we go. Right across the top. Ooh, okay. That works.
Did I just see some enemy models there? I felt like I did.
I probably.
I thought I saw a couple of T-poses. It might have just been those enemies, or the humans in the overworld.
Oh, yeah, maybe. And then here we go. This guy, by the way, is called the Dream Runner. And he just got dusted. He's supposed to be the rival of the series, or the game. But he just got taken down with some Devil Trigger art there.
Yeah, DT's kind of busted.
A little bit.
Just imagine if you could do that in most Devil May Cry games in the series. Like, the runs would be like 5 minutes shorter for each game.
Right.
Just have them levitating in the air.
Same again.
We've also got another skip coming up here. It's basically similar to Mission 1, where we were kind of jumping on top of some geometry. Toro's going to kind of wedge himself into this pillar.
It's not weird. Being nice.
This is definitely, I think, the weirdest one.
Now it worked.
Oh, there we go. Nice. So now he's out of bounds. We're going to see a default texture pillar as well.
And a model.
Here in a sec. Yeah, the model right there. Yep, there we go. Nice. So this walk and talk here, we don't have to go through most of it. Can just get out of bounds and just jump walk to the end. And then we got to fall into this cutscene trigger here and be on our merry way.
So that saves, I forget how much time that saves. It's a decent amount though, because this mission is probably one of the biggest pain points of the run. If you're just doing this without glitches or casually, there's a lot of like walking and running until Cat gets to a safe spot, and then you have to demon pull something to deal with the police officers. So it really helps make a run that would otherwise be like very slow for the speed run into something that's more manageable.
Yeah, absolutely. And here she comes. She's trotting along. I like the power jog that she's got going. Mm-hmm. She knows it's business time.
Yeah, we're speed running and she's doing her part.
Dante.
Very normal throne for Vergil to have. Definitely not the any indicator that he wants to be a dictator or something.
Yeah, that.
And we're gonna also.
Now that I think about it, that should have been a red flag for Dante.
Or a blue flag, you know, because it's Vergil.
See what we did there.
Yeah.
Boot up the system.
So this room here.
Go ahead. Yep. No, you go for it, dude.
Okay. All right. So this room is pretty interesting because we got a combination of different kills here. At the start, we use our environmental kills, and then we're using the Trinity Smash combo on this. I forget what this enemy's called. The one with the orb on his stomach. But yeah, we do that, and then here we're gonna use Eric's to take down all these. I forget what these guys are. Honestly, the names of half these enemies escape me.
The tiny ones are Rage Spawns, and the big one is Butcher.
Rage Spawns, okay, that's it.
The Rage Spawns, right, yeah.
Thanks, Toro. But yeah, so we've killed every encounter here in like a different way, and now we got the GAD, so we're adding a fourth layer of getting through this room.
2 more minutes, Dante.
And now that we have the shotgun, by the way, this is all of you've now seen all the animations for all the guns in the game, because the other gun that we can get called Kablooey shares all the same animations with the shotgun.
Blue is also kind of useless, unfortunately, so we won't be using it.
And the shotgun also will clip the Harpy's wings. So when you pull them in, you can just shoot them and then they'll fall into the pit. That was unfortunate. And this is also more of that offset tech that we talked about, where Toro is using the first 2 hits of the sword to then do a delay combo into the Aquila pools, just to have them come out a little bit faster.
Also, Toro is talking or using the Divinity statue just to kind of speed up the dialogue a little bit.
Yep.
This doesn't look good.
Here's the rages again. They just get pulled down. Oh, I love that backdash there. I also do want to give a quick like strobing lights warning before the club scene here. So if you are sensitive to flashing lights and stuff, just look away for a little bit. Somebody decided, do you want flashing lights or orange in this level? And the other person went, yes. And that was how the nightclub level in Reboot was born.
Yes. I will say, though, it is one of the most visually pleasing missions in the whole series, I think.
Mm-hmm. Boom. This is the witch here as well. The witch, well, she just died. We'll explain her later. She's dead now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes in this game, like, you don't even really need to commentate for certain fights. You know, the action just speaks for itself.
For real.
This fight's a little interesting because Toro's going to be standing right at the edge of the wall here, and this will put him in position to pull this butcher down pretty much as soon as he spawns.
Really clean. And the harpy kills as well. This is the point where Mundus, who we haven't really talked about a whole lot, Mundus is like the demon lord that's basically in control of the people on Earth, and he's using a drink. He used to use a drink called Vergil in order to, as like a, like a drug basically, to make everybody more passive. And then Dante killed the source of the Vergil, which was that succubus that that big worm that we killed in one of the earlier levels. Lilith is like his, wife or girlfriend or whatever. And now he's sent her to kill Dante. And she owns like this nightclub. So Dante is headed there, and he basically like walked into the ambush going, yeah, come at me.
Here we have to just wait for this little button to spawn before we can advance. So that's why Toro is just kind of spinning around, killing time, keeping his hands warm.
And I think, is this? No, okay, it's next area too. Also, the Noisia level, like the Noisia music on this level is so good. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing I appreciated about Reboot too. It does kind of follow the same sort of like music style that the other DMC games had, but it managed to carve out its own identity. I just think the OST in general is great. It's a really good listen.
I mean, it's arguably like my favorite of the series in terms of OSTs, just between both Noisia and Combi Christ really did an excellent job with this game's soundtrack.
So here Toro's bringing back the Stinger movement, just because we can't really use Trickster Evade there, because the enemies will still be spawned in, and then we'd be targeting the enemies behind us.
Also, fun fact, this area right here, the game will like temporarily go into non-turbo mode. And then it'll go right back to turbo. For whatever reason, the way that hallway loads in things makes the game slow down to normal speed, like for 5 seconds.
So here,
and then we're gonna do a little bit of enemy platforming here.
Oh, that was close.
Oh no.
Nice save.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's annoying.
That's a little annoying.
The camera didn't want to cooperate and at all.
Yeah, for that one, the platform is pretty high up, so you have to Trickster Evade into it, like almost at the perfect angle.
And then here comes Dream Runner again.
Poor Dream Runner, never stood a chance.
Yeah, right.
And he is not even supposed to be able to die.
Yeah, right. There's supposed to be like a whole animation where he like parries you and then runs away.
Mm-hmm.
But nope.
Also, Toro just bought a Devil Trigger crosshair. It expands, I believe it expands the Devil Trigger meter, but it also fully replenishes it, which is what we need for this encounter here with Rages.
Okay, that was annoying.
That's unfortunate. Good adjustment. Very nice.
Yeah, those rages can be a little bit annoying. Sometimes they can just jump around when you're trying to pull them, and it makes it very tough to deal with. Also, another visual warning here for this mission, because the visual effects are continuing here into mission 14.
Yep. But after that, we should be good to go. So this is Mundus's offspring, who is like mutated. And we have to pull Lilith outside of the deformed body here, and then this is like probably the most horror this game gets right here, sort of like, you know, harkening back to the roots a little bit. The imagery just very a little disgusting, to be honest.
Yeah, between this and the succubus fight, this game has some gross enemy designs. I think that's kind of the purpose, though. Maybe they're trying to connect that with the whole demon aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. And a fun fact also about this fight is that on vanilla, you weren't forced through 3 phases. You could just one cycle this whole fight. But on definitive, they made it so that when the boss hits a certain amount of health, Lilith always retracts, and then you have to deplete the enemy, the offspring health bar again.
So now we're back into, well, I guess now we're into mission 15. So there's no more visual warning. There's no really obnoxious flashing graphics. Instead, we're introduced to the shortest mission in the entire series, I believe. Where it's
shortest non-boss fight mission.
Yeah, shortest non-boss fight. But basically, it's just a car chase. There's like literally no enemy encounters.
This is like the part of the run where you go, how did I lose a second here? Come on, man.
Yeah, it is definitely a trip to see Vergil driving a car in this game. I just can't, like, after seeing the previous Vergil run by Igna, like imagine that guy driving a car. I can't.
That's scary, man.
Yeah. It'd be even worse to be a passenger.
True. I think it's almost over, actually. And that's the end of that mission. I'd love to see it. And here we go into mission 16. This is the point where now Vergil and Dante have rescued Kat. Kat is the woman that's been helping Dante through a lot of the game. She has connections to Limbo, which is like the world that Dante enters to fight the demons. And she was captured by Mundus for a little bit. But now that Dante and Vergil have rescued her, they're going to launch an attack on Mundus. And now they've got this carefully laid out plan where they're going to approach his tower amidst this collapsing city and take the fight to him.
The one thing you want to make sure of here in this part is to just not fall, basically, because you have to redo the entire platforming section if you do.
Yeah. Toro also, by the way, kills these enemies pretty much one by one to make sure that, you know, he can spawn the witch as soon as possible and then take her out as well. He also deflected her, or he grabbed the sword that appears above her and deflected it back at her in order to pierce the angel shield that was around her and then stun her. And another Dream Runner just goes down. You just hate it. You hate to see it.
I mean, I'm sure Toro doesn't hate to see it.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Dante, you will have to cross a sky bridge to get into the east wing. You will find the sky bridge.
I do like how they overlaid a lot of these plans, you know, as you were going through the world as well here.
Yeah, you can tell that they put a lot of effort into the art aspect of this game. For all of its faults with the plot and the writing, it definitely nailed the aesthetics.
Yeah, the presentation definitely top notch. It's also like, as I said, before, like the level design, I'm pretty much never bored of it.
Floor 87.
Whenever I run it.
Give us a DMC2 Ninja Theory. It can happen.
Here, barely human anymore. They have been corrupted beyond
They got that
recognition.
Hellblade going on though, man.
True. I feel like that game's been in development for like 5 years, 6 years, maybe.
It's been a little bit. Also, yeah, so woo! I like the parts here in the elevator where you can just kind of spin around.
Yeah, it's a nice way to unwind. All the devil slaying, devil hunting.
No turning back.
True.
Oh, shit.
Then here we're going to use the Aquila pool. Take out all these guys. The hitbox on the Arbiter Trinity Smash, dude, just so huge.
Making good use of the buy-in mechanic there to just pull the enemies closer to Toro.
Got the damage boost as well. And the S rank, good to go. Very nice. And clear.
By now, the demons will have detected your presence in the East Wing. Time to
And here I think we're just going to be entering like a laser hallway sort of thing. Why am I saying sort of thing? It's literally that.
Okay, man, you're tired. You've been at this for like 5 hours.
A little bit.
And you still got 5 more to go.
Yeah, boy. I'm going to look at a sandwich later and be like, what is this sandwich thing that I'm holding? Oh, this is
literally a
this is a
sandwich.
hoagie from it's literally a sandwich, dude. Wow, how could you do this to me?
Also, there's the Kahlui, which we will never see.
Unfortunate. I like that weapon too. Well, some of the style video, like the style combo videos that you can see, use it as like a mid-air relaunch and stuff. It's so cool.
Oh, I don't think I've seen any of those.
Yeah, it's dope. I like Dante's line here as well, where he's like, "She was right. This is hell."
I think here we get introduced to a new enemy. It's a variation of the Dream Runner.
And then he's gonna also die super quick.
Yep.
This is the same one that has been escaping us twice.
That guy's hurting for certain. He got a whole intro cutscene just to get taken to Duff City in 5 seconds.
Yeah, they shouldn't have even bothered giving him an intro scene. Honestly, what's the point? He's not on screen for like even 3 seconds.
So this skip right here, I don't know what we call this skip, probably like Well of Souls skip. So in this mission, when you encounter one of the fights, it creates a huge storm of fire. And there's a storm of fire periodically in the level anyway. But it creates a permanent like wall of fire until you beat it, and also creates an invisible ceiling. So right here, Toro's going to take out the red knight here, and then use the blue one to climb all the way to the top. And then he's going to kill it as soon as he wants to get to the top here, get rid of the invisible ceiling, and then use the angel grip to come all the way up to the top of the level. And he's skipped a ton of it now.
Yeah, that's extremely clean.
Yeah. And then here comes another skip too, where he's going to skip the last fight of the level. So you can actually just sort of platform around the edges.
What are the more difficult aspects of this run, or this mission in particular, is just managing your health, because as you can see, Dante's kind of cooking from all the fire. So you got to make sure you have some vital stars, and that's why Toro's using a few here.
Yep. Boom. Very nice. Super clean. Well, the souls. Good stuff, dude.
So now we're heading into mission 18. This is essentially a run where there's a mission where there's a lot of puzzles and also I think around like 8 to 10 enemy encounters. So it's pretty dense, but the actual runtime of this mission's maybe 4 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
So here, Toro's just basically going to set up the puzzle right away, so that way when when Toro flips all the switches, everything's already set up in the main room, so he doesn't have to go back and keep adjusting it.
And fun fact, this level also used to be totally skippable by using Infinite Climb, but in Definitive Edition, they actually rebalanced the mission pretty much entirely, and they made it so that there are fights that happen in the middle, in the middle of the level. Whereas before, there were fights that only happened in these areas where you're activating the towers. So because the ending cutscene of the level is now tied to a fight encounter, we cannot sequence break the level and finish it early.
One generator up and running.
Good. I love to see it.
Yeah, that fight in particular, DT is really important because the chainsaw enemies and the witch are just a pain to deal with. But luckily they get put into the air and can't move. DT. I really like this mission just because it throws different environments and like layouts at you. So in the first room where we were locked in, Toro got to use the environmental kills. Here there's no hole, so he has to use aerial buy-in and then a Trinity Smash combo. So it really mixes things up and makes it feel pretty fresh still.
Absolutely.
I believe we clear every enemy type in the game in this mission too.
Yep.
So yeah. I think it is kind of different from other DMCs too, where there's usually a boss rush. Here it's almost like an enemy rush.
I was actually just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I've never realized that before.
I think this is the third tower that we're activating here, right?
Yes.
Just the third one?
Yes, third one.
Third one, okay.
Thanks, Toro. Like someone's keeping track. Yeah, so this room here is pretty straightforward. Just aerial buy-in and then the bathos. Just use the GAT.
And here we go. More aerial buy-in. Dante is just so strong at this point in the game that, like, we have answers for just everything. That was clean, too. Whew. No hesitation on the part of JJ61 Toro.
Man's fearless. So now we got the last switch pulled. Got 2 more waves of enemies here.
Protect.
Okay.
That's the last one there, and then we're gonna head into the last fight. Last normal enemy fight of the game.
This is also the last time we're going to see those Dream Runner enemies. So in total, in this run, they were on screen for maybe like 15 seconds? Question mark?
I mean, there's a solid 5 seconds right here.
Oh, true, yes.
Honestly.
Yeah, they were doing so much there, just held hostage in the air. Thank you for your contributions, Dream Runners. You're very useful.
I wonder if there's a version of the Dream Runners that run through streams and they're called Stream Runners.
Ooh, true.
True. They see when you're on PB pace and they're like, no. All right, so here's Mundus, who has now turned into the garbage demon. And Dante's going to take him out. Here's also Vergil. He's going to teleport into different places and kick things down for us.
His physical body. That's why he's protecting it. So if we kill his body, we kill Mundus.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a little glitch with Vergil where he just doesn't kick the door down and he just slowly walks down the ramp. And you have to just sit there and wait for him to walk because you can't break the door down yourself. But luckily Vergil wasn't a troll this run.
So here's Mundus. We have to just damage his 2 hands. And then after that, we'll do a demon pool on his eye. This is pretty clean here by Toro. Boom. Another pool. That's the power of that demon, or that DT as well. So Toro's also going to cancel the attack here. That Mundus would do. Knock it back. Oh my gosh, that was so good. The deflection on the fireball and then activates DT to increase the damage on the deflection.
Yep, that's how you one-shot it. If you deflect it and then DT afterwards, it'll wipe out his entire health bar. Pretty cool.
That was so clean. Alright, so this is the fight against Vergil. After defeating Mundus, Vergil reveals to Dante, hey, I want to be a dictator and rule over the human race. And Dante's like, nah, dog, that's not actually, like, cool at all. And Vergil's like, but it is. And Dante's like, no. So they have to fight now. And it also determines who gets to drink the light blue Gatorade that's in the fridge. So we're gonna be doing some demon evades, and time will be coming up pretty shortly. So I'll let Toro call it.
And time.
GG. Sick run, dude.
Yeah, that was nice.
Excellent.
What was the final time?
It's like a 1:10:37.
I think that's pretty close to PB.
The world is under my protection now.
Yeah, like about a minute off. That was a really, really good run, Toro. GG's.
Nice.
GG's, dude.
You never will be.
Whew.
Well, sir, do you have anything to say, Toro?
Well, I want to thank Anemone V2 for being an awesome dude who made me push this game even more. And I want to thank you, 2 awesome people, and the whole DMC speedrun community. You're awesome.
Very cool.
Love Toro. Be sure to give Toro a follow. This guy works really hard with not only DMC Devil May Cry, but pretty much any game he speedruns. Just a generally really good runner and a really good community member too.
Mm-hmm. You can find him at JJ61 Toro on Twitch. I think that's it from Reboot.
Yes, that wraps up the 10th anniversary celebration for this game.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So I did actually get some shout-outs from Dave that he wanted to do before his run was over. So I'm going to run through them real quick. He wanted to shout out Mr. Walrus and the Walrus Movement, who introduced him to the speedrunning community back in 2015 with their Dishonored speedrun. He wanted to speedrun somebody from the crazy community that came into his chat when he was casually playing DMC4 for the utmost time, and let him know that in order to do one of the skips, he had to put turbo on. He also wanted to give a shout out to Kukustas, admin of the Russian speedrunning community, because he lost a Melty Blood show match to him. And then the final shout out we've got here, thanks to GDQ for giving our franchising community a spotlight. Thanks to the DMC speedrunning community that taught him a lot during those 2 years, and everybody watching and chatting. There will be more judgment nights. We will be seeing each other again. So that's all I've got for that.
Cool. That's all we got from us too.
So we are going to take a quick break. Again, we've still got more DMC coming up, so we'll see you in a few minutes for the next run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our DMC Anniversary Special, and we are here with Devil May Cry 2. I'll hand it right over to the runner.
Hi. I suppose I may be not a familiar face. You guys may have seen me before in Castlevania Lament of Innocence. I am Loner Hero, and I'm going to provide you Devil May Cry 2 on New Game Dante. This is my first speed game ever, and I spent 3 years optimizing this game with my buddy the Cosmic right here. I've been waiting for this to showcase in GDQ for so long, and hopefully again in the main event in the future. So the timer will start when I press new game. So 3, 2, 1, Devil May Cry. Now, Cosmic, you can take the lead, because I know you have a lot of things to say about this game.
Yeah, I'm really happy that GDQ accepted this run for the anniversary event. DMC2 is a very special speed game to Loner and I. It was both of our first speed game. So number one, Dante is going to be doing a lot of rolling here. Rolling is the fastest little bit of movement. And we're gonna be rolling past a lot of enemies. First of all, Dante gets equipped with both a roll and a double jump here, and he's got some cool. I hope that we can show off some real cool stuff for y'all as we get into it. So, the first fight here, though, I might as well just explain this while you're going up to it. So, in this game, a couple years back, I think Loner bought the Japanese strategy guide for this game, and that Japanese strategy guide had so many things about the game in it that we didn't know. There's actually an orb manipulation mechanic in this game where if you cycle through certain style ranks during a fight, you can get up to a 16 times multiplier in order to, and just have enemies drop 16 times like more orbs. It's incredible. There's only a couple of fights really that we ended up using it in because of the way that the game's routed out, but it's super cool. And so I think Loner's going to start it up right now. Here we go. You gotta let me know if you got it, dude, because I don't visually know how it looks until there's like a pool of orbs on the ground.
It's cool.
I think you got it too.
Almost, because I almost got damaged right here.
Whew.
Okay, we got it, I think.
Nice. Excellent.
Yeah. I didn't take any damage. By the way, I'll correct you that there's 2 ways. There's 10 times and there is 3 times if I remember. I don't remember the exactly.
I'll have 16 times.
Yeah.
So up to 10 times? Okay, cool. All right, so big fight here too. Loner's going to be using the different combos with Rebellion here to build up a little bit of style gauge here. He wants to get the maximum showtime rank here, and then the enemies just start dropping tons and tons of orbs, as you can see. So now he's already got like 3,000 orbs or something. It's a lot.
So the way they count the orb manip multiplier is based on the enemy HP with the red orb drop. So for example, the Mistra has 500 HP, and if you multiply it by 10, it should be 10k. And we already rich enough here, as you can see, closing up to 8k. I took my time a bit in this mission just to showcase how much we could gain at the first mission. It's already really insane. Yes, sir.
Sheesh.
That's an easy S rank, by the way. So yeah, you can go the game insanely fast while fulfilling a certain condition that makes your economy extremely rich. This is not the fastest method because at best you'd only really want 4k. But I just took my time, like I said, just to showcase how this mechanic works. And there you go. We already 12k.
That's a oh my goodness. Okay, over 12k. Jeez. All right, so this is actually going to make it so that Loner can go ahead and buy the second level of Rebellion here. And something that's a little different in this game compared to the other runs of the series is that a lot here we're buying stats pretty much straight up. In the other runs we're buying moves and stuff that translates into utility. And the way that it becomes valuable in the run is just sort of how we use it. In a lot of this run we're going to be buying items and upgrades for the weapons in order to make them do more damage and just in general kind of stack up for late game. We're going to be moving through like a little bit more like a puzzle-y area, and then we're going to go into this one puzzle here that's like, I don't know if you'd call it a puzzle, but it's more of like a test in how fast you can knock out these little light bulbs. And there is actually like an optimal pattern to this. So we got the first good pattern here. And then if another good pattern appears, we'll be able to take out the next 4 lights, and that'll be like a 2 cycle on the pattern.
Yeah, you can see the light on the background of the flame when it turns to a blue. This shows like how much you have left.
Yep.
One thing to note about the upgrading weapon, if you think that's only just the damage, it's not really just the damage. It's basically give your elemental heart an extra enhancement. For example, for the lightning, it will give you more lightning counts, and for the slowdown on the frozen heart, it will give you more time for the enemies to get slowed down, and for the flame heart, it just simply make your hitbox bigger. There's just a niche little detail. It's nothing too crazy.
Yep. And so this part right here, Loner's actually going to disable the lock-on in this game in order to just like ignore the bats that are around. There's also like a small pit right here that you can fall into. We're just going to skip around it. And you can actually disable the lock-on in this game by holding down R2. And this was something that like can really make the casual experience, a lot better, is because you're not like auto-locking onto enemies, and you can just go up to this light wheel here and then take it out like real quickly without having to attack any of the enemies.
You could also skip this aerial heart if you want to, but we're not really going to skip this because it's very, we really need it. It's also written in the guidebook, like, you can skip this hard if you want to, and I'm like, I'm definitely not going to sacrifice a lot of my good moves on that.
Yeah, right. So then Loner's going to be using everybody's favorite, the machine gun in Devil Trigger form, as well as the pad there. That will give him extra Devil Trigger.
This will be the first and last time you'll see that.
Yep. And then the goats right here are going to come down. And they'll always pretty much perform the same way. Loner's going to do some pretty specific combos to them. The way this game treats different moves with the weapons is you tilt in different directions. So left, right, back, or front.
It's not a boss combo.
Yep. Yeah, you just kind of just do it.
This mission will basically be like, welcome to DMC2. Speedruns.
Yeah, this is really where we're gonna this kind of gets off to a little bit of a slow start. But so first of all, there's gonna be a hand that comes out of the wall here when Loner goes up to fight the goat at the bottom of the hill, and he's gonna be taking damage from it in order to lower his health into the red, because then he'll activate Majin Devil Trigger. And Majin Devil Trigger on a lot of these bosses is just going to just tear them up. So he's going to try to get this Goatling here to die around the time that he takes like a lot of this damage.
We need
Almost?
a little bit
Okay.
of DT. We need a little bit of a DT to tank.
All right, he's going to get a little bit of Devil Trigger here in order to be able to tank some hits. And there we go. Okay, nice. All right. Then Majin Devil Trigger. And then he's just going to take this guy, just dust him. So much damage, chunking him out. Bam.
Yeah. And fun fact, the weapon that I'm using, that I upgraded, it actually scales with the Majin melee. So it matters a lot what kind of weapon you're equipping and upgrading.
Yeah, as long as, like, if you upgrade your guns, then the fireballs in Majin Devil Trigger will do more damage, and if you upgrade your swords, then the blades on Dante's hands will do more damage.
Just as the Force intended.
So then we're going to go ahead and knock out this wall. And then we're going to have like one of the only skips in the game. It's called a quick heart skip. And basically it's going to mean that, so normally you would like go into a building off in the distance and you would collect an item called the quick heart in order to able to run through this gate here. However, with the power of rolling, we do not have to do that.
Fortunately, if you're playing this in a PS2, you will have to get it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you're playing it on PS2.
It's only on the NA version in Japanese, surprisingly. While in the Europe version, they fixed.
PAL's not that way?
Yeah, PALs, they actually fixed everything.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very cool.
Shoutouts to PAL. And so here we come up on, I just always call her Medusa, even though she's a snake lady instead of a lady with snake hair. And we're going to take some damage from her gas here. And we're going to get put into the health from Majin Devil Trigger again.
Not the greatest setup, but good enough.
Good enough. She's going to be taken down.
If you don't have level 2 Rebellion, she'll actually survive. That's why upgrading your weapon is very, very important from here. You want to get it at least from Vision 3.
And we're also going to get like the best gun in the game, the shotgun.
Not the rocket launcher.
Not the rocket launcher. No.
I'm afraid it's not a rocket launcher. If you want to see a good rocket launcher, you can go ahead and watch DMC on with the great grenade launcher.
All right, so moving into mission 5. Here's the wolves right here. And the wolves here, you have to...
You have to manipulate, like, every time the wolf, after they do a jump, you'll have to hit them with a stinger or a high time. So it's not just you sit down and shoot. You only shoot for an additional damage, DPS, like that. Because if you shoot them with, the enemies in this game has an armor value, which is basically a stun value. If you exceed through that, they will get knocked away, especially for dogs, and you'll lose so much DPS from that.
Yeah, absolutely. The shotgun is also really good because it allows us to do shotgun cancels. And basically what that means is that, you know, similar to something like in DMC3 where we would cancel with Royal Guard, in this game we're going to cancel by weapon switching. So if you do shotgun into pistols into shotgun again, you can let one shot of the pistol rock, or you can, if you hold down the weapon switch and, you know, or hold down gun and weapon switch or whatever, you can cancel the recoil time on the shotgun and just get those really nice shotgun cancels to knock back enemies and do a little bit extra DPS, etc. It's really good in certain situations, and it's also the reason, one of the many reasons that the rocket launcher was actually routed out. It's because if you have the rocket or missile launcher in your array of weapons, then you will not be able to do shotgun cancels anymore.
You'll have to switch twice, which means that you'll get slowed down significantly much.
Yep. So here we move into an area very reminiscent of PS2 Shinobi, where we're fighting infected tanks or demonic military machines here.
Oh, so they do want to play dirty today.
I was going to say, there's some pretty bad RNG right now going on where these things are shooting so much of their like missile launchers and oh my goodness, the
That's a lot
machine
of
guns
damage.
as well. What the heck, dude?
They do be hurting a lot.
So we're going to go up to this guy right here. They're mean today.
Yes.
Holy goodness.
That's okay.
They knew they were on GDQ. They knew what time it was.
They have to deliver, boys. They always gotta deliver. Nothing is blessing about. There's nothing. Every time you'll see in a DMC called Mission 5, then you should understand there's nothing blessing about it.
True. Okay, so you're gonna do the shotgun cancels here to kill this thing, just to do a little safety strat. Oh my goodness gracious.
It's okay.
Oh.
I'll have to go to the margin. And
I'm on the edge of my seat here, to be honest with you, dude.
that's okay. If worse comes to worse, I have to go to Margin Devil form. Because we gotta go for the what do you call rocket launcher strat? The good old reliable strat, you know?
Yeah. So here, Loner's going to use Majin Devil Trigger to raise up like super fast. Regular Devil Trigger has a flight mode with the aerial heart that we grabbed in the last mission, but it does not raise as high like through this part as Majin Form does. And Dante can just kind of also use like some attacks to take out the helicopter here.
We're not gonna do that because there's not enough DT, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, you
so
can
if we had
tank-
more DT, we'd be all right.
You can tank the tank.
Yeah. Tanks for nothing.
Exactly, exactly.
And there's also these things called gun jumps here. So if when you shoot your guns in this game, you gain a little bit of extra height, and that just makes some of the platforming here a little quicker. Because you can do jump gun and then jump gun again. And everybody's favorite boss, like I don't really usually embrace the memes on this game, but I know it's probably going on in chat right now.
I can feel it.
The infested helicopter is here to play.
So this is an extremely old strat compared to what I originally supposed to go for. You're just gonna sit down here for a bit, wait for the polar rocket launcher to come out. This time I'll have to aim at the weak point because we don't have Devil Star anymore. Tanks for nothing, you know. So that's 1, 2, and that's exactly calculated.
Super calculated.
Yeah, you can shoot the rocket launchers, by the way, to get an extra double trigger. It gives you extreme significant amount. Like that. And now you have to pay attention. Be sure to not get hit, and then be sure that you aim at the eye of Sauron. And just like that, you'll knock it down so easily. And you you can just throw away your shotgun, whatever your memes have. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This isn't a place for that. We're here to play a video game.
We're here to go fast. We don't got
Yeah.
time to sit on the platform and shoot the pistols at it.
Yeah.
So now moving into mission 6. This is also where the shotgun cancels are going to come in handy because this giant demon is going to come out of a building. Oh yeah, that's right, Nephesturus. It almost reminds me of like Nosferatu. So here's the shotgun cancels right here. Loner's going to be getting hit with the laser here in order to get into Majin Devil Trigger health. I think it's 3 times that you need to get hit.
Yeah, and then fourth time at the flight mode.
Yep, right. Ooh, that was tricky.
Yeah, you have to deal damage with it.
Nice.
Not the great canceling, but we got it.
We got it. And then he's going to come down into the second phase here as the head. Loner's going to deal a bunch of damage here. And then he's going to use a move called Judgment.
It's called Doomsday as well.
Oh yeah, Doomsday. I'm sorry. Which one's Judgment?
You could call this a Judgment. There's actually no Judgment. Yeah. Because if you notice at the Devil May Cry, it's basically Judgment at the final attack, you know? With the explosion.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, so that move's called Doomsday. It's like a map-wide AoE that you can use in Majin Devil Trigger by hitting both melee and shoot at the same time without locking on. And we got a little bit of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater here too.
Fun fact about these kind of stuff, these kind of moves, if you have a lot of DT at a certain threshold, it will deal more damage, but you don't really want to do that. You want to invest, deal some sort of a damage to the boss instead of using it all together at the same time. However, ironically in PS2 you could do this over and over again. There is some sort of a bug where you could just use it in a loop.
Yeah, you can just keep mashing out both square and melee, and just do those moves attached to those commands just over and over again on PS2.
Which
a lot of really weird things on PS2 with this game.
Yeah, typical PS2 legendary moment. We released, we're gonna really get the first version of the game released, right? And then just leave all the debugging, whatever the thing is, behind. And then, and then PAL is like, why are you guys not fixing that,
Yeah, we also mentioned the quick heart. Okay, well, I'll talk about that in a second. So, Loner's going to activate this elevator here, but he's going to jump off of it. Normally, there's a big auto-scroller there, but while that auto-scroller is happening, we're going to go over to some other rooms and collect some things that we're going to need to stack up for late game. So, first things first, we're going to go ahead and grab the Vendetta. And that's like Dante's strongest weapon. They fixed the damage values of this on HD collection coming from PS2. They fixed the damage values on all the swords, actually, coming into the HD collection. And then we're also going to be grabbing the Flame Heart here. And so Loner's going to get a little bit of DT from the pad here, and then fly on up to the Flame Heart. And the Flame Heart increases the amount of damage that you deal in Devil Trigger, as well as adding a fire element onto all of your attacks. And this is one of the essentials for late game. We lose a little bit of time grab and stuff like this, but in the end, it actually makes up for it with how much time it saves in the late game. You just get so strong. Here's the cool little movement right here. Nice. And then, like I said, that elevator's still ticking down while we're doing all that, so Loner's just going to shoot right to the end. Very nice.
Pretty cool.
And this is the other room where the orb manipulation is actually super important. I don't actually remember the combination of style ranks that you do here.
Yeah, so you hit them twice and then wait for 5 seconds to go away. After that, you can start getting double Don't Worry and then double Warrior Ready. That's it. After that, you have to make sure to get best out of the valley. Oh, we failed, but it's okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, because if you do a different couple of moves, your rank will shoot up at significant amount. But that's fine. It's really just affording an extra item if you wanna play extremely optimally at this game. So at the most,
you probably made up for it during the first mission too, a little bit, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more orbs.
Yeah, kinda. It's not ideal because I got really a lot. There's specific amount that you need to get. Currency in this game used to be really free, whatever you need to do, but right now it's extremely tight.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And what was it? I think Scruff calls this the microwave room because this sounds like the beeping of a microwave.
Yeah. Yeah, right here. You see, it's cooking. I mean, we're in the Flame Heart. We already we tried to cook, but unfortunately, I overcooked. So
It's a good game, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good game.
And if you're wondering why am I not flying here, there's an invincible wall that doesn't allow us because the game just doesn't want me to go fast. Yeah, you gotta have a real-time elevator experience like the most PS2 games. Like it's such an insane throw what we're going through.
Yeah, you can double jump all you want here and do gun jumps and all that, but the moment you try to fly, the game's like, nah, dude, cut that out.
At least there's a movement sequence. Now we go to Dark Souls.
Here we go into a very Dark Souls-ish boss here. He's just a bull. He's just a giant bull.
I can't even.
And we're actually going to loop him with this game's million stabs. So Loner's going to equip the Vendetta, and he's going to do 2 strikes of rebellion in Devil Trigger, and then deactivate Devil Trigger and mash melee. And that's going to activate million stab. Normally this, oh my goodness. Normally this move is, I mean, that's fine too. Normally that move's only available in Devil Trigger, but you can actually activate it or keep it activated outside of Devil Trigger in order to make sure that it still lands. There was also the aerial rave right there where Loner would just throw the sword around and it does a ton of damage.
If anything goes worse, when in doubt, you use an aerial rave.
Indeed.
Because luckily, since I got a really good orb manipulation at mission 1, I really don't have to worry about S-ranking this mission. Because S-ranking this mission, or A at least, is very, very crucial in the run. Otherwise, it's really gonna hurt in the long run when you reach the late game. Whether you're forging off a Devil Star or a Purple Orb and such.
And there we just grabbed the offense heart. Now, the reason that we didn't grab the offense heart before when we were doing the auto-scroller, number 1, is because we only have time to grab 2 things, really. Second, it's because getting the offense heart here will refill our Devil Trigger. And that will make it so that we can just traverse through this level a little bit quicker overall. Fun fact also about the offense heart on PS2 is that, or on, Japanese and American PS2, is that it had no properties in the PS2 version. The properties of the offense heart, which again increases your defense, or increases your attack power while in Devil Trigger, those properties were shoved into the quick heart on accident. And so in PS2, this is why Loner said in PS2 runs, you'll go and get the quick heart. Because you will have both the properties of the quick heart, which makes you run and attack faster, along with the properties of the offense heart. And nothing doing. We're just going to keep on rolling.
It's just
Fred Durst.
It's extremely movement mission game. And if you're wondering why am I not running here, it's because the wind that pushes me back. And yeah, you may have wondered, we're gonna get the rocket launcher. I'm afraid no.
Nope. No more rocket launcher.
No more memes, I'm afraid.
No more memes. Your memes end here.
Exactly, Jack. Now, this is a moment where, a lot of us have dies a lot. Normally, people reset a lot in this game. One of the main reasons it's extremely dynamic mission, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So there's a little puzzle here where you have to hit the things on the 2 sides of the area. And then we're going to go down into the Moth mission, or the Moth boss fight. And first of all, we're going to take out a couple of enemies, but they're of very little consequence. The boss here, we're going to set up for another Majin kill. And we're going to do this by letting the worms or the larvae evolve into like these giant worms that can like swallow you, and they're like, oh, and they try to eat Dante. And they slowly tick his health bar down. And because of that, we can use that to set up for, you guessed it, Majin Devil Trigger. So Loner will be breaking out of the worm at like pretty much the precise health that it is needed for getting Majin to activate. He's also going to take out that Savage Golem there since its despawn animation is faster. So here we go. Here's the big old moth right here. This also builds a lot of Devil Trigger for you as well, so I'm not too worried about that. And shaking on out. Nice. Cool. And then he's going to get the laser off too, the Hyper Viper Beam. Shout outs to Cable.
Unique.
MVC2. Oh, into another swallow. This is actually pretty much perfect.
Yep.
Because you want the worms to swallow you as much as possible so that you this is actually faster than trying to fight them normally. It's just breaking out.
It's getting a perfect fight in this game, it's extremely specific. So there is no way you could get this fight the way that you want every single time.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of adaptation comes from the mid-game. Mid-game is starting with Bull boss mission, it's where the game gets extremely fun. Usually the early game is, usually the early game, like most Devil May Cry, it will just bore you to death, and the game will just tell you, just you wait, just you wait till you reach mid-game.
Just you wait.
So, yeah, the textures, I'm afraid you heard about this all the time.
Yeah, this is everybody's favorite room in the game. I actually know somebody that tried to mod this game to be mod that room to be a different texture, and it ended up crashing that game, or crashing their game. So that texture might be the thing that is holding the entire game together. That might be why it still exists. So don't knock the texture; it's making the game playable. This is also kind of very reminiscent of Tomb Raider. This entire area.
Shoutouts to Leon S. Kennedy and Lara Croft.
True. We also got the Indiana Jones section right here, too.
Yeah, as you can notice...
This giant eyeball. What's up?
As you can notice that I'm trying to keep Dante rolling forward, and it's really difficult to adjust him perfectly in order to get the really ideal movement that you want. It takes a lot of practice while doing that. And sometimes when you try to roll around here, Dante will randomly just do a trickster one. Oh my god. Yeah.
Right, now we're gonna skip all this platforming here too by just flying to the top of the area.
That's why we need to buy Purple Orb in the first place. Everyone's favorite boss, the Nero Angelo of DMC2.
Yeah, this is Bulwark, and actually, in the lore, the game never explains this, but Bulwark actually fought Sparta at one point, which is why you fight him twice in this game. He's supposed to be of pretty great significance in the lore, and the game just never lets you know. The camera also follows his dogs until you take them out, so you have to fight the camera pretty often in these boss fights.
The fight was pretty solid, all things considered. You also noticed that there's a bug in HD Collection where whenever I hit someone with air raid on Flameheart, it will interact with any other environment.
Yep.
That's why Flameheart consumes extremely fast, and you have to be very careful on how you use it.
Also, this whole boss is just I got no explanation for this. Just the Sargassos from DMC1 surrounding a giant electrical field with some diamonds and everything. And you just kind of Hellbreaker them, and then that's the fight. So here's Pluto.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ordinarily, if Loner hadn't had to use the Devil Star in order to salvage Mission 5 earlier, he would just use it here and then just clean this boss up easy peasy. But now, we gotta build a little bit of Devil Trigger. And do some good old million stabs. And into Aerial Rave. There you go. Very nice. And then I think we're going up to the Arius boss fight as well. Now, Arius is pretty an interesting fight because you have to do a specific combo with forward tilts in order to prevent him from summoning his demons at the start of the fight. And as long as you can prevent him from summoning those demons, he will always try to keep summoning them. And then that's like kind of locks him into these actions so you can just keep decimating his health bar after like stunning him and everything. Ooh, he got one of them out. Unfortunate. So, we just gotta go for Old Faithful. DT Stinger. But he didn't give us any shields, so that's cool. Yeah,
it's extremely consistent when you get that strat right. But lately, I'm sort of out of practice, but it still doesn't matter. We're killing it out there.
Ayo. So mission 14. This was really the mission where the modern route of the game started to kind of form. And here's also some kick cancels. That's like the most hype I've ever gotten for that. Sick. All right, so so basically you have to do some like jump cancels with the guns there and everything, and just loop those kicks into themselves. And we can use that to then just take out that light wheel really fast. Loner, you also see switched over to the Lightning Heart because the Lightning Heart is more efficient about its DT use. Also, here's like a debug thing where you can just kind of run up the side of this wall and then all of the enemies disappear. We have no idea why this works. We don't know where the knowledge came from. It's just there, and it's been in the run since, you know, forever. I don't even know if I could find runs where it's not there. I'd have to like look back real far to when, you know, like before people had even thought about optimizing the game, and we're just kind of like doing fast casual playthroughs. So then here we're going to use a roll into into DT for the aerial rave there. And then we're just going to keep on rolling. And the reason that I say that like a lot of the modern routes for the game started coming in here was because of like the tech that Loner is demonstrating right now to like use aerial rave to take out some of these light wheels. The last area here, people used to just do helm breakers like, I don't know, 15 times or something, and it was super slow. But here, you can just use aerial rave and just take out the light wheel in like 10 seconds.
Make sure to disable lock on. It can be a bit tricky to do it as well.
Yep, exactly.
Now,
also, we got a little bit of asset reuse here. We got Phantom coming back for revenge from DMC 1. But they're going to just get stingered into oblivion.
We're just going to move him instead. As you can see, I'm doing a specific strain. Like you can see, I'm transforming at a very specific time to DT and to stun him.
Yep. And boom goes the dynamite. This mission. Mission 15. Mission 15 is a mission where you have 3 minutes to take out like a whole bunch of waves of enemies. And there's a bunch of strats that we've had to develop over, I should say Loner has had to develop over the course of the time because I definitely did not find these strats. So this is similar to the strat on mission, I think 2, right? With the gorilla hand, is that 2? Yeah, that's 2. Early game be a little fuzzy for me. And we're going to get back to Majin Devil Trigger here.
You have to get a certain style bind because it will affect the Black Orb drop rate. Okay, so that's 2 of them.
There we go.
And that's 3. You see the White Orb? Because I got an airstrike, it increases the chance right here.
Okay, there we go. Yep.
And now we're gonna use the Doomsday because we killed enough amount of enemies. And now the goat's gonna spawn, you're gonna have to round trip them. And now you go back to set up margin DP again.
Shoutouts to DMC1 for making doors that can kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Okay,
think,
thanks, goat.
yeah, I was gonna say that looked dangerous. Oh, shoutouts to the goat right there, dude.
Yeah. Now we got enough 3 Mistress kill, you do Doomsday again. And that's mission 15.
Very nice.
It used to be an extremely long mission when he used to do that. It used to be weird.
I remember when we would be like inching out of that mission by the skin of our teeth, dude. Like now you're saving like a minute and a half on that timer. Woo! So now this is officially late game. And we're in hell, which looks like, like a corporation building or something, and there's a huge elevator ride. I mean, shout outs to like Reboot that let us know that long elevator rides are actually hell, It shares that theme with DMC too.
Oh, the knockdown on the ground.
Ooh, unfortunate there.
But it's okay. Oh, yeah, I have to remember.
So this is a rather scary setup for a Majin kill. Loner is going to be
decimated,
taking a ton of damage from these enemies here, and really just trying to manage his health bar and then get out of here with his life. If you've ever taken an elevator ride in an extremely populated hotel, you know this pain.
And you just tell him to get off me with a shotgun.
All right, we're out of there. Nice.
Yeah, it's still scary, so you have to be very, very careful with that HP.
Yup. And so, really, in this area, you just kind of have to run across each hallway, and you'll be all right. Here, you just kind of do like 3 jumps, and we're in the clear for the obstacles. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 jumps. My mistake.
Yeah. But the most important thing is the 3 main ones.
Yep. And we're going to be heading into the next Bulwark fight. And Bulwark, again, kind of is going to make us fight the camera by having his dogs around him. Those dogs are definitely holding it down, making the fight harder than it needs to be. But he's still going to get taken out. By the Majin Devil Trigger. Easy
I was
peasy.
almost too late.
Oh my goodness, that was so close.
Okay.
Nice.
Whew.
Woo. Oh, you're playing it real risky, huh?
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm actually feeling it today.
What?
I'm feeling it after that.
Oh, you're feeling? Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. And we're going to set up another kill here. First, we got to take out this big goat, though, that's in the room, because that goat deals a ton of damage.
Yeah, he better step off for a bit, because, you know, we are gaming a little bit right here. Okay, we built a DT. That's what I want.
Oh, just barely.
Uh-huh.
So here's Trismagia. You probably didn't like this boss when you were playing casually. Don't worry. I'm going to show you how to take it out. So we got to find the weak hit here first. And then we're going to go into Majin once we found the weak hit. In this case, it's the ice one.
It used to be extremely RNG heavy with a air raid strat.
Yep. And there we go. So now we just have to do a dodge through. And we're in the clear.
Oops.
Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. You got the, you got the revive. All right. Fair enough. You know, if there's anywhere you're going to mess up, it's fine for it to be right there. Yeah. Then Aria's here. We're going to get another Devil Star. And we're just going to roll on up to Arias and then hit him with the trusty old Devil Trigger Stinger. He's going to teleport around the room, though. We probably can't really help that.
Yeah, there's a new strat I've been meaning to try, but it's rather risky. Which is basically air raiding him over and over again after the knockdown, and then you have to be very specific to aim well. So it's really difficult.
So now we're going to grab a bunch of items here to head into Argosax the Chaos. Don't worry, folks. We're not going to be standing at range and firing the missile launcher. We're going to be going ham.
Yeah, I have to make
super ham.
Yeah, I would have afforded another Devil Star, but we're going to play a little bit safe here.
Going to play a little safe.
Yeah, because I thought I had enough. Because you never know what good old Griffin does.
True, yeah. So we got to get one more laser here. Bam. Nice. So, Lunar Phase. This is the origination of Lunar Phase, by the way. Vergil's move. And then we're just going to keep on attacking these dudes. Ooh, that was close. And we're just going to use Majin Devil Trigger to just take out every freaking thing here. All right. Here we go.
Okay, that was a close.
Nice. All right, and then we go into Despair Embodied. Definitely my favorite boss in this game, Despair Embodied. It's got a bunch of attacks, 2 different forms.
Okay. That's still fine.
I gave you Devil Trigger. Devil Trigger, nice. Uh-oh.
And time is coming up, by the way.
Yeah, time's coming up.
Time.
He'll call for it, I'm sure.
Wait, I forgot to play the infamous cutscene of the Arias.
Oh, yeah, you mashed a little bit too hard through it. Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, I guess I was just feeling it in the one instead. But anyway, shout out to Adidas for the Champions League spray. And then shout outs to my favorite football player. Okay, CR7. And Sweet. Anyway, so yeah, I wasn't in so much energy today because it's really late in the night here. I wish if I could entertain even more and all of that, but I was like, let me just give you some good old ASMR speedrun. Yeah, shout outs to Cosmic for handling, the commentary with me as well, and watching through how far we pushed this game in. And I hope I could see this game even more at GDQ in future. Hopefully, maybe we could optimize it even further at some point. Shout outs to DMC community. Shout outs to people who organized this anniversary event, of course. Yeah, like I said, it's very late here. It's hard to talk about. Yeah, you got anything to say, Cosmic?
I'm just really happy that we finally got to show DMC2 on the GDQ channel. This is a sick run, and it was awesome to be able to finally commentate for it. So, good stuff, Loner. GG's, man.
Yeah, there's a cool tutorial by me. If you have any questions about the game and all that, don't be shy to join DMC Speedrun Discord. I'll be there. I'll be there to help you build up how to run this game.
Yep. And Lucia is also a cool run if you're interested in that run too.
I suppose that's it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the DMC Anniversary Special. We're celebrating all of the anniversaries of... there's 3 DMC games that have anniversaries this month, so we've got a bunch of games from the community to support it. Real quick, before we get into the next run, Unapologetically Black and Fast is coming up February 11th and 12th. Celebrate Black Excellence and Speedrunning coming up next month. Use exclamation UBAF in Twitch chat for more information. With all that said, I'll hand it over to the runner for Devil May Cry 1.
Hello, everyone. My name is the Scruffington. You can also call me Scruff or Scruffy. And I got some DMC1 any% normal Dante for you tonight. This is my first time running on the GDQ Hotfix and second time at Games Done Quick. First time ever running DMC1 at an event, so I'm pretty excited. Joining me on commentary tonight, we got Yang and Cosmic once again.
What's up? I'm here.
Yep. I'm Yang. Nice to meet y'all.
All right, so I'll count us down from 3, and then on Devil May Cry, we'll get the run started. So 3, 2, 1, Devil May Cry. So for the early part of this game, I'm actually going to pass commentary off to Yang and Cosmic because this game's a little bit different in the sense that orb route is pretty crucial to the overall success of the run. So I'll let them take over while I buckle down here.
Yeah, so the first trick that Scruff's going to be doing in the run here, ordinarily, like in a casual playthrough, you would be running around this first room and getting like piecemeal kind of orbs. And red orbs are going to be used to buy both abilities and items in this game. And so the first trick that Scruff is going to be doing is grabbing the orb cache that's on top of this horse spear, or this knight's spear. And that's going to be like 50 or so orbs. Actually, no, it's more like 100. So
yeah, you pay 45. That's what it is.
We're left over with 45 or 55, right?
Now,
so, go
and
ahead.
then we come up here and we're gonna get a nice rusty key with a pretty cool jump here. That's one of the big appeals of this game, I think, is the slick movement that we gotta do. Maybe not as flashy as DMC Reboot, but it's still cool.
Yeah, definitely. Very crispy movement is definitely easy to tell in this game. It just looks super slick. Gonna do the rolls here as well, a little bit faster than running to the door. Scruff's also gonna get the orb cache on the plane.
That orb cache is a bit of a safety buffer. It lets us get an S rank even if we get a little bit of damage in this mission. And we really want an S rank on the first 2 missions.
And so the technique that Scruff is showing off here is called slash canceling. And basically you can cancel the recovery of the first 2 hits of the melee combo for Force Edge, which is Dante's sword that he has at the start of this game. And you can also do this with the last sword, which we're going to get on the next mission. Okay. Oh yeah, so by the way, the puppets in this room, the marionettes, totally random what comes out. And the health that each of them has is random. There's like a range that each color can have, and it's like higher. Like the lower end is like the light blues, and then the highest is the reds, and they all have different ranges of health. But so you want to get like light blues and greens and stuff.
Yeah, that was pretty good RNG there. We didn't see any reds, I don't think.
Yeah, like 1 purple, I think. But every non-boss enemy in this game will have a random amount of health. That's fine. Yep, that's an S rank.
Yeah, if you take too much damage on this mission, you can actually lose the S rank. So to compensate for that, you got to get a lot of orbs. But we got the required amount, so we're good.
You got a ton, actually. 255 is crazy.
I was gonna say, yeah, because 200 is like the requirement for the like the S rank on the orbs, I think.
Yeah, if you take damage, it's 200, or you can just get none and take no damage. Now we have Alistair.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The cool sword.
The cool sword.
Yeah.
The lightning sword.
Yeah. One of the coolest in the series. I wish I'd come back. We keep talking over each other.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I was gonna say, like, I was just agreeing. Like, yeah, it's a sick sword. But so we're gonna go ahead into. I think, did we grab another rusty key, or was that something else?
Yeah, we grabbed the rusty key. We just used it for that Veil door there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we have to circle around to get to the back room of the library we just were in. And then we're coming up to the really dicey part of Mission 2, is this very RNG fight against these scissors. So you really want to do it damageless, but the way they block is just like totally random. So it can be really hairy. Many runs die in this room.
Yeah. An innumerable amount.
Okay.
Okay. And we got the double kill?
Not the double. It was close though. Alright, that's good. That's a huge relief. Because you need the S rank on the first 2 missions to be able to move forward our movement skills for the next mission. So it's a huge relief in a marathon setting to get the double S's.
Yep, so Scruff is going to be picking up Stinger, and if you started watching this game around when I did, you've watched Maxi Lobes' run from 2017 SGDQ, and you're going to hear a whole lot of Da throughout the rest of the game. And we're also going to pick up an orb cache up here because we actually want to go for a special bonus in this mission. And special bonus is when you far and away exceed the requirements for an S rank, and you are able to get an extra 2,000 or so orbs. So the game is technically graded on a system of 15 points, and damage is 5. There's time is 5 points, and then what's the other one? What's the other 5 points? Is it
orbs?
Yeah, orbs.
But then you can get like other modifiers, like if you do secret missions, or like you get like debuffs if you use items. So there's a lot of things that go into your rank.
Yep. And if you get like a full 15 points, then you get the special bonus. And basically here we just have to get a certain amount of orbs and just not take damage. And then naturally we're going to be, clearing the time requirements pretty easily during the course of the run.
I should hope
here's
so.
Phantom. Yeah, you're right. Exactly.
Alright. Scariest part of the run right here. So you need to do this damageless. Okay, Scruff gets a good pattern.
Okay.
There we go.
Nice. Excellent.
Very well done.
All right, my nerves are calmed down a little bit. Yeah, because you got to get through these 3 ideally to have yourself set up for a good run. So we're in there.
Yeah, so there's typically 2 special bonuses that we try to go for in the run, and this is one of the first ones. There's 3 that are available in the early game. There's missions 3, 5, and 8. And typically runners will try to go for 3 and 5 because they are the fastest to get. Also, here's Phantom real quick. He's gonna be like, and come after us, and it's just like, nope, goodbye. And we're gonna fight the cat, Shadow. And Shadow is weak only really to guns, so we're gonna have to use Devil Triggered, Ebony and Ivory. And we're gonna take it down. And then hopefully it just despawns. Easy peasy, thank goodness. Yeah. Sometimes it'll like to come up to where you are and attack you and be like, rah, and then make a whole mess of things, and it's just not fun. So Scruff's gonna get a little bit of Devil Trigger there from that guy. By taunting, you can get either 2 runes, or 2 like magic runes from the Devil Trigger, or you can get 1 depending on which taunt you do. And grab the Death Sentence up here, and then head into the boss fight against Nello Angelo.
AKA not Vergil.
Yeah, totally not Vergil.
Totally not Vergil.
And this is where slash canceling is also going to come into full effect, because Scruff is going to want to do 2 or 4 sets of slash cancels here, and you do slash cancels by rotating the stick 360 after doing like the first 2 hits of the slash combo, and then you pop a holy water on him, and then he's done.
And that skips like 2 phases where he teleports away, and then you have to chase him. You definitely don't want to fall into that in the speedrun. Alright. So, yeah, this cat, if we do this damage list, then we actually are golden for early game, because missions 1 through 5 are really like the reset points, and Scruff does look like he's getting it, so. Okay, good.
Heck yeah.
Very good foundation for a speedrun now. Probably a big load off the nerves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can calm down a little bit.
You can breathe. That's I think the first time anybody does this run in a marathon setting or in a reset situation setting. Those first 5 missions really just test you continually. And you know, I mean, number 1, you know, as long as you put a lot of time into the game and you really understand things, like you can salvage a lot of runs, but it's definitely nice to just have that cushion, like, yes, I'm set. I can just go, you know. Yeah. Mission 6 here, we bought like a couple of skills and stuff, and we bought some holy waters. So now we're just gonna holy water these boats.
If you haven't figured it out yet, holy waters are pretty crucial to the DMC1 speedrun, at least on normal. We're going to be using them a lot and a lot.
And the thing with them was, like, in this game, you know, I commented on this earlier in DMC3 that the way items, and this is also the case in DMC4, is that the way that items are balanced is they end up costing more the more you buy of them. And in this game, that's not the case. So holy waters always cost 700 on normal. So you can just afford these super powerful, like, area-wide nukes. Especially if you're getting a lot of S ranks and stuff.
102, very nice.
And now we're going to actually see Phantom again here real quick, but we're going to be running away from Phantom again.
Luckily, he's not very fast.
You can actually kill him for a bunch of orbs, but I think our orb route's pretty good, so I don't need to do that. We can save a little bit of time here.
Yeah, that's a really good backup, honestly. Because it only takes like 10 seconds. And it guarantees the S rank on this mission too, so.
Even more of that.
Yep.
Alright, so moving into this next area here. This is sort of where, like, no damage attempts at this mission kind of go to die like that. The bugs, they just attack you relentlessly.
So that is like our first blemish on the orb route. It's going to be an A rank because of that one tiny little hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, nothing we could really do about that. It's just pure RNG.
Yep.
Still, we've had like such a solid early game, it doesn't really matter.
Then Scruff is going to be buying, I believe, Air Hike now, along with a single purple orb.
Yep.
And Air Hike is just essentially the double jump of the game. So you can jump while you jump. And then we're going to use a purple orb to refill the double trigger or the magic gauge. And we're going to fight Phantom again. Oh, there we go. Oh, shoot. Nice.
And this is fine. Like, he doesn't have to do this one damageless. Finishes it off with a nice crit, though.
Nice. And then we're going to grab the trident here. And then head on down to let the gate up for the castle.
We're going to get
Dante's
the best gun in the entire series, except maybe Faust, which is arguably a gun, I guess.
Hats can be guns, you know, if you think hard enough.
I'll leave it to the DMC5 experts. I only know one.
Yeah, Faust is a gun. I'll call it.
Okay. The verdict's in.
Alright, so now we got another S rank there. Great early game. Bada boom, bada boom.
Yep.
Heading into the mid game.
Yep.
We're gonna go. Are you gonna grab the Devil Star here, Scruff?
Yeah, I always grab this one.
Okay, yeah, because there's a Devil Star like hidden right behind here, y'all, for the folks at home. And then we're gonna go ahead and he's not gonna burn Devil Trigger here to run down the steps a little faster. He's just gonna hold on to it in order to do the quick frit skip or the quick frit trick. And normally what you could do is like use the grenade gun or the grenade launcher to attack the lizards there and get your Devil Trigger back after running down the stairs, but some runners prefer to just do the way that Scruffs did. Then we're going to grab another Devil Star there, skip all this platforming here, and then go right up to Ifrit. And that's quick frit.
Exactly the way the developers intended. Probably.
Couldn't have.
Just like this boss fight.
Yeah, so we're going to just punch the door with the fire fist and just walk out. You're definitely supposed to fight that. Maybe, perhaps. But we can just walk out by just punching the flame door. The forest here is a little interesting because there's a lot of different spawn points for enemies, and you really have to maintain proper grenade shots everywhere and stand in pretty specific locations in the room in order to maximize the clear on it.
Yeah. Generally, it's not like a good way to clear it to just stand there and spam grenades. Like, you have to kind of time them pretty well.
There's a lot of ways to cancel grenades in this game too. Like, if you thought that the grenade launcher was like really slow, you can cancel it with jumps, you can cancel it with rolls, you can cancel it with slashes or stingers, you know, anything really. It's a super powerful gun that builds a lot of Devil Trigger and does a lot of damage for how quickly you can animation cancel it and fire it.
Yeah, I think we use it even more than yeah, it is OP. I think it's probably the gun that we use most, even more than Ebony and Ivory in DMC1.
Yeah. I mean, once you get it in normal, at least it's the only gun you use. So.
Yep.
Ebony and Ivory have a lot of utility in like DMD though, so.
It would be sick if we could use the GAT, but unfortunately that's only for all collectibles runs.
Shotgun strats.
They're cool. They're cool, they're just not fast enough.
Unfortunate.
And then Nightmare Beta, which has no utility at all. Very sad.
So this light here, by the way, we're just trying to take out these enemies as quickly as possible so that it always goes over to the left side of the path. We're going to spend a water here as well. Holy Water is also going to give Scruff some frames where he's not able to be attacked by enemies, so those blades, like that one, is about to hit him, and he just Holy Water through it.
It's also pretty relieving to get through that mission because it can just be really glitchy. Like, you can go down the right path and it'll still just send you back sometimes. Kimmy is just sitting in a desk somewhere laughing at you.
He's like, oh. We're gonna get the little bit of extra orbs here too, as well as the Holy Water at the back there.
Also going to do the safety strat here for this mission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Get a small glimpse at a secret mission here. Which normally,
very nice.
Yeah. Like we mentioned earlier, secret missions give you a bonus to your overall rank. So now because Scruff did that as a safety backup, he's going to get an S rank on this even if he takes like some damage. Whereas normally you would have to do this mission damageless to get it.
I remember Slick mentioning that one. It's a really good backup strat, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like one of the best.
Someone did that in like our tournament last year. I remember.
Yeah, that's dope. So then after we grab that chalice, I believe it is, or what is that? No, we grab the chalice later.
Yeah, that was the sign of chastity, which is kind of just like a weird mummified brain thing. I don't know. I don't know what the lore behind these items is. We just got them.
I don't think anyone knows.
And we're going to use 2 Holy Waters here to take out Nello Angelo. And then 3 hits of Elastor, and he's down. And that's the end of mission 11.
Yep. Definitely not
I like the
Vergil.
little... I like the little like pump of the knees that Dante does before he like drops down from the ledges. He's like, yes, I get to just jump down now. Excellent. Then he just like, his knees just buckle from under him. It's like, no. And so Scruff's gonna go ahead and use the Devil Trigger, like the really fast Devil Trigger run that we get from the last store. And it's gonna head into the ghost ship here. He also picked up a few more Holy Waters.
Yeah, I just got the one in case the strat I'm attempting here for Griffin doesn't work out, but should be fine.
Yeah, that's what's up. Also grabs the Untouchable there, which will be used later. Use on 15, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. We're gonna grab the Needle Gun as well as a Devil Star. And then head into the fight against the Death Scythe.
Pray for a double hit with a Holy Water here, which is something you can only do very situationally on some enemies.
Nice.
Yep. It's like the only enemies we know that you can do it on are that Death Scythe and some nobodies for some reason.
Huh.
Not quite, but...
Unfortunate.
Yeah,
the kite just kind of came down there.
Yeah, that damage is unfortunate. It cost the S rank, but he's gotten more than enough backups to make up for it already. So.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yeah, the easiest way to think of like no resets to this game, basically, if you're like, I don't know, doing a race or doing a marathon setting, is like if you miss one S rank in the mid game, that's basically just a Holy Water. So if you pick up one Holy Water, then you're back on track, you know, somewhere in the environment. So it's really easy to start course correcting runs when you understand stuff like that and you start thinking of the orbs that you gain in terms of like items. So basically it's like, well, don't think of it just as 800 orbs, or just don't think of it, or don't think of it I missed 700 orbs, or oh, I missed the S rank. Think of it just as, okay, I just have one less Holy Water now. And then it's a lot easier to manage the economy that way and a lot less stressful to think about it that way.
Yep, exactly.
Everybody's favorite part of the game here. I actually know you like this one, Yang, don't you? You like the swimming here?
I mean, I kind of was joking when I said that, but like, Yeah, sure. I like it. I like swimming. As long as we're not doing like Secret Mission 7, it's fine.
Yeah, no, I don't like Secret Mission 7's a little spooky.
Yeah.
Swimming's honestly not so bad once you figure out that you can kind of help control Dante by holding R1 on the controller at least. That made things a lot better for me.
Yeah. And then like the D-pad won't be inverted, like, and that helps out some people too. Some people just cannot handle inverted controls.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Mundus is the same way as well. You can use
Yeah.
the D-pad, or I mean, is it the analog stick or the D-pad is not inverted?
The D-pad is not inverted for like the plane as well. If there is a plane, no spoilers.
No idea what you're talking about.
I mean, we did already see it in Mission 2, or Mission 1.
Yeah.
Okay. That was also a little unfortunate, the spike damage.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just grab a holy water here.
Yeah.
It's just right here. This is one of those games that, like, I love how much, like, knowledge is rewarded. I mean, it makes sense you would find it in the fountain, right? Or, like, the waterfall. You find some holy water right in the waterfall, dude.
I mean, they wouldn't be good game developers if they didn't put anything in the waterfall, so.
You know,
True.
That's fair. True.
Always got to be some sort of secret behind one.
Yep.
All right, and moving into mission 15 here. Scott's going to get a little bit of Devil Trigger here from the enemies here. Look at that, like 3 grenade shots.
Yeah.
He's just already refilled.
The grenade launcher is just like, the most OP thing about it is that it fills your DT like crazy. Especially if you hit more than one enemy with a single blast.
And then it like increases as your style rank builds, right?
I don't think so, but maybe. I'll ask Slick about that later. Since, you know, he's the encyclopedia of this game's knowledge, so.
Can't disagree there. All right, so now we got to grab the, what is this?
Luminite.
Luminite, that's what it is.
The demonic flashlight. I mean, it is.
No, I've never thought about it that way. It's just like so true though.
And here we see like a really creative use of the untouchable. So shout outs to Zeta for it. Yeah. We don't even use it for fighting, we just use it for the DT. So we can vortex through this entire room. And then if we're quick enough, we can get through the door before it wears off. And now we still have full DT, so we don't have to build it. So.
I remember when he showed that off, like in the first DMC Run tournament, and then everybody was like, "No, this strat's kind of quick."
Yeah.
Why weren't we doing this before? And it became like part of the route for a little while.
That was the tournament where he bodied me. It was my first time running DMC1, and Zeta was like busting out PBs and stuff. Shoutouts to Zeta though. He's one of the pioneers of this game.
Yeah.
Definitely. Still has the most beginner-friendly route in the entire league.
Very unfortunate, Griffin.
Yeah. Sometimes these grenade shots just don't want to land because of how many iframes Griffin has during these flights.
It's fine though.
Yeah, it's waters and stuff. It's all good.
I mean, he always dies in the end, so it's good. Kind of brutally too, compared to everyone else in the game, but
definitely.
Too bad we don't actually get to see it.
Well, we can talk about it. His moon just drives a stake through him.
Yeah, and then
he's like
de-renders him.
That's the worst part, is that he de-renders him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he had just died, that'd have been all right. But, like, to de-render somebody, Mundus is a real hater. Like, that's next level.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
What What happened?
What happened?
My game just all tapped. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay. I thought the game had crashed.
It might have just been a Windows pop-up or something. That's happened to me during runs.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Heart back into my chest, out of the throat.
Right.
All right.
I mean, you have safety saves, right?
I have one for mission 16. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Wow, actually, super good timing there too.
Yeah.
Just
on mission 16.
I'm just glad that didn't happen during Nightmare.
Yeah.
I mean, it does automatically pause when the window deactivates, so you wouldn't have died, at least. It would have probably just disrupted your rhythm.
True.
We have a nice plasma.
Yeah, the plasmas are actually, they use a model of Dante from like the early like demo discs or betas of DMC1 where he has no coat. And they fight you with electric attacks and stuff. Fun fact too, Dante's shadow in this game still uses the coatless model.
Yeah.
So if you look at the shadows, they all just are coatless.
A lot of the background artwork too, like when you're in the item shop.
Yep.
Just kind of cool.
I think so, yeah.
Just kind of surprising they don't just have it as like an alternate skin, but...
That'd be dope.
Yeah. There's Nightmare. Good luck, Scruff. We're gonna do 5 fully charged hits, and then 1 uncharged hit, and then the Old Faithful Holy Water. And that's how you one cycle Nightmare.
That was a strat that was found by Maxi Lopes. That was a thing that he started doing, and now it's just part of the run.
Yeah.
And the reason that we want to do that kind of kill on Nightmare is because the way that Nightmare's cores work are that they have like a certain amount of health, and they have 3 states that are like blue, green, and red. And they go from blue to red, and the more you damage them, the more damage resistance Nightmare gets, and it's per hit. It's not per like amount of damage that you do to them. So the reason that we use Ifrit in this category a lot on Nightmare is because it does like some of the highest damage per hit, and that makes it so that over the course of the run, we're not risking breaking the cores down to like green status or red status. We can always and they carry across, by the way, like all 3 fights. So the damage that you deal to the cores in the first fight will, carry all the way to the 3rd fight, for example.
That's what can make the fight like really devastating on harder difficulties. So people who don't understand that.
Yeah, that boss has a lot of mechanics.
Yeah, it's like you have to study the boss to like actually learn it. Like really study it.
It's like one of the biggest like knowledge checks period in like the whole.
Yeah.
Like especially when you get into like the higher difficulty runs and stuff. And
but
like 100% as well.
Once you learn him though, he's 100% consistent. There's nothing random about Nightmare.
Yep. That is one of the better aspects of it. I think it's pure execution, so it really rewards player skill.
Definitely, I think one of the coolest bosses in the series in terms of like just how much is going on with it.
See, I think the coolest boss was this dinosaur that we just killed. But
I like how they refer to it as a dragon too.
Yeah, wasn't there new tech discovered for this dinosaur? Like you can use a hang time to kill its fireballs like as soon as possible.
Yeah, that was like not even a week old at this point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool, but it honestly doesn't save much time. It's like not even a full second, but it is cool. So I'm sad you didn't do it.
I thought about it, but
See that that tech was really random to find because I was just watching a Korean runner, not a runner, just a casual player, play on stream, and he's just started doing this, and I'm like, what the heck? It happened
comes from the strangest places.
I mean, it happened to Slickford once, but no one tried to recreate it, or they couldn't. So, I guess now we know.
Yeah, we know. We're gonna dump 3 holy waters on Nello Angelo here, by the way. He's just gonna be gone.
He's got
also,
this.
fun fact.
Yeah.
A fun fact about this mission on, like, I think it's what, Japanese D&D PS2, is that you can just skip having to do most of that by just running to the door, and it will act as though you have the Quicksilver, and then you can go straight to Nello. You don't have to do the whole thing with the dinosaur or any of that.
That has to be intentional, though, right? It seems so random. But
I mean, it doesn't work on any other version of DMD, so I have no idea.
And there we just got Sparta.
And we're just gonna put away the sword as well, because
Yeah.
it's not really. It's not. It's like, you know, this sword of the legendary Dark Knight that was used to seal the Demon King away. You know, several, what is it, millennia ago or whatever.
Yeah, 2,000 years.
2,000 years, yeah. And Dante's just like, nah, dude, I don't need this.
Yeah, this can happen sometimes.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yeah.
These little underwater sections right here. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, it's so frustrating when they just clip into the wall.
Mm-hmm. And they don't get damaged at all. Like, come on, dude, stop blocking.
Yeah, so ideally what you want to do for that section there is kind of come at the wall or come into the area at an angle. And that'll kind of mess with the position of the one scissor, but sometimes it can end up going behind you, like there. And it leads to more time loss while you're trying to set up a manipulation.
And just when you thought we were out of the water, there's more. There's always more water.
What are you gonna do about it?
Cry. Don't worry.
No, that's fair. That's more water, too.
Yeah, no one can see you crying in the ocean, so. Now we got the
So
glowy
activate the
circles. Nightmare 2.
Yeah.
This one's easy though. You come in with DT ahead of time. So this is by far the easiest Nightmare. Now I just jinxed him, he's gonna mess it up. Don't get swallowed. Don't get swallowed.
That was a little precarious, I'm gonna be honest. When he walked across that puddle.
No, it's fine. The only way you mess this one up is if you, like, somehow miscount your punches.
I remember Maxie losing a run to that like years ago, where he accidentally walked into Nightmare before it fully started coming up, and he just got swallowed, and he had no idea what to expect, and he just lost the run. It was like tragic. Shout out to Maxie though; he still ended up getting record that stream, or he got record back that stream. That was like years ago though.
I think everyone who's run this game has had some shenanigans happen at Nightmare. Like, everyone's been sucked into the abyss. Everyone's messed up the core cycles. When you run this game a lot, you've been through everything.
That's very true.
I definitely feel like it was really one of the first like big milestones of DMC speedrunning to get this game as optimized as it is, and really as big as it is now. Like when I started running this game, there was, I don't know, maybe 15 people on the leaderboard, and now I think we're approaching like 70 or so, and that's awesome. What's up?
I was gonna say we are 3 runs away from 70.
Yep.
It's really weird. I would have sworn we were at 68. I wonder if someone like deleted it. Oh, that does happen from time to time for some reason. But
yeah. And then here's the nobodies. They're kind of inconsequential. Yep. We just holy water them twice, and they're just done.
More holy water fodder.
Wanted to check my holy water count there. I need 2 for the next mission, so we're good.
Also on the bed in this room, if you don't pick it up on mission 15, Nightmare Beta is there for you to pick up. Fun fact.
It's also the untouchable on top of the bed too.
Yeah.
That's the useful item.
Just in case Mundus 2 goes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We are about to enter hell.
And that's that. Oh, you got the S rank too. Nice.
Yeah.
And so now we're gonna get. Yep, he's gonna go straight into Vortex. We didn't really talk about Vortex a whole lot, did we? It's like the
No, we didn't.
fastest little bit of movement in the game. People know what it looks like, you know.
Yeah.
Big demon boy do Psycho Crusher.
You hold the R2 to disable like the lock on, and then you can just fly anywhere you want, anywhere your heart desires.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Especially with Super Dante, you can just vortex everywhere, anytime. It's beautiful. It is.
So this first phase of Nightmare 3 here, it's gonna be just 4 hits, and then a holy water, activate the light, and then another holy water.
Yeah. And there is a secret third phase to that Nightmare fight, but we gotta completely skip it because the holy water damage carries over to the final phase. So it just ends as it starts.
Also, we forgot to do an audio warning, so sorry for everyone's ears.
And
that holy water is very loud. I don't know why.
I think it's because like Yang said, because the holy water damage carries over to that second phase, you're getting 2 audio like cues from the cores exploding at once, so they're like overlapping. So you get 2 audio like bits where you should only get 1 technically.
Ah, no DT. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. Yep, super unfortunate. I don't know why, but this whole like area reminds me of Metroid, and I have no idea why.
I have never played it. And here we are just gonna spam Stinger Grenade. It's like our highest DPS combo in the game.
Yep. And these are the nobodies that sometimes like they can kick you around and everything and do all these wild shenanigans, and but when they're cooperative, they're nice and cooperative.
Yeah. They're nice when they're small. When they're big, that's when they like jump around and troll you. Drop kick you to the face when you're 10 seconds ahead of PB. Really frustrating stuff.
Ideally, you want to air raid behind them and then just take them out that way. But I didn't have DT, so I got, it was snowball of bad things happening.
Yeah. Normally 3 air raids from behind will break their masks. Not from the front. Sometimes it will be 3, sometimes it'll be like 5 from the front. I don't know why. But always 3 from the back breaks it. And now, Cosmic, you want to talk about the next room?
Yeah, so this trick was a trick that I came up with. It's called Cosmic Climb. And we're going to skip all the platforming in this area by vortexing, not straight to the top. Well, technically it would be a straight to the top. There we go. That's what I like to see.
Come on. Okay.
So ideally he would have gone straight to the top, but the angle was awkward. So if you do vortex normally, it will target enemies. So we're going underneath them, and then Dante will target upward, so you can just kind of fly upward, and then that's just sort of it.
That's like the unique property of Vortex, where you just go in a straight line, and as long as you hold the button, you just keep going in that line.
Mm-hmm. And now we're heading into Mundus. So Mundus is pretty simple of a fight. There's like another strat you can do where you mash out like a bunch of attacks on him. But the strat that Scruff is going to be using is where we're going to be using a bunch of the dragon attacks. So we're going to be refilling DT with the Devil Stars, and then activating DT and calling up Puff the Magic Dragon, which Kamiya did confirm that's the actual dragon's name is Puff.
I always like the plot twist where Mundus turns out to be a giant marble statue man that was hiding inside a giant marble statue. But we had to skip that cutscene, so... Unfortunate.
And then here we go, Mundus 2.
Yeah. But we have an untouchable. This is completely free.
Yep. So we're going to jump into the lava here, take a dip in the drink,
That's a really good attack because it can't hit us while we're down here.
Yep.
See, if you do take a hit down here, normally you would have to heal, but it's all RNG. It just depends on what attack it gives you.
Ideally, you have a Vital Star that is put in your inventory at the start of the game, so you can use it there if you take too much damage. Alternatively, you do have the option of picking up an Untouchable.
And now we are in the final mission, the Capcom Escape. Nope, no maxi launch. Nope, no, you got it. Good job.
I was not leaving without a maxi launch.
Heck yeah. Use that holy water. Bada bing, bada boom.
That stinger jump he did was actually a lot trickier than it looks, so. For those who don't know.
It's quite precise.
Yeah.
And there we go. We're out of the underworld now. We're going to head into the last normal enemy fight in the game. Actually, no, we're almost out of the underworld.
Yeah.
Now we're out of it.
Just build some quick DT, and then we're almost there. Almost.
And holy water. Final holy water of the game. Lots of liquid has been poured during this run.
We saw those blades right there, which were copied from the assaults that you saw in Devil May Cry 4 earlier. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we're going to get, as Maxi likes to call this boss, this is Spaghetti Omnibus. We're just going to use Vortex on him.
You can really see the Resident Evil influence here. Just a giant eyeball monster. Weird tentacles.
And looks like we have a winner, according to Trish. And now we're going to escape using this biplane that we saw in the first mission.
You know, we didn't watch the cutscene, which I guess we're behind schedule, so probably we shouldn't, but...
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Okay.
You can fill your Dark Soul with light on YouTube.
And I mean that's pretty much DMC1 right there.
Time ends when he skips this cutscene. Time.
Nice.
Okay. GG Scruff.
GG's, dude. Good stuff.
4008 IGT. That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's better than all my practice runs went for sure.
Excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was DMC1, 80% normal Dante. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks Yang and Cosmic on commentary. I do want to give a few big shout outs to everyone in the DMC1 community. Karma, Waifu, Maxi, Slick, everyone really, Dan as well. There's so many people that run this game, and it really is, I think, the most competitive in the series. So I'm glad that I was able to, I hope at least that I represented all you guys well. Other than that, I don't really have too much else to add. Do either of you want to say something?
Well, if anyone is interested in running this game, Cosmic has a very nice beginner-friendly tutorial, and we have a really nice community full of people who are willing to help. So,
yeah, absolutely. It's by far the most competitive, but I think it's probably the most accessible too, just because of Cosmic. He has a really nice guide, and everyone who runs this game, whether they're top level, mid level, or even at the bottom of the leaderboard, they're always super supportive. So we're always welcome to have new runners. But
and this is a really fun, casual speedrun game, I think. Like, no one says you have to run for a top time.
Yeah, if you're ever doing a 6 or 12 hour challenge, this is a perfect game. You could learn it easily in a couple hours.
Definitely. Yeah, that's all for me though.
Cosmic, you're up next, so I'll say good luck before we sign off.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll be on comms for that.
Thank you so much, Scruffington. This was a great run. Right now we have the MC5 Special Edition. I'll hand it right over to the runner. You might recognize them. You've been here today.
Yeah, so I'm DE Cosmic. I've been on commentary for a lot of the runs today. I'm going to be running DMC5 Special Edition, Nero Dante V from a fresh file. I got Igna and Scruffington here with me. What's up, guys?
Hello, everyone. Me and Igna are both on commentary and running, so we're back again.
Yep, we're here to close it out for the last two runs. So we're just going to go ahead and get on into it. In 3, 2, 1, Devil May Cry. So first things first, Dante and the gang, Nero, all of them, we're about to go and get bodied by the Demon King Urizen. This is the prologue. We're going to play as Nero here. Saw him a little bit earlier in DMC4. He looks a little bit different now. He's actually missing an arm and he's got shorter hair. So, go ahead, Truffia. Take it over, man.
Yeah, it's just going to piggyback off that for the plot. So the story of this game basically goes, Vergil takes Nero's arm, and because that's Yamato, and basically becomes the Demon King Urizen, who Nero, Dante, and V are trying to take down. So in this mission here is the prologue. This is their first real showdown against Urizen, and things do not really go as planned. They basically get bodied by Vergil, aka Urizen.
There we go. All right, we're good to go. I had to adjust something on my audio. My bad.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries. Hey, so go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So what I was mentioning here is that we are on our way to fight Urizen. Now this is the prologue, and we are expected to lose it. So what Cosmic is gonna do is a little bit of manipulation here on Urizen to force him to attack us as fast as possible with the most damaging move that he can.
Yeah, so here in Urizen, there's a little bit of a manipulation you can do. You basically want to do the exact pattern of inputs that Cosmic's doing, and this is the quickest way to die to Urizen. Now, you can actually kill him here, and we do have a category extension for it, but this is a full game run. We have had people actually try to submit runs of just this fight to the full game runs, and like you got to do the whole game.
You can't get away with that.
Yeah, I
just cool little Easter egg, though.
What's even better is when they submit to prologue and they like lose the fight when the rules of the category say you gotta win the fight. That's always fun.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Mission 1 here, we're moving into. We actually get access to the Devil Breakers. The Devil Breakers are these items or hands that Nero's Mechanic Miko builds. And the first one we get access to is Overture, which has either a lightning hand attack for like its regular attack, or you can charge up all the Devil Breakers and they get a more powerful version of their attack. And in this case, it's a bomb. We can plant on enemies.
So here Cosmic's going to, since we have 3 overtures, he's going to essentially plant 3 bombs onto the plant. And if it's done correctly, the plant should die straight up.
The interesting thing about the orders is that we have the route where to pick up some and some purchases. That was a nice explosion, by the way. And also, something really important is that whenever we pick up the arms here, we have to be really careful of the order, because the only way for us to remove them is actually breaking them. There's no way to switch them. So Cosmic has to be really careful of when to equip and when to pick them up.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Devil Breaker management is a huge part of this run, so a lot of the strategies revolve around when we pick up certain ones. Here in this mission, we'll be picking up Gerbera and another overture, but we really do it at certain points because, like Ignis said, either you break one or you have to go to a menu, and both of those are pretty slow, so we would rather not do that. Here in this menu, Cosmic's picking up Speed, Streak, Split, and Roulette Spin. Streak, Split, and Roulette Spin are mostly used for a lot of the enemy cycles, especially here in this first encounter, which we'll see Cosmic get into.
Here we go. So really, in this fight, you want to try and make sure that you are getting 2 kills like a jump, basically. And that's how you maximize a lot of damage output. So you want to do like the basic attack here, and then like the basic combo, and then the combo into split as well in order to maximize damage. And then you can also get some residual damage after. There we go.
Oh yeah, nicely done.
Nice.
Yeah. Also, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just mentioning it was nice to kill.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just going to mention the exceeds for Nero, because it is a big part of his toolkit that I don't think we've really talked about. So every time Nero swings his sword, if the player times it correctly, his sword can rev up, which you'll see in the top left corner. There's a gauge with like 3, I guess, exhaust fans for like a motorcycle. And when you have an exceed charge, it does increase damage. And essentially for the whole run, you really want to have that exceed meter charged up at all times. So you're trying to make sure your timings are correct throughout the whole run, and Cosmic's really good at that. Because it's so important to the run, and we use Nero so much that you kind of get a good rhythm for it.
It's really vital to know the timing. It's a little bit different from DMC4's timing. If I'm not mistaken, this one is a little bit later after the attack is input. If I'm not mistaken, and getting the timing down is interesting, especially if you're like swapping from 4 to 5. You have to keep on that in mind to swap the timings.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe a couple of frames more lenient, and I believe that the max act version is still like 1 to 2 frames. But the most important thing is that they like moved one of the windows around or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I find it a lot easier in DMC5 than in 4.
Also, this strat here is really sick. You dunk the overture onto one of the cannons here, and you kick it into the other one, and then you just detonate it so they both die in the explosion. It's very, very stylish.
Here we see.
One of the first strats that was like ever found for the game, and it's still one of the coolest. I know.
Yeah, here we also saw there a little bit of the strat with the exceeds. Basically, what the movement that Nero has is called a strife, if I'm not mistaken. And what it does, streak, sorry. And what it does is that if we have exceed on it, it's going to make it a little bit longer and include the fire and all that. So it deals more damage, and it's really good for movement like that. It's a little bit of like Dante's Stinger or Vergil's Rapid Slash for movement.
Right there, you saw Cosmic use Gerbera for movement just to do a cool little backflip. Not only does it look cool, but it's very useful for getting around the map. As you'll see coming up here, when we need to essentially do, I think this is a dev intended skip actually. Usually what's supposed to happen in a playthrough here is the highway crumbles and you fall down into a fight, but you can just jump right over here like that. Nicely done.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things that we're going to point out throughout the game where like really the devs were kind of thinking about like ways to reward you for approaching the game in like, I guess, fast ways and different paths through the levels that we can take to do things a little differently.
Now we go into the first actual boss on the run, which is Goliath. Goliath has 3 phases. It's one on the roof, one in the church, and one on the outside, like the yard. However, what we're going to try to do is deal as much damage as possible and then kill him inside of the church.
Yeah, so, a little unfortunate there. The Gerbera got broken.
Unfortunately. However, in this case, the strat itself is just to use the special attack on the Gerbera there to break it in a lot of pieces that is going to be hitting the Goliath point blank, and they're going to bounce around the church. So if we had the second one there, we already gotten a kill. Unfortunately, we didn't, but Cosmic was able to save it and still get the kill inside of the church.
Almost got it. I missed it by like a couple of frames.
Oh no!
Here. But it's fine. He's still in the church technically.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah, that was still a pretty good recovery because ideally you want to dump both Gerberas and he should die from the second one. But sometimes he can just flail his arms around, and if you're set up to use a Gerbera, he'll just hit you and then you lose the no damage.
Yeah. Also, something that we didn't mention about the breakers is that if you get hit while you're charging the special attack or using it, it automatically gets broken. So we have to be really careful when we use it.
Yeah, it's almost like a double whammy. Not only do you lose the breaker, but if you're needing a special bonus or like a no damage bonus, you lose that too. So it hurts twice as much.
And now we have Punchline. Punchline basically takes enemies from the game and then just put us into the recycle bin on your computer. It's insane. It deletes enemies. It's so good. I love it. It's my favorite one from the game.
Oh yeah. Riding around on Punchline is the best.
Oh yeah. You can also ride it. I don't know if we're gonna do skip on this one or the
No,
West
that's a little
Story.
too inconsistent. It's a little too inconsistent for this. If I were playing Legendary Dark Knight, I would definitely go for it, but it only saves about like 15 seconds in humans, so...
That's so bad. Yeah, there's a skip that we can do that we can actually ride it, and we can just go out of bounds with it. It's really, really cool.
Yeah,
Fortunately for this category, it's not working.
Yeah, it saves a lot of time, but it did get patched in Special Edition, which released back when the PS5 and Xbox Series X came out. So thankfully, the game is still pretty fast on its own with the upgrades from Special Edition to where we can get through this mission pretty quickly just by playing it normally. But if the skip were a little more consistent, we'd maybe save like 15, 20 seconds from getting it first try.
Yep. I only really have myself to blame for that skip getting patched, so it's not like I can be mad at it being inconsistent now.
True.
Imagine showing the skip to the devs.
Being like, nothing will happen because of this. Nothing at all.
Then we got a patch.
And we got the patch. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna wait for these demons to show up here, and then we're gonna use this to blow both of them. And I'm gonna be totally blind because of that tentacle in the camera.
This camera is a lot friendlier on this one.
I like it. I dig it. And then we're gonna head over to here, and this is gonna be a fight against some enemies that Scruff just showed us. The Sin Scissors.
Yeah, so in this game, you can taunt them, and it'll make them a little bit aggro. But you can also make them aggro towards you by just pulling them in your direction. So see here, Cosmic's going to taunt this one, and then use a split right at the exact moment, and it does it like a critical hit, basically. So you do that, and you just finish it off with the blue rose.
Basically, that's a nice insta-kill. All the characters have a way of doing it, but the timing changes. We're gonna see a little bit of Dante, if I'm not mistaken, later on with that. I'm not sure about V.
Nah, V skips all of his.
Nice.
Gotta deal with that, yeah.
This is the second actual boss, Artemis. Scruff, can you explain a little bit of this one?
Yeah, so Artemis is a little tricky. Basically, she starts off not really doing too much. You want to run up to her and charge up your punchlines, and basically what Cosmic's doing here is like tons of damage. But you charge it up, and Nero just punches straight down and chunks out like all of her health bar. Really nicely done.
Good stuff. Oh, and no damage as well.
That fight can be tricky because if Artemis is turning, after you do the first punchline, she will kind of move across the room, and then you have to run around and start chasing her, and she'll do all of her attacks. So we really just want to make sure we're looping her there.
You can actually kill her with like only 2 punchlines, but my hands are a little sweaty right now, so I grabbed a 3rd punchline just in case. You have to do like pretty much perfect exceeds on that whole fight. And now we get into V. And if one of you wants to explain V while I do this, while I have fun with my cat and bird here.
Yeah, V is an interesting character. It is one of the, it's the newest one added to the DMC crew here. He's actually Vergil's human half. The other one is Risen. And he is what it's called usually like a puppeteer character. So he doesn't exactly fight himself. He uses both Shadow and Griffin, reference from DMC 1, to do the fighting for him. However, V is the one who has to make the finisher move. So he always has to go in front of the enemy and do the kill move there. If not, they're just going to continue being there. He also has one more, which is Nightmare. And Nightmare can be summoned with the Devil Trigger. And now we have a little bit of a skip there that Cosmic did, was really nice. Basically what happens is that if you get really close to the fence with Griffin, and your feet just like cross over to on a specific trigger of the fence, you instantly pop up on the other side. So we skip that fight and we skip a little bit of platforming. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's a very weird skip. You just put his sandals through a cutscene trigger, I guess. Also, I guess one little interesting tidbit. I believe these pets can't kill other demons because they're also demons. I think that's the explanation in game.
That
So
kinda
yeah,
makes
like
sense.
that's the explanation in game is that it's because they're demons, but it's actually because I believe this is revealed in some other lore. It's because they're actually mirages. So because V is Vergil, he was Nello Angelo. These are Vergil's nightmares essentially that are fighting, and a dream or a nightmare cannot kill something.
We
So-
also there was
Yeah,
also
very-
Phantom, but Phantom was only on like a preview manga of this one, so it's not included on the toolkit.
Yeah, so Phantom's deal was that in Visions of V, which is the manga associated with V, he tries to make a contract with Phantom, but Phantom is just like, nah, dude, I'm not doing that. And then V's like, all right, and then just kills him.
Classic DMC.
Makes sense.
I disagree. Dead. And then we're gonna move into this fight right here. This is gonna be the last one before the first V boss called Nidhogg, which is essentially this game's DMC3 Cerberus. It's like the first wall boss of the game.
Yeah, it's basically just a bunch of tentacles. Unfortunately, you can't target the boss immediately. You have to take down the tentacles first, and then the boss comes down. But you'll see that in a little bit here. Also, one note about V's combat: it's generally quicker to launch enemies into the air and then execute them with V because the animation's a lot slower. So if you see Cosmic kind of juggling enemies into the air, that's why. It's because, like everything we do, it's because it's faster.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're taking out the Nidhogg's head. So we have this first one. We summon Nightmare as well. Usually Nightmare can just crush them if they're in the correct position. But Nightmare is Nightmare, so he usually does what he wants.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
Ooh,
that was
there you go.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, so in this fight, you can launch Nightmare, but he can be very uncooperative. It depends on his RNG. Ideally, he will land and stick his like massive hitbox on top of Nidhogg, and it does a lot of damage. So thankfully, we got some good luck here.
Now we just need to kill the main body, and we did get a second spawn there, but it's fine. Like we can just finish with Nightmare a little bit here.
Normally on this fight, I will actually use the auto mode to make it a little more consistent. However, since we didn't get the no damage on mission 3, or I'm sorry, on mission 2, I did not want to incur the penalty from using auto in case I did take damage on the mission. So
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
call.
gonna sacrifice a little time here to get the extra bit of orb route.
And the reason we want to have a lot of orbs is because of the next mission here, mission 5. It is our first major skip of the run, and it requires us to get quick play and an ability called Skewer. So Skewer will allow V to kind of clip through walls, and in this mission, we essentially skip the entire mission up until Garion, if we do it correctly.
Alright, here we go. So I'm just gonna need a little second to concentrate here.
Yep.
This is these skips are volatile, to say the least.
Oh yeah.
At your pleasure. Come on. Come on.
There we go.
Nice.
All right. And we're gonna go on over here. Now we're out of bounds. It should be good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Nice.
Hey, let's go.
Good stuff. That skips like, I don't know, like 50-60% of the level? I think even more.
It's all of it.
Yeah, all of it,
We're gonna be at the boss now.
Oh, you spawned right there. Oh gosh.
Yes, sir.
That's nice.
Pretty great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
It had to be.
It can be very
Vergil.
tricky. Yeah, it can be very tricky because if you don't do it correctly, the game basically soft locks and you have to restart the checkpoint.
Yeah, you get the infinite load.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So here we have Garion. Oh, you want to go ahead?
Oh, I'm just gonna explain a little bit of the lore of the enemies there, but if you have a strat to explain, go for it.
No, I mean this one you literally just try to skewer it and hope he doesn't like run away from you. That's basically
Sounds
it.
like Garion. So to explain a little bit of the lore here, that horse right there is Garion. It's basically the same from DMC3. However, this is a different one because Dante actually killed the one in DMC3. And it seems to be that it's actually a species of horses instead of just being one. And that is one of the comments that Griffon makes as soon as he sees him, because he thinks that Dante just took care of it. And this one, it also stops time.
I did not actually know that. That's a very good piece of lore.
Yeah. Like
If you got more, keep it coming.
Yeah. Like most of this game has a ton of reference to all of the DMC games, including a little bit to the anime as well.
Yeah, that's Garion down. That was actually a pretty decent Garion. That fight can be pretty something. It can go pretty haywire pretty quickly, but that was a pretty decent one. So
It's so funny that you get an S even though you just skip the entire level.
Right? So here we're going to buy Exceed 2. We're actually going to set up a bunch of breaker stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and buy 7 overtures, and then we're going to set up 3 magazines for the breakers. We're going to set 4 overtures in 1. We're going to set overture, Gerbera red, and then Helter Skelter in 1, and then we're going to do Buster, and then 3 overtures in the other. And those other ones will come into play a little bit later. But for now, we're just going to be using the 4 overture one for Gilgamesh. I think Scruff really likes this boss, so I'm going to let him take this one.
Yeah, this is DMC meets Shadow of the Colossus, basically. We're trying to knock down one of its legs here, and then we use that as a platform to jump right up onto its back. And then we do the same thing that we did back in Mission 1 with the plant. We dunk 3 overtures onto the plant attached to Gilgamesh's body. We detonate them, and then we use the last one to do a little bit of damage. Gilgamesh can be very tricky because he's kind of RNG in the sense that he does what he wants. If he wants to knock you off, he can do that. But there are things we can do to prevent that. We can taunt to keep ourselves in the air. We can also just move to the other side, depending on where his spikes are coming.
Yeah, fun fact as well about Gilgamesh here is that it is not actually considered an enemy for the game. It is actually considered an environmental hazard. The reason of that is because when the Turbo Edition was, well, the special edition with Turbo was launched, Gilgamesh moves at regular speed instead of Turbo. So it's pretty interesting that they just flagged it like that. And that's why we can do like really interesting strats on a special edition that are really hard to do on the regular vanilla edition.
Yeah, the quick drop there from Gilgamesh is actually only possible on special edition with Nero. Vergil can do it regardless of it being on vanilla, like non-turbo or special edition.
Vergil privileges.
Yeah, that's true.
You'll see that later.
But Nero can only do it on special edition because we actually move so much faster than Gilgamesh.
Yeah. Also, I don't think we mentioned, but this game is this run is being performed on special edition. So we have a built-in turbo mode, which increases the game speed by 20%, same as the previous DMCs. It also comes with a built-in, I think, like 120 FPS mode on console, and it also has auto cutscene transitions and really fast load times.
And LDK.
LDK, yes. And coming up here, Cosmic's going to be doing another V-skip. This one can be very finicky as well, so we're gonna let him concentrate here.
Here we go. Come on, Shadow. Believe in me. Okay. I thought I was like right about to get the infinite load there, dude. I was so flattered against it. All right, here we go. All right, hold on.
Oh,
flip out again.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
I saw that. Okay, I think at least you can restart from here. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah, I didn't want to commit to like a teleport or anything. Okay. Yep, we're good. All right. Okay. Alright, so coming up here, I'm going to actually save my location at the bottom of this escalator by just kind of standing still for a few seconds. But I always have a presentation prepared for this. So look at the skybox here. It's just a pretty nice town. There's also a really cool park bench here.
I didn't notice that. Wow. That's so cool. Why don't we call this Town Skip then?
I don't know. We call it, I mean, this is like the same skybox as University Skip.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just kind of different time of day, I think.
That's really interesting.
Oops. There we go. Now we're going to hit this checkpoint here, and then we're going to just checkpoint into the map.
And we're right up on the boss alley.
Yep.
Well, it's kind of a boss. Kind of.
Yeah, no, it's powered up Angelo's here. So this actually looks like Nello Angelo, this enemy that we're about to fight. I forget if it's actually called Nello Angelo in this or if it's called something different.
It does have a name. Oh, let me check.
But here we go. Oh my god. No, Nero, don't do this to me.
Oh no, Nero. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Alright, so now we just gotta do this. Just chill. Excellent. Alright. And that right there, by the way, was called the Angelo exploit. And basically, if you parry the Nello Angelo's big swing down that he does with Nightmare, you can send him and all of the Angelos into an instant kill state, and then V gets to finish them off immediately.
Nice. Okay, got the lore for you. The one with the sword is the Proto Angelo, and the one with the shield is Scudo Angelo.
Proto, that's what it was.
Yeah, I always confuse the name with the DMC4 ones. They're just Angelos. One with sword, one with shield. Easy.
I always just call them like Dad Angelo and his children.
And his sons.
Something, yeah.
All right, so moving into the next mission. This is Nero's run back with Demon King Urizen. He now has, you know, his trusty Devil Breakers, and he's like, man, I can take this guy now. I got this. And we have a new Devil Breaker set up. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and do another kick. And we're going to also use the enemy being above us to do a palm with Overture. And that'll do a lot of damage to them. And that means we don't have to like pull them back in to do 2 more hits from Red Queen.
Yeah, that's a sick setup, dude. Did you just come up with that recently? Because I've never seen that.
Yeah, me neither.
No. The way I used to do it was you plant the Overture onto the first lizard, and then you kind of like use your snatch in this game to pull all the lizards together, and then you just detonate one. But that does seem pretty slow now that I think about it.
I mean, I like it because it's also pretty good, like in the context of LDK, right? And like those lizards have like a bunch of health, so if you can group them all up like real quickly, then I can see that being like probably just as fast. But I like how stylish that one is, that setup there.
Also here we have to use Gerbera because there are a couple of enemies here, and it would take too long to kill them. But since we can't kill them, we can't sprint up here, so we got to use Gerbera, which is still pretty fast movement.
We also have this mini skip, which is nice. A lot of people actually made it by accident on their first playthroughs. And there's actually a fight that you can do there, but why do it if we can skip it?
Exactly. Normally I don't grab that red orb crystal there too, but again, I just kind of want to make up for the orbs that we lost on mission 2 a little bit. Losing no damages on like mission 2 is not as bad as it happening on later missions, because the orb bonuses that you're going to get from those missions is going to be greater. than on mission 2, but still just something I want to secure later on, just in case.
Yeah, it's better just to play it safe.
Yep.
Especially
since 5 seconds. Go ahead.
Especially just since in mission 9 we're gonna need to. Ideally, we want to get through that mission with no damage, and if you don't, I think you lose like tens of thousands of orbs or something like that. Like it is pretty costly. So if we can get ourselves a bit of a buffer, then it's good to do that. Also, here we got another dev intended skip.
I'm cursed to pick up this blue warp fragment in every marathon run that I do of this game.
Got a nice souvenir.
And here
Yeah,
we're
almost
gonna go
done,
ahead
right?
and we're almost done with the.
Oh yeah, the second fight there. Okay.
Yeah, the second fight here. Yep. So we got punchline here that we're gonna grab, and we're gonna use this in a second here. And then we're gonna use the punchline to take out the projectile shields on these goats. And then also do this cool kill, where we intentionally break away the buster or the breaker, and then that'll do a little bit of damage.
Good stuff. Oh, can we catch it?
Ooh.
Oh,
Close.
almost. It is free to go for it, so might as well try it.
Yeah.
If I had EX3, I would have made it. EX3 is too expensive for the route.
You cannot buy it at all on the entire route?
No, just like the early game is too tight. Like in DH, in Devil Hunter, I think you can grab it because the early game route is
Yeah, you
just
got a lot
super
more.
tight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do get in Double Hunter, from what I remember.
That makes sense.
That sucks.
Been a little while since I ran Devil Hunter, unfortunately.
Finally made it.
I think I've never done it.
Does it still
Okay.
work?
Alright, so here we go into the next fight with Urizen. One of you wants to explain like what's up with Urizen's crystal, because he's gonna like two-shot us here, and here's some mechanics behind that.
Think it's good to be king, huh?
Go ahead, Scruff.
Not for much longer.
So here in Urizen, this is basically the same as Prologue, where Urizen has his crystal up, and we want to make sure that we break it down before we progress through this mission. So to break down this crystal, we unload one Gerbera, and then we want to unload another one. This won't kill Urizen, but it will progress to the next section here. So we have to break his crystal down here, and then here we want to do enough damage to the crystal to where Urizen chunks out near his health, because we can't well, technically we can kill Urizen here, but this is a full game run, so we want him to kill us so that way we progress into mission 9, because it's intended for Nero to die here on mission 8, so we're trying to speed that up by manipulating how much damage Urizen gives to us.
If you by any chance end up killing it, you get like an alternate ending, which is just like some credits rolling, and you unlock Son of Sparta mode. But you get back to the main menu, so that is of course not ideal if we have to menu all the way back to mission 9.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we were really behind estimate, you could do that, but I think we're good.
Alright, so mission 9 here. First thing here, we're going to introduce to the behemoth, and we're going to just do this to it, and then hopefully its shadow is nice. There we go. Okay. I'm going to hang out all the way over here. So, cool.
Nice.
Oh, where did shadow go? Oh, he was with me. Excuse me. Alright, and then this skip is actually like probably the biggest in the game. It skips from like here all the way to the last fight, and it's again a pretty volatile one, so I'm just gonna need a moment here.
I got this.
Griffin, can you get out of the way, dude? What are you doing?
Once more camera done.
Okay. Alright. think that should do it.
It's like...
Oh, are you kidding?
No.
Seriously?
Unfortunate.
I didn't do it?
Yeah,
All
so
right.
this skip is very tricky. It's not 100% consistent, and the unfortunate part is if you fail it, you have to restart the entire mission, basically.
Yeah.
Just because V's trapped in the corner, and when you restart checkpoint, the only checkpoint before that part of the skip is before this fight. It would have been nice if they gave us a checkpoint after the fight, so the skip would be a little more forgiving. But
it's kind of interesting that they put the checkpoint at the beginning instead of actually after the fight. It will make sense to make it after the fight. I don't know the devs.
The good news is you can fail this skip, I think 3 times, and if you get it on the third or fourth attempt, it's still faster than beating it normally.
That's true.
Yeah, this level is really... I think it's one of the biggest ones, with a lot of platforming and stuff. And a lot of mandatory fights as well.
I hope that did it.
Nice.
Okay, good. Here we go. Nice. All right. I'll take it.
First
Second
try.
try. Yeah. Nice. All right.
Hey, and we get the boss fight here, which are the nobodies from Devil May Cry 1. Now they have an updated design, and they're full HD. And basically, the strat is the same. Start just healing it with the pets and going for the kill with V. So there's not much new. I think this is one of the last times that we're going to actually use V, right?
Yep, that's correct.
He's got one more mission after this.
It's my turn to play with the devils.
And funny enough, there are some skips in that mission.
Yep.
That's 14, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can also use him in mission 13, but we don't.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. That's the true end game of DMC5. But basically, there's a potential V skip for that mission, but it's not consistent. Like, it's way less consistent than even mission 9 skip here.
Yep.
So we don't go for it.
I did practice the 14 ones, so I'm gonna go for those though.
Nice.
Yeah.
Those are really cool.
Also, here we're introduced to the boy Dante. He's finally back.
Can I really do this? Well, there's no accounting
And
for
he's
taste.
got gauntlets. He's got his trusty shotgun. He's got Ebony and Ivory. He's got Rebellion. And I mean, I really love these parts of the run, man. Like, you get to Dante, and it's just a good feeling. Like, man, I got mission 9 skip down. I get to go and have a lot of fun now, playing like the best character in the game. Like, it's just great.
Yeah, okay, I might disagree with you on that last part, but...
All right, I mean...
I'll have a third
I mean,
there.
Yeah, we all like a different character here. I mean, I'm a Nero stan because I even named my kitten after him, but...
You know, that's true. I forgot about that. I forgot you did that.
Yes.
Shoutouts to Nero the cat.
I was actually offered once to get 2 kittens, and I was gonna call them Lady and Trish, but the offer got out there, and then I got my actual cat, Taco.
Oh, Taco's great.
We love Taco.
Yeah, it's a kitty. Nice kitty.
So the interesting part here of Dante's mission... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just explaining about a little bit of his toolkit, but go ahead with the mission.
I was just going to say that for this mission, it's actually kind of like a tutorial. You fight all the enemies in the same order that you encountered them as Nero, I believe. So it's really interesting the way that they did it, where they kind of give you a bit of a tutorial for every character. And that leads to Dante's mission here in Mission 10 being just very fun, because you get to mow through all these, like, I guess, lesser mobs, and Dante makes quick work of them just because of how much versatility he has.
Yeah, Dante is basically an all-terrain tank. Like, he can take care of any kind of enemy. He has the exact toolkit that he needs for anything. And right now, what Cosmic is doing is that he's taking advantage of the economy that has been building up for the last couple of missions for him to upgrade Dante as much as possible. He almost bought up the orb. And he's just getting leveling up his styles. The movement style here is Trickster, and we're gonna use basically Balrog, and this is a cool strat with Relic Art as well. Balrog is the new gauntlets. And what we're going to do with that is that we're going to charge it with 10 hits, and then we're just going to use Swordmaster style to hit them with Real Impact, which is one of the most damaging moves in the game. It just destroy the enemies, as you can see.
Yeah, so unlike in DMC3, but like DMC4, you can level up styles with money. So we built up like all this money over the course of the last, 5-6 missions or whatever. And now we're just cashing out on it. So we leveled up Swordmaster, Trickster. We got a couple of abilities for other stuff. Excuse me, before the rose at him. Oh, really? Come on. That's fine. It didn't want to let me be stylish. That's fine, I guess. I was going to throw a rose at it to kill him. That's fine.
They don't want to have fun.
No fun allowed.
I also bought Stinger, which has been bought, I think, in every DMC game so far. And we also bought a move for, Balrog, called Ignition. And Ignition increases the amount of time that we can be in heat up mode. And heat up is what actually gives us access to Real Impact, as well as increases the amount of damage output from the gauntlets, and it increases the area of effect on some attacks.
Now, this is a really interesting kind of a skip of a fight. If we go into this room and activate the trigger of that fight, it for some reasons deactivates the rest of the events in the rest of this room. So we can just move here without having any kind of a fight. We don't know why, it's just there. We take it.
Yeah, it's like Cosmic said. You did something right when nothing happens in this room. There's a couple of skips like that in 5. I guess that's one of its unique quirks.
So here we're going to use the shotgun to lower these enemies to the ground, and then take them out like this. I think that... Yeah, there we go. He's dead. Goodbye. All right.
Yeah. Dante has such an easy time dealing with those.
That's great. I love it. Oh, excuse me.
The Impact machine broke for a second.
Yep. There we go.
Nice.
I don't know why the game didn't want to give me the Real Impact there, but it's cool.
Yeah, that Queen Impusa enemy, she has a very weird hitbox. You have to position yourself almost perfectly, because if you don't, your Real Impact is just gonna whiff, unfortunately.
And then we're going to be coming up on a fight against the Angelos. And here, since I don't have any Devil Trigger, I'm going to be looking to build Devil Trigger off of mash and jabs on the first Shield Angelo here. The Scudo Angelo. So we got a little bit here, and we're going to get the rest of it right here.
Nice guard.
Is that right? There we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, Royal Guard was nerfed. It's starting DMC4 onwards, but it's still pretty nice when you hit them and get a nice release.
That's fine. Again, game didn't want to let me have fun. I was trying to do a release there.
Does that release always knock him back?
Ooh, okay. Ooh. Never mind. We can have fun now. All right.
Yeah, they gave you full DT too. Nice.
All right.
Does that royal release always stun him?
Yeah, it does. It always knocks him up into the air.
So here we got Yrzen. I think this is the 3rd time we fight him in the run. This is another force fail. We want Dante to die. Because that's the intended way to progress through the game. So to do that, we're going to use 4 Real Impacts on him.
Yeah,
and this was a fight that I actually noticed Scruff did a little bit different than me, and it was faster, actually. So what I would do is I would teleport right into the fight and have no ignition, and then build ignition on Yrzen, because I figured, well, the last Real Impact's going to kill him anyway, so that's fine. But then I saw Scruff actually start getting ignition by using the heat up move with the kick stance. And that actually just changes like the whole dynamic of the fight. You just immediately start going in and real impacting, and you just like crush him through like all of these health thresholds where it ignores like everything, and you just get to finish the fight way faster. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Nice one.
That's we basically got that from Cerberus, because in you'll see in mission 16 we do the same thing before we drop down the tunnel to fight the boss. But I guess that's kind of a unique property of the gauntlets in this game, where you can keep your heat up heading into a boss room. So we take advantage of that just to set up real impact whenever we need to.
So something to give a little bit more on the lore here is that we just got the Sparta sword. Unlike on DMC1, on this one it's actually pretty useful. It's basically going to replace Rebellion because Rebellion broke in that recent fight, and Dante has been on a coma for about a month, and he just woke up, so he's basically warming him up again. And now he is trying to get his way back to where the action is going, and he was actually woke up by V, if I'm not mistaken, because V was looking for him.
He was indeed woken up by V. Alright, here we go. This is, I think, also probably my favorite mission in the game. It's just such a, like, there's a lot of fun fights here to do. Oh my goodness.
Same for me. I love this one.
Cavalier Angelo is the best boss in the game. Easy.
Easy.
Hella easy. Alright, so you might be wondering, oh, there's this powerful new enemy. How do we deal with it? We're going to manage to do this thing.
Easy.
Got it.
Yeah, that's probably how you might see most people clear most encounters as Dante in the game, and I don't blame them, because Stinger is crazy powerful and it looks cool, so why not mash it?
There was a white orb there?
Yep.
Oh my god, I played this game so much and I never realized. Oh, I learned something new now.
These things happen.
Oh well.
Get this guy out. I'm almost down. I want to save the white orb there.
I always pick it last.
I think we can actually fire him up here. No. Now he's good. Alright, so this next fight here against Cavalier Angelo, there's like a really cool quick kill here with Royal Guard. And I want to make sure that I nail this, because this is a little hard and the fight can go kind of haywire if I don't land it. So
We'll let you concentrate.
We'll let you cook.
Let him cook.
Unfortunate. Well, whatever. That's fine. Alright. I cannot land Royal Guard today, dude. Holy cow. That's fine.
There you go.
Well, it went fine until the last bit there, and then I don't think I was actually close enough to him, and that's probably what sent everything haywire, because you actually have to, he pushes you out with his melee combo, and I didn't adjust accordingly. So the release that I was going to do to get extra damage onto him, not only did like that missed, but then the real, like part of the real impact did as well. So totally on me. But it happens.
All good, dude. Because in this mission, we're gonna relieve some stress with the Cavalier. Probably one of the coolest weapons in video game history, because it is an actual motorcycle.
You know, the reason that I tell people to play this game is I go, okay, so one character has a sword that acts like a motorcycle, and the other character has a motorcycle that he uses like a sword.
Why didn't V get a motorcycle weapon?
He's got like the kiddie scooter, so like that's good enough, right?
I guess that can count.
He's not totally high tech, you know. He's the hipster of the group, so he's like, I still use my scooter.
I mean, he was in a sewer using some sandals. Like, come on.
True. Excuse me, game. Oh my goodness, what are you gonna do this to me? It's gonna do this to me. Okay. No.
Oh no.
No.
Dude, what is going on? Okay, there we go. Okay, never mind. My goodness.
Did you?
There is.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I clipped somewhere, dude. I clipped somewhere. But okay, cool. All right. I don't know, man. This game's not being very nice to me right now. All right, here we go. So this skip right here is actually called Gargoyle Skip. Or Bloodwell Skip, and it's actually like a dev-intended route through the level. There's actually a red orb bonus for completing the mission without using any of the mid-haul catchlings, which are like an item that's basically this game's rusty key. And we didn't really talk about that, but like they're basically keys for the game. I also like the burnout there.
And they kind of look disgusting.
A little bit, yep. But normally what the game would have you do, like on your first time through, is you would just use the Nidhogg hatchlings to go through these tunnels, and then that would make it so that, you know, you would like, go through and fight all these enemies, and you would get introduced to one called the Fury, who's like the assassin.
And there's the gold orb.
Here's the gold orb that I was also cursed to get in the Blue Marathon.
Yeah, we got two souvenirs in this one. Blue fragment and the gold orb.
We're missing the purple, but I don't think we have a chance for one.
I could find one. I'll think about it. Get back to you.
Nice.
It's been a while since I used my brain this much.
All right, so now we're gonna head into another run back against Urizen, but this time we're gonna win. We're not gonna do a force fail here. Which, by the way, like the mission 10 fight there, you can also fail that one. It's just actually faster for us on human to beat him. On Devil Hunter and above, you will go ahead and actually just like, you know, just die to him.
Can't believe any of this is still.
So basically what happens here is that Dante finds his childhood home, and then he starts thinking, well, if the Yamato sword can split demon and human, what happens with the rebellion? And that actually creates the legendary sword Dante, which he uses to unleash his real Devil Trigger, which is Sin Devil Trigger, which is this huge transformation with wings that you can see that Cosmic is using to destroy Urizen, basically. Now, the way that Sin Devil Trigger works is that first, Dante has now two Devil Triggers, the regular one and the Sin. However, Sin can only be used with that specific purple bar that you see, I think it's red actually for...
Red, yeah.
It's the red bar that you see in the middle of the Devil Trigger and the health bar, and the way to activate it is to feed it by holding the Devil Trigger button. So the more that you have, the better it's gonna be, and the faster you're gonna get it. And now we get the best weapon for me is Dr. Faust. It's so stylish, man. It's a hat. How can you top that?
With a top hat.
Okay, you got me on this one. I'll give it to you.
All right, so we're gonna pick Nero for this mission. This is like a really cool mission casually because like you can get some friends, you know, and have a good time like doing co-op here with the cameo system if you all join up like right at the same time. But when you're just speedrunning it, we're just gonna go ahead and use the Buster Arm here with Nero. Actually, goodbye. See you. That was cathartic. So, we're gonna just kind of traverse through a bunch of these rooms. Oh, yeah. Where am I right now? Okay. Good. And so Nero is really, really fast here over the other characters because of Buster Arm. On like Devil Hunter and above, I like to use Dante in these missions because things have a lot more health on those missions, and you just get to like take out the last floor.
Devil's down.
pretty much immediately of all these enemy spawners. And he also builds like a lot of style on this mission, so he gets a lot more orbs. And in some of the higher difficulty categories, especially like Legendary Dark Knight, the amount of orbs that you get on a mission really counts for so much. So having a lot of orbs, like, you know, built during the late game for that run is just phenomenal. So I really like using him for that purpose as well.
Also, a lot of people casually running this game and this mission usually pick Dante because they're like, hey, I just got a super nice power up, so let's go ahead and use it right away.
Exactly.
That was my case, actually. I was like, okay, I only played Dante twice. Come on, I wanted more.
Yeah, Mission 13 is also a really good red orb farming mission, so I think that's probably another reason why people go here. I think if you upgrade it to the max, you can jump down to the bottom level and just like throw Dante's hat around and kill every enemy, and then restart the checkpoint, and you can just farm like millions of orbs that way.
Absolutely. Damn it. So here is the last V mission. This is a boss rush as well, but it's, you know, tailored to V, so to speak. So at some point, V is going to lose all of his summons, and we have to get them back one by one. And we're going to get them in the order of Shadow, Griffin, and Nightmare. And we're going to fight the bosses in this in the order of Artemis, Goliath, and Cavalier. And we're going to get some interesting movement here as well, because we're not going to have Griffin, so we're not going to be able to do a double jump. So V is going to actually like grab onto air and then drop really quick, and this is actually like super fast. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to pick Shadow at Artemis here because Shadow is going to do a lot of damage to Artemis, as you can see right now.
Ooh, that's a big chunk.
Yeah, it's like 3 skewers and he's dead.
Oh, nice.
He came in clutch, the boy.
Skewer was a good boy.
Just to add a little bit more context here, right now, these are kind of weakened versions of the bosses. That is why he's able to kill them so fast. It's not that V is like overpowered or something. It's just that they're a little bit weakened.
Yeah. There we go.
Also, we have a really cool animation that I'm not going to spoil for the next boss.
There we go. And then... Excuse me, sorry. There we go. Alright. Goodbye. I'm gonna grab this so I don't gotta grab the one on the way into Cavalier. We're gonna do a little dance as well. In place. Alright, here we go. So Cavalier is kind of a pain without all 3 of the summons. That's why we get it. The devs actually have confirmed that the way that they intended for people to play this in order is like the same order of bosses, but they wanted you to grab Griffin at Artemis.
I think that makes sense because Artemis is a flying enemy.
Yep. So we used to actually do it the dev intended way until it was discovered sort of just how much damage Shadow actually did to Cavalier. Not the person up here teleports behind you.
It's an amazing kill animation.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, V is a cool character. He has a lot of style. People just don't like to admit it.
Alright, so here's the V skips that only save like about 25 seconds as opposed to some of the other ones that we've seen that save like minutes off the run. So, I'm gonna go for them. They're a little finicky, but hopefully I can get them for y'all because they're cool. It saves us having to do things they're safe. The intended way. So these vines right here, you can actually just clip on through them. Excuse me, sir. Okay, actually. So are you not going to do this for me now? There we go. Nice. All right. And then the other one, I believe the setup is like right here, probably. Okay, yeah, there we go. Oop, hold up. There we go. Okay. Unfortunate. There we go. Nice. There
Let's go. Yeah, so that really like didn't save any time. In fact, it probably lost time, but it looked cool, and it's hard to do that. So Cosmic gets some style points there. Good job, dude.
Thank you. that's also one of like the end game things too. Is like when you're this deep into the run and you've done like all those super volatile skips, like saving 26 seconds. Like I think we've only gone for it a couple of times in PVs recently or PV attempts recently, but it's so tough to actually pull it off just because it's so finicky because you have to like position shadow and everything, and yeah, it's tough.
It is.
Plus you gotta deal with the geometry and all that.
So that's basically V's part of the game. We're not gonna see him anymore except in cutscenes, but we do not watch the cutscenes.
We will be seeing his pets later. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
It's okay. I already spoiled the whole game in the prologue, so it's fine.
Right. Alright, so here we go. Take these guys out. It doesn't actually really matter too much how long it takes you to kill these dudes because this is like actually a time spawn. So this enemy is going to appear, you know, pretty much at the same time no matter what. So there he is. Nice. And you might think that Buster hasn't really seen a whole lot of use recently.
Sorry, Dante.
But, yeah, trust me, we'll get it. We're also going to run past the defensive line of the Cleveland Browns. This is a joke that I've made now for like 3 years at this point because somebody randomly just clipped me running through this section and called it the Cleveland Browns defensive line. And as far as I know, the Cleveland Browns actually have a pretty good defensive line now, but that joke has always stuck with me. I just found it so funny.
Yeah, I honestly don't watch the NFL, so I have no clue. But I want to say that joke might be back because it all depends on how well the Cleveland Browns are doing. And so some years the joke might be relevant, some years it won't.
Yeah, you got to build thoughts on that one. I don't know anything about sports.
No clue. But it's still just really funny to me that it's like I was just looking through my clips one day and just there it was. And I was like, I have to make this now. We're also going to dunk these guys just into oblivion. Goodbye.
A little bit of cosmic lore right there.
Sure. Alright. So now we're going to fight the Judeca, which is that enemy that Dante... I mashed a DT Stinger on with Dante earlier. But what we're going to do to him is we're going to use Nero's Buster Arm after using some roulette spins to attack him. So here we go. Did I get like a good drop here as well too? Oh, we got a Gerber. That's all right. I'm not gonna do that at all. If you get an overture here, you can actually just make sure that you preserve it in the fight, and then you get to use it during the next boss fight for a little bit of extra safety. However, we didn't get it, so we're gonna do some alley-oops though.
Buster Arm is so cool.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Okay, there you go.
Bye, Buster Arm.
Goodbye, Buster Arm. Because all we need for this fight right here is overture. I'm actually going to do a safety strat here as well. So, basically we have to plant 3 overture bombs. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. We have to plant 3 overture bombs onto Malphus here. And if she hits us once, a cutscene will play, causing all of them to disappear. So I just activated the cutscene early, so she couldn't do that to me, and now she's dead.
Easy.
Yeah, I think if you plant the overtures in the right spot, it does crits. So it looked like all 3 of those were in crit spots, so it was a really good Malphus kill.
Now, as we move into Dante's going to pretty much close out the game for us, other than like one last mission with Nero. So we're going to upgrade Gunslinger all the way, and this is mostly going to be for Faust. And we're going to also upgrade Faust's damage output and red orb consumption, because Faust operates, its moves operate on red orbs. And we want one in particular called Red Hot Knight. And Red Hot Knight is basically you just call down meteors on top of enemies, like just actual meteors.
So this weapon is basically pay to win.
Indeed.
The money gun.
You can just rip out your mom's credit card and you're like, wow, it's time to use Dr. Faust.
That's the most power card. That's the most power card in any TCG game.
True. Take this guy out here too. And we're just gonna start dunking on stuff here too. A lot of good old money. Except here, with these guys, we're gonna go ahead and use Cav, Alir, the motorcycle. Take these guys out. Excuse me. Oh, he didn't get killed. Interesting.
Oh, we hit it early.
Yep, a little bit. Alright, so now that that guy's down. Oops, excuse me. Oh, okay. Couldn't see where I was for a moment. So we're gonna take these enemies out here, the Chaos. And Chaos is here. And then we're gonna wait for this guy to spawn.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's a problem. So this enemy right here is called the Fury, and as you can see, they can be a problem. Cosmic God is nice there, but usually when they just start teleporting all the way around, it's really, really hard to target and just take care of them.
Yeah. There's a few backups. Yeah, I think that's the only one we've had in the run, actually, you're right. There are a few backups we can use. The one I tend to prefer is just using Cavalier, and you basically just ride Cavalier and it hits the Fury, and it does a lot of damage, surprisingly. But I think Cosmic also just does a bunch of jabs with the gauntlets. So either way works to clear out Fury if you need it.
Nice stun right here. Okay. I'm gonna take this guy out here. Alright, so I'm gonna have to let me grab this stuff from this guy that dropped. Yep, cool, excellent. And now we're gonna go and fight Cerberus, who is returning from DMC3. Well, this is King Cerberus, so it's a different one.
Yeah, apparently those are like a species somehow.
Somehow. And we're gonna charge up good old Sin Devil Trigger on this guy. And then we're going to attack him, which is the basic combo here. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Alright. So, just gonna go ahead and use Cavalier here. If he just wants to actually behave, I guess not. Alright. Shoot. This guy, ever since like Special Edition came out, some of like the way that this boss works has changed a little bit, and there are some times where like I feel like I never used to actually get fights like this.
Yeah, this might be the worst RNG I've seen in a while, dude. This is some bad luck.
Yeah, like there's RNG on the Sin Devil Trigger hits as well, like so if you get like really bad like sour spot hits on the Sin Devil Trigger, then the boss just like does this to you. And it's just unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation. But we're moving into the final stretch of the run after this game has been exceptionally mean to me today. But we're good. So we're gonna go ahead and fight Urizen here. And we're going to do a bunch of damage to him. Force him through his phases here. All right, here we go. And then we're just going to money gun him because I feel like it. Excuse me, sir. Goodbye.
And that's the last time we'll see Urison.
Yep. So now we're going to get Vergil in his stead. Now Vergil and V and Urizen are now fused back into Vergil. Hey, there he is. And we're also going to get Kalina Ann that we'll never use. So here we go.
So right now,
All right.
like, the rest of the run is really nice. It's just like a little bit of a boss rush, honestly.
Yep. Pretty much. So we're going to be fighting now. This is what Scruff alluded to earlier. We're going to be fighting V's familiars here. And we're going to actually get hit here because it's going to cancel out the recovery of Red Hot Knight and allow us to shoot Griffin a little faster.
So something as well as a shout out here is that we get remixes of their songs from Devil May Cry 1, and you can definitely hear that when you get into the Shadow fight. It's a nice remix of its theme song from DMC 1.
Yeah, this game definitely has a lot of callbacks to the original, which is, I think, one of the reasons why DMC5 just resonated with so many fans of the series. It seems to embody a lot of what people loved and appreciated, with just little Easter eggs here and there.
And so we'll go into the fight against Shadow and Griffin. I'm going to go ahead and dunk on them again with Dr. Faust. And then we're going to be trying to do a phase skip with Nightmare. So if you don't knock Nightmare down to a certain health threshold, then he'll teleport away and waste a bunch of your time. So we're going to try and not do that. And we're going to use the good old Cavalier motorcycle with the incredible damage output that it has.
So much damage indeed.
And he's
good.
So now he's going to go into the orb.
And we have to hit the...
They're going to... Got to hit the orb once. They were about to stop me from doing that. I was going to be so salty.
Oh, no.
I've seen that happen. It's not nice. Because
all right,
he
so,
basically rests with full health.
So chat, I'm going to need some prayers up in here because we're going to pray for good RNG against Vergil here because we just want to charge up Red Hot Knight all the way. There's 3 levels to it. We want to charge it up all the way and then be sure that we can get it onto Vergil.
Okay, he behaved.
Hey, let's go.
Hey. All right. So now he's dead. Well, not really, but the fight's over. And now we're going to fight him with Nero. And this pretty much always goes the same way, so I'll call time here in a second. It's a cool fight.
Your theme song is amazing.
Uh-oh. That might change things. There we go. Time.
Nice.
GG's.
What was the final time on that? I don't know if I want to hear, but sure, we'll go for it. What was the final time?
It's like a 113 something.
143. No, it was like a.
Oh no!
3 hours, 37 minutes.
What was it?
I'm still waiting for timer to catch up. I was just memeing.
113.20. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
That's
a nice
cool.
one.
So yeah, this was the Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition. This is my favorite speedrun of all time. It's my favorite game of all time. It's really cool. So I want to give some shout outs since like I've been holding off for a little while. So I want to thank like first of all, GDQ for having us. This is like a really awesome event, especially Sarge for reaching out to all of us. Scruff, who has been grinding this game alongside me for like 2 years now, he is somebody that I trained to be my rival, and he has been so much more than that, you know, along with being a good friend. He constantly has pushed me to be better and better than I had ever, I ever could have hoped to be at this game. And it's been a treat to run this game alongside him, and both of us get into the series as much as we have, and foster a really awesome community. And shout outs to Mungus as well, Doc and Platt and Don Mosquito and all that. So yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, much love, dude. You killed it, man. You had another really solid run as always. So make sure to give Cosmic some love. Not only does he run DMC, I know people only tend to associate Cosmic with DMC, but he runs so many other games too. He was even playing Uno earlier today. So this man always works hard. Yeah, PS2 Uno, the memes. But yeah, he always works hard. He's a really good community member, and he's always been very supportive. So yeah, GG's, dude.
Thank you. Hold on to that. And yeah, that's it. I guess if we want to get into the next run, which will be go for it, sorry.
Yeah, so we do have one more run after this. It's going to be, Devil May Cry. Nope. Nope. Words still aren't mine. Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition, but it's going to be Vergil, right?
Yes.
Yep, we're gonna go Vergil.
Yep.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick break while I try to figure out how to speak, and then we'll be back with the final run of the marathon, or the event. I'll see you in just a few minutes there. Devil May Cry Anniversary Special. A bunch of DMC games had anniversaries this month, so we put on a showcase with the DMC community to show off a bunch of the runs. This is our final run of the day, and I will hand it over to the runner for Devil May Cry 5, Vergil.
Hey everybody, my name is Igna. You've probably seen me a little bit today, same as Cosmic and Scruff, which they are both here in the call with me. I've been doing this game for a while, and I enjoy it. I'm currently the former world record holder of this game with Vergil, and right now I'm glad to finally show this game up for you guys. Last time that this game was showed at an GDQ event was by actually Scruff, if I'm not mistaken. And that was a while back, and the strategy and movement from this game has changed a lot. So if you guys enjoy Devil May Cry 5 Nero Dante V, you're definitely going to enjoy Vergil. Even though it's the same maps and all that, the run is really, really different. So I'm going to leave you to both the Cosmic and Scruff to help me out with a little bit of commentary in this one. And you guys ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready for the last one, guys? We're going to hit it together, chat. Come on. Hit me with a 3, 2, 1. Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry. All right. So, you want me to kick it off, Igna? Or
Yeah,
you got this?
You got it.
All right. So, Vergil was introduced in 2020, November for Special Edition, and December for PC and last-gen consoles. Special Edition is exclusive to Xbox Series and PS5. Vergil has all of his usual weapons. He has the Mirage Edge, which is like a sword that resembles his father's sword, Force Edge. He has the trusty Yamato, and he has the Beowulf gauntlets. And in this game, he can chain the Judgment Cuts, which you see like these big bubbles of space and time that Vergil can create with his sword, because Yamato can actually cut through space and time. You can chain 3 of those into each other.
It wasn't OP enough, so they made it a triple now.
Yeah. Judgment Cuts are definitely one of the most satisfying abilities, I think, in pretty much any game ever. Especially in this one, where there's almost a rhythm to how you time the Judgment Cuts. And they're really important for the run in general, because they kind of create this like big hitbox. So if there's any enemies close to the enemy that you're Judgment Cutting, it'll hit those enemies as well. So we kind of pair that with Devil Trigger and Sin Devil Trigger, which you can see here on Igna's screen, just to maximize the damage.
So something that you see right there is that we have to be defeated by Ursing at the prologue. We can actually kill him. I have a record on that one in case you want to check it. It's actually not that interesting. It's just judgment cutting. But here, something that we do with Vergil is that we hit with 2 triple judgment cuts with a doppelganger in order for it to get like the specific point for damage, for him to hit us with a fireball that will deal basically our entire health.
All right, so next thing here. By the way, this is going to be Vergil like going through. This is basically the same structure that DMC3, DMC4, and DMC5 have for Vergil, which is you get to play through all of the main campaign missions with Vergil alone. So we're going to be encountering all the same bosses and everything that we just saw in the run that I did for Nero Dante V, but we're going to get to see how Vergil tackles them in his own OP fashion. So this little boss right here is just going to get stunned into oblivion and just eat so much damage right now.
Can we explain how the doppelganger works actually? It's pretty cool.
Scruff, you got that?
I'm a little rusty, but I think basically the way doppelganger works is both of them can pump out judgment cuts, so you're essentially getting like double the damage output. So in a lot of these fights, I think the optimal way to do it is to activate Sin Devil Trigger plus Doppel as well.
And this is where everything changes. If you watch Scruff's run a while back at GDQ, you probably remember that we're going to be moving quite a bit, doing a little bit of battles here. But now we have something that is called Trick Down. We discovered a new way of movement that is exclusive for Vergil, and we're going to use that to move fast. And by I mean by fast is fast. Ready, chat? Oops, got stuck there. Oh, the enemy there.
Unfortunate. Okay, there we go. Nice.
Sometimes he just doesn't want to move.
Yeah, so that's a technique that was found by a Eastern runner. I forget which country he's from. I believe Taiwan, maybe.
Yeah.
But his name is Byanwan Kuma, or BY Akuma. And he pioneered this technique where you have to hold down lock on and then mash both back plus style plus jump. And it's an alternate input for trick down. Usually for trick down, you have to do lock on plus back to forward and then style or trick. And then that'll cause you to do it. But you can do trick down by doing in the air, back, and style. So I believe the way that this works is you're canceling Vergil's sort of like pre-jump frames into each other with trick down.
Yeah.
So that just kind of allows you to jet across the map.
It's so fast, it's insane.
This is why I'm glad Igna is showcasing the game, because he's one of the, I guess, newer generation of Vergil runners that's come up since my time, where back then all we were doing is mostly spamming judgment cuts and using SDT rapid slash movement, which maybe you'll see a little bit later, but people like Igna and Tokonami have really innovated and kind of maximized out the speed that Vergil can do. So trick down is crazy fast. The only problem is it's just very difficult to actually maneuver, so you got to make sure your angles are correct.
Yeah, it's really hard to turn and all that, so you're probably going to see me bumping a little bit, but it is fine. Let's see if we can get this one. Nope, there's a bump.
Also worth noting, by the way, on the chaining of judgment cuts, there's 3 different timings to all of them, like to all the chains, slightly different anyway. So there's the normal human speed timing, there's when you're in Sin Devil Trigger but you have no Doppel out, and then there's also the timing for when you have both Sin Devil Trigger on and you have Doppelganger out. So 3 different timings that you kind of gotta have in your muscle memory to switch on the fly.
Easy.
Very nice. Good stuff. And now, ooh, I like this movement here. Yes, sir.
Whoops, got stuck there. Doesn't matter. Whoops. That one matters.
And I forget how you actually get across this gap. Oh.
Yeah, you can just do that straight up.
So fast.
Oh.
We used to do rapid slash movement.
Rapid slash. Yeah. Whoa.
I'm gonna do this one here just because all time's sake. First boss. Fun fact about Vergil. We're fast enough and strong enough to kill Goliath, I'm sorry, before he even gets the chance to get into the church.
Yep. You get to do a roof kill. Okay.
And we don't.
There we
I got the arm.
Oh yeah, that's right. The arm, yeah, it just shows off Nero's. Forgot about that taunt too, dude.
I really like that fight because it does kind of showcase some execution too. Because if you drop too many combos with the doppel movement, you won't get the church kill. So that was nicely done by Igna there.
So now we're gonna make our next purchase. It's gonna be a move called Rising Star. Rising Star is what we're gonna do to use our rapid slash in combination with it for us to charge our Devil Trigger faster. So from now on, the beginning of each mission. Oops, sorry, I misclicked there. The beginning of each mission is gonna be us fighting a little bit of enemies, kind of suboptimally, just to get Sin Devil Trigger as fast as possible. So you're gonna see me just going into any kind of mission, immediately starting to charge my Sin Devil Trigger. Oops. There you go. Kill the bats, a little bit of movement. Skip the cutscenes because who watches cutscenes nowadays? Okay. Now this is gonna make a combination of Rising Star and whoops, this guy shouldn't be there. That's fine. Hello, sir, gentlemen. There you go. You're gonna be my new toy now. I feel that Vergil could have been the kind of kid that just destroyed his toys when he was playing with them.
Probably.
Yeah. And he'd probably blame Dante about it.
I believe that.
Let's see it on happen.
Believe that.
Oops. So now we have most of our Devil Trigger charged for the entirety of the mission. Oops. There you go. That jump's a little bit tricky though.
Nice.
Now let's see if we can get this. Oh, can we take a moment to explain how Sin Devil Trigger is basically infinite for Vergil? I think that's really important.
So yeah, so in when you first activate Sin Devil Trigger for Vergil, there's a period of time where the cost is free, and if you just sort of like phase in and out of it, you can just maintain it infinitely, basically. Dante has a similar mechanic called Quad S, and if you're at triple S rank, you can just sort of phase in and out of Sin Devil Trigger with Dante. Whereas if you're not at triple S, then there's like a whole cutscene that plays where Dante gets like stabbed in the chest with the Dante sword, and then he turns into the Sin Devil Trigger. But if you're at triple S, then you can do what Vergil does here, and you have a 4-second window or so where just the form is free.
It's enough.
And we use this.
Yeah, go ahead.
We use this to like our advantage to not only get like free judgment cuts, because when Vergil is in Sin Devil Trigger, he shoots out like 3 balls of judgment cuts at once instead of 1. So we do it for that, and we also can do it for like free rapid slash movement, as well as running faster just in general.
Whoops.
Like Vergil's run speed when you're in Sin Devil Trigger form is just faster.
Yeah, but we've already run now since we have Trick Down. There's a part that I need to do a run just forget a skip, but that's it.
There we go. Nice.
And here's Artemis. We're going to make quick work of her compared to what we just saw with the Nero Dante B run. Don't have to worry about punchlines or anything like that. Just mow her down with some judgment cuts. The Vergil classic.
Easy clap.
And worth noting too, so that we did.
Oh no, it's fine. It's probably gonna mess up a little bit of mission 5, but I have a backup for it, so we Gucci.
So Worth noting, by the way, that there is like a skip that you can do with Vergil on that mission as well, but Vergil literally completes that mission so fast that on human, it's not worth it to do that skip at all. It breaks even.
Whoops, too fast on that one.
Yeah, I think the Vergil missions are faster than the V missions with skips. The only exception might be mission 9. So, yeah.
So V is actually the only character that beats Vergil on like any mission timings, and I think it's like only by a minute or so most of the time.
Yeah,
and that's because of the what's it called? That's because of the V skips. But like I think Nero and Dante just lose time to him on every mission.
Mm-hmm.
But like mission 14, I think Vergil just straight up bodies V, like, and mission 4 obviously for like new game.
Yeah. The single fact that our fights are so fast and our movement is insanely fast just makes it a lot easier to beat him.
Yeah, this run has definitely become... Oh, go ahead.
As I was going to say, now that I think about it, I don't remember if I've actually timed like the new V versus Vergil comparisons with like trick down movement in them.
Yeah.
I think my comparisons might be a little outdated considering it was from when like we were running.
Yeah, this run's gotten crazy fast. Like, I think it's really cool watching Ignite run this now because I think the level of complexity has just evolved so much. Because now we're worrying about SDT management, and we're also worrying about our angles, and on top of that, we have to get the proper like execution for the trick down, and those inputs are not easy. I know Ignite makes it look easy, but it's pretty difficult.
Practice makes perfect, kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's very true of this run, especially.
That's the first white. Nice.
Man, it's got the Devil Trigger replenishment orb. That orb in particular just looks so funny to me.
It's my favorite, actually.
It's just giving like this weird smirk, like, "What's up, buddy? How you doing?"
That's exactly how I imagine his voice. Oh no, this is a problem. That's fine.
Uh-oh.
It's not gonna make that much of a difference. This guy's still gonna die.
Bring in a friend to see Nidhogg.
Yep.
Oops.
So remember how I said that like Vergil creates 3 bubbles? Yeah, there's those 3 bubbles.
Could have been faster though. I messed up by accidentally clicking the Devil Trigger button and instantly releasing it instead of holding it. So that creates my doppelganger and that consumes on Devil Trigger. So it could have been faster because the same 3 hitbox that we're hitting, we're gonna be hitting them with a doppelganger at the same time, and that's insane amount of damage. But this is still quite fast, so we'll take it. Now, this is actually where the no damage takes place. Unfortunately, I got hit, so I cannot buy Starfall 2. But in that case, what I do is that I buy the 2 skills that I need for completing the mission and having the boss fight, which are Hell on Earth and Heavy Rain. Starfall 2 is going to make life a lot easier because those blood thingies that you see there around, they get... Oh, sorry, I thought I'd have to do this differently. It's fine. We're going to do this here this way. There you go. So the blood thingies that you're going to see there that we can open, what is going to happen is that Starfall 2 breaks in with 1 kick in Devil Trigger mode and with 2 without Devil Trigger. If we are not into Starfall 2, what is going to happen is that we're going to take 2 with Devil Trigger. So it makes it a little bit slower, but it's not that big of a deal. Because actually, while I was practicing, I found a faster way of doing it. Nice. There you go. If we Lunar Face it, it's going to destroy it immediately. I found out that literally today.
Oh, sick. Heck
so
yeah.
It's a nice backup.
This is also the levels that we now get to see like pretty much the whole game glitchless now because Vergil does not have skips like V does. But
now flashing lights warning, by the way. This is gonna be really, really flashy because of the angle of the camera. Now, something interesting is that I get into this corner for one specific reason. If I get there so fast before the enemies spawn, the leg from Gilgamesh does not drop.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I had no clue.
See, Vergil is cool.
Yeah, apparently you learn a lot by playing Vergil. Jeez, maybe we should get on that.
maybe we gotta come back, dude.
No, I think we're too washed up. This is Igna's show now.
My old man hands can't take it, dude.
Easy. Now, I use my Devil Trigger there because I have a free refill here.
Very nice. Ooh. The behind the back judgment cut.
Yeah, the no look.
I was going to say, that's like the cool guys don't look at explosions moment, but with like a barrel.
We do not need explosions. We are the explosion.
That's a pretty good way of putting it. Vergil is the explosion. And then this is when chat, you got to erupt with all the I am the storm that is approaching.
Yeah, unfortunately he has like the best soundtrack in the game, and we can barely listen to it. Okay, now for this one I have to concentrate a little bit. This fight is Geryon, and it changes a lot compared to V, and I have to come up with an adaptation on a strat to make it consistent. So let's see if I can get it first try.
And here's Hell on Earth, by the way. So Vergil actually has these super moves in this game that will cost a little bit of Sin Devil Trigger, but they do just enormous amounts of damage.
So
like right there.
The thing that we do is that when we have seen Devil Trigger, we can use up to 3 Hell on Earths in a row. And in this case, what I did is that I was just paralyzing Geryon with the swords just to stun him enough time for me to be able to go through all the animation without it moving or stopping time. And now we have my favorite boss.
Yeah, that Heavy Rain Blades and Hell on Earth combo is really good. It helps us clear out so many otherwise challenging encounters in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Rush 2.
I believe we also use a Hell on Earth here in Gilgamesh.
If we get the correct strat, which it's a little bit of RNG. If I don't get it, I'll just go with a regular old strat. It's gonna shoot here, so I'm gonna jump to get iframes. Okay, that was at the very beginning, so that's good. We still can do it. So we're gonna build Devil Trigger using Rising Star here while avoiding getting shot and trying to not mess it up. Okay, I'm gonna mess it up then. Yep. No quick strat here.
Yeah, it's very tricky because you're trying to build a SDT meter while also keeping concentration. So you have to juggle like 2 different meters at once and not take damage.
Different order, I will get it. Nah, I messed up. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, almost. Ooh. That looked like it should have hit, honestly.
Yeah, I messed up the order. If I would have held the Heavy Rain Swords for the second bunch, I would have been able to get it. But it's fine. We can just use the old strat.
Just like floating above like this whole fight right here, just chain and judgment cuts at Gilgamesh.
Yeah, he like doesn't drop fight at all.
Yeah. The problem with that is that he can actually snipe me. So I was kind of worried if he was going to shoot at me. Luckily he didn't.
He's alright.
Okay, so we don't have to buy anything until the next mission. And next mission we buy my favorite move, which I don't want to spoil.
I believe.
I just love that move so much. It's the most stylish move ever created for this character. Now, unfortunately, I cannot do the trick down here because when we have too many enemies, I can only do it if I have Sin Devil Trigger on. And it's too early in the mission, and I don't have any kind of enemy that I can farm it on. So that is why we have to actually take the walk-up chain. And that's why
we didn't really touch on Vergil's concentration meter for those unaware. Vergil has like 3 levels of concentration, and your moves get more powered up and like deal more damage and have bigger areas of effect the higher your concentration is. And you also don't have access to the super moves unless you're at like max concentration level as well. So in a lot of these fights, Igna has to not only maintain 2 different resource bars between the Devil Trigger and the Doppelganger, he also has to make sure that he's maintaining his concentration levels so that his judgment cuts are doing him a lot of damage, and he has access to the super moves as well.
Yeah, the cool part about concentration in this one is that it is a nice update from DMC4, as in this one we do not have to wait just to get it charging. We can just go into battle right away, so it is a lot of less punishing in that part. If we get hit, we can just start hitting people with judgment cuts, and it will start charging again. So it makes it more aggressive.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really liked how the changes that they made to concentration in this game just really rewarded like being more active with the character to build it really fast. Like you saw Dave and Igna earlier, like you can just stand in groups of enemies in DMC4 and get max concentration really easily. But in this game, like using judgment cuts and like other moves is really the way to go about it.
So I love the movement through here. There's a lot of sections where it's mostly just like a straight line, but Trick Down just you really get to just breeze through it.
Obliterates it, dude.
OP character.
Quite a bit, dude. He's $5 on PC for a reason, let me tell you.
Pay to win.
Although Scruff and I paid more like, I don't know, $560 for the character because of the PS5 and DMC5 Special Edition.
Plus the capture card.
Oh yeah, the capture card too. Don't forget that part, dude.
And also a 4K or like 120 hertz compatible monitor / TV. So.
Oh, that sounds cheap.
Yeah, that's no big deal, dude.
I had like 4 of those in my backyard. Okay,
also, Igna's pausing on the escalator here, which, by the way, an escalator can never break. It can only temporarily become stairs. But anyway, so Igna paused there for a little bit on the escalator to fight the enemies, because those enemies on the escalator actually count towards the mandatory enemies in the mission. So if he like went to the top of the escalator and fought those enemies up there, he would still have had to go back and make sure that those enemies like were dead. So cleaning them up there is just the faster way to do it.
Yep. We make sure they die.
I really like that strat.
We killed them good. Now this is a really interesting boss fight, the way that Vergil handles it. 1, 2.
And they're just gone.
That's the boss fight. 8. I have to buy those. Okay. Nice, no damage. Yeah, the only important part about the economy is mission 2 and mission 5. After that, it is a lot easier to handle. And you get a lot of no damages with Vergil, as you can definitely see. Now we're gonna make a new purchase. We're gonna buy my favorite move, Void Slash. And we're gonna buy Lunar Phase 2, which is the washing machine, but now it's faster. And we're gonna buy Stinger 2. And the last thing that we're gonna buy is Spiral Blades. Spiral Blades, actually. Yep. Spiral Blades are gonna come in play a little bit later, but it's good to have it already. We use them to break the Behemoth's armor, so we can just Void Slash them.
I think it's also useful on the Angelos.
Kind of. They just die to Judgment Cuts and Void Slashes.
Yeah,
Void Slash
true.
is one of the most damaging moves in the game that is not a super. They can
Void
one-shot
Slash is awesome.
basically
Void Slash is like, it's like one of the coolest moves that they gave him in like ever. It's such a cool move.
It's perfect for the character. It deals a lot of damage. It's stylish. And we're gonna see a little bit in a moment as soon as I get Devil Trigger. Wanna see the first instance of Void Slash. With an A for Apocalyptic. Now, we can also do a little bit of a skip there. I'm gonna try it because it's actually free. And if not, I'll just go with the platforming.
Yeah, go for it.
Got it, first try.
Ooh, nice.
Now I'm gonna take the safe one here because I know that I'm gonna mess up the next one.
Yeah, these elevators can be tricky.
So yeah, I would have messed it up.
Nice.
Vergil can also do this. He can just stinger out of them and move super fast.
Heck yeah.
I like that movement there because it's kind of the opposite of what happens in Nero Dante V. Since there's enemies around that section when you're playing as Nero, you can't use sprint, but here we actually want there to be enemies so we have something to lock on and use trick down movement. So it hurts us in Nero's run, but it actually helps us here in Vergil just for the movement.
A little of extra DT. Easy. This is the one that I have to run. Hopefully I get it. I messed it up a little bit in practice. I cannot do rapid slashes because it actually makes the enemies spawn faster. Oh no, tell me got it. Camera, please.
Oh.
Nope. Kawabong it is.
Oh no.
No.
I can actually try to jump it between waves.
It's all good. We're taking the scenic route here.
It's fine. I'm showing you the parts that you guys missed on the other run.
Yeah, even with this, it's probably still faster than Mission 8 on Nero Dante V.
See, now I got it.
You know, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
There you go. Oh my god, I almost fall down again. Got it.
That would have been unfortunate.
It's okay, more enemies to kill with Void Slash. I'm never angry about more Void Slash.
Well, I mean, your orb count right now is what? Well, it was 1337. Jeez. It was 1337.7. So
This one, look at this. This trick is super cool. Boom.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
That's a lot of damage. Sheesh.
You want to see damage? You're gonna see it when I find one of the big Angelos. That's when we start using Void Slash cancels. Let's see if we can catch it up. Nope, this is too high. It's free to go for it because if you don't see it, you can just try to go for climb the wall like that, and sometimes you catch it. You catch the platform, and it's it. That's it. If not, you're still gonna have to wait. So might as well try it. Now let's see if I can do a really flashy strat here. We target that one and we do this. There you go. We just rapid slash to it and then we just switch to a stinger at the very end and we just jump with the momentum that the stinger gives us and we drag the enemy with us.
So here we got another fight with Urizen coming up. Are you going to do the spin cycle power wash strat?
Now I have to do it again, but there's a strat for this one as well. Vergil can break the crystal easily. So, we're going to try to break the crystal. And we're going to do 1, 2, only 2, never more. We get the 2 and we get the exact amount of damage on Urizen for it. Oh my god, I landed on a green. Oh gosh.
Oh,
it's fine.
no.
It should be
That's
enough.
unlucky.
There you go. It deals exact amount of damage for Urizen to get aggro on us and kills us with the next move. If we do a third slash there, Judgment Cut, it's basically done. He's gonna go into a phase of attacking us and we get another crystal and it's a slow. We don't like slow here. Now, mission 9. So from Cosmic's run, you probably found out that there's a skip on this mission. Vergil doesn't have that benefit, unfortunately. However, I get to show you guys the entire mission. And it's actually pretty fast.
It's a really cool mission.
First, we break the armor with this. Now we farm double trigger. Put in more. Should be enough. Oops. Oh, I got hit. That doesn't matter anymore.
And on this, you actually do the fight now, right? In the route, like you do the fight on.
Yeah, we don't skip any fight.
Yeah. So fun fact, like there's a little. Go for it. Yeah, go for it, Scruff.
Yeah, so you can skip this fight coming up here by going all the way around and to the left, and then doing some aerial movement, but Vergil's so fast and broken that it's faster to just straight up kill all of these enemies than going the long way around.
That's a void slash cancel, by the way. I cancel the animation of the ending of a void slash with a trick to the enemy, and then I just input another one, and I can do that as long as I have enough double trigger. Oh, wrong weapon. Doesn't matter, I have another shot. Nope, invisible wall. By the way, this game has a lot of invisible walls. We want to see more void slash cancels as we move forward. Oops, why didn't I trick to you? There you go, thank you.
And fun fact, we actually had like 2 skips with V on this mission prior to the skip that I did being found. And so like there were already a couple of fights that we used to skip in this level with V, but like the skip that I ended up doing in my run today, sort of the final evolution of the level. Vergil, I think, I don't remember if anything got found for him or whatever. There's like very few oob opportunities with this character.
I think the only one is actually the Mission 3 University skill. That's the only one I think we know of, and it's way harder to do on Vergil. But good thing for Vergil, he just needs skips to go fast.
Yeah, pretty much. Just,
move fast. We kill stuff, and we look cool. That's Devil May Cry in a summary.
Yeah, it's true.
We got this little sisters here. Oh, they both died to one? Okay.
One of them already died. Sheesh. Oh no, never mind. It disappeared.
Void Slash is just so cool. It's really useful for those enemies too.
It's insanely good. I love it. On the previous route, there was only one instance of it, and I was always saying, "Hey, I wish we could use this more." And then we came up with this new one, and we use it so much, and it makes me so happy. Oh, we killed 3 enemies at the same time, by the way.
Good old sword cutting through space and time nonsense.
Triple. I forget a triple. Actually, I could have done it faster. I don't know why I didn't doppelganger. Did I doppelganger?
No, you did not.
I could have been faster. That's waste of DPS, by the way. Oopsie. My share is kind of full. The problem is that, and you cat owners are going to understand me on this one, if you have a cat, you cannot have nice furniture. Like, they're just going to destroy it.
Yep, true.
And there's
That's
nothing
why I
that you
keep
can
my
do
cats
about
out of the office.
So
not allowed in here.
This shirt was in perfect condition, and then I got a cat, and now it's all destroyed. But I love my cat. Nothing I can do about it. Let's see if I can hit a double. I got it. I killed the 2 enemies at the same time with a Buzzle Lash as they are spawning. There's also a way of getting a triple, but it's a little bit further down the road. There's a double. This is actually the instance where we had the Judgment Cut before, the Void Slash, I mean. We only use it for this specific enemy right here. And that was the entirety of it in the previous run. But now we enjoy it more. Oops, wrong weapon. I need bail for this one. I have to punch the ground real hard.
Oh, you actually just straight up use Hell on Earth here now. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot more in this iteration of the run. It's I guess since you have a lot of meter and it's easy to build it up with the Rising Star, you might as well just expend it whenever you can.
Yeah, since we do not use anything like Blistering Swords yet or something of the like, and we already have Infinite Devil Trigger, might as well use the resources while we have them. And as well, we get a free refill after this room with a white that is there.
That's true too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest differences I've noticed is definitely too, and Scruff can probably vouch for this as well, is that like early on we used to get 3 extra purple orbs to have like 2 stocks of Devil Trigger, essentially all the time, and now excuse me, and like now the run seems like there's a lot more like ability buying throughout it, and you just sort of forgo having those extra bars of Doppelganger as well.
Yep, I think that
favor of just margaritas early on.
I think that's kind of the trade-off too, because you're sacrificing a little bit of I guess safety with having more DT bars for the benefit of having more orbs to just pump out onto abilities to do damage, basically.
That
so
double was an excellent.
It's more interesting.
That's fine. We're OP. And there's a refill on the Cavaliers, if I'm not mistaken, that I'm gonna build myself because I'm gonna punch them a little bit. But that's part of the run, so we Gucci. And there's a refill after those, so I can even go for an Hell on Earth if I feel that I'm getting a little bit trended. Oh, I need to climb more. So, fun fact, we can just do this. Oh, no, that's fine.
No.
There you go, bucked it up.
Vergil just has such crazy vertical movement. Like it's insane how fast he can get, like just without any upgrades, or how high up he can get.
Yeah, right. This is like even without roulette spin, right?
Yep. Now they all die. Nice of him charging to me, honestly.
Oh, okay.
And we get all the Devil Tree that I need in the world. But just in case, I'm gonna take this one. You never know.
That's true.
Now we fight Jurison again. Trying to keep the no damage. Hello, can you trick up? Well, there goes the no damage. Hello? Devil Trigger machine broke? There you go. It's fine, I still have a lot of ways to save the run in regards to economy. This is the cool part about Vergil, is that since we're just making a solo run, we do not have to share economy. So we can just play with it a little bit. Now, favorite mission on the run for everybody. And I mean it. There's some enemy spawns here that I wanna trick past. Nice. One, two. Switch, 1, 2, stomp, switch, 1, 2, stomp, trick them. There you go. So we're gonna do the same strat as usual. We take one of these guys and use it to feed our Devil Trigger. As long as we get it fast and we get the blue bar, we just start killing stuff. This There's gonna be one more that I'm not gonna even let it spawn.
Nice. Good stuff.
Void Slash just seems to make such quick work of a lot of enemies that used to be a problem in this run.
Yep, Void Slash deletes the stuff from the game.
Nice movement there too.
Thanks a lot. Fun fact about this one, I can go a little bit crazy with my Devil Trigger because as soon as the cutscene ends, I instantly deactivate it. And now I'm gonna use what I just learned from Cosmic Run. There's that thing there. Before I used to charge it a little bit with this guys, so now I can go even faster to this because I need Doppelganger for the following guy. That's one dead.
Accusations being made.
New tech being discovered.
First time in the world you guys see it.
I would say live and in person, but this is like more live and remote.
Yeah.
And you blow up. Thank you. That's enough. Yes, Doppelganger can also do Void Slashes.
Oh, goodness. That damage was disgusting.
That's so much faster than just waiting for a Hell on Earth animation to play out.
It is.
And it uses less resources, technically, too.
And that's what I use to kill the next boss. I have to come up with a way to make it a little bit consistent. And hopefully we get it. If we don't get it, we're still Gucci. Oops, wrong angle. We get the 1, 2, 3. We bait an attack. 1, he's gonna go for a second. Only 2, okay. There you go.
Nice. I actually don't remember the way that we used to kill that boss.
Just Judgment Garden. And we can also go with Hell on Earth, I think.
Yeah, that's what we used last time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the animation. I've tasted a little bit of animation versus that one. First of all, this one is a lot more stylish, so it gives a stylish point there. And as well, the second part is that it is a lot more consistent because we don't have to, like, he can just move out, or maybe you hit it by accident with the when it has a heavy brain swords on, and when that happens, he just moves around, so it's not ideal. But the time is kind of the same, honestly. When I use this guy to farm. A little bit more. I'm gonna farm to full DT, honestly. That's it. Wow. This guy gives a lot of DT. Also, this is the longest you're gonna listen to the song. Enjoy it. Now, we have to do a little bit of platforming here, same as Cosmic was doing with Dante. However, with us, it's a little tiny bit easier because we can use stingers in the wall instead of trying to do with wall jumps. Revelation, big brother.
Yup. There it goes.
Whoops, I had that on. Good thing that I had enough to refill it again. Same here. See, now we're gonna kill this
Slash. That Void Slash just one-shot the red blood thingy.
Yep. Yeah.
Is the most efficient way.
That's a lot quicker. Yep.
But it has to be on Devil Trigger. Also, Void Slash has two hitboxes. One that is the actual sword, and the other one's like the wave. So we try to do Void Slash as close as we can. so we can get like the 2 hitboxes. And there's the gold. Shout out to Cosmic.
We're all cursed to get that one now. Unless you did that to like make me feel better.
No.
In which case, I appreciate it.
I always get it, but when you keep it, that I did it for you. I always get it by accident. Oh gosh, I almost fall there. Now let's try to get a hole-in-one here. It's 1, 2. Ah, almost.
Ooh. I like how the camera couldn't even keep up for a second there, dude. It was like, no, stop it.
That's why it's good that this game has an option to set the camera way back on the characters. Sometimes, like especially with Vergil, you just end up into a corner sometimes, so it's good to have a little bit more visibility. But even then, it can't help you because this guy's always bouncing into corners.
We fight our guy Urison again.
We don't get any cool sword this time. Instead, we just kind of come at him with what we've got.
We just deleted him.
Stun lock him. Yep. There he goes. Ooh, goodness.
We get the hand again. I love this game. Okay, that's 12. So we should be good in our economy for what I need to buy. If not, I can buy the rest of Mission 14. I need to buy Judgment Cotton, Dragon Breaker, and an upgrade for our swords, which is something that I added in the route to make the final fight a little bit easier. So I'm gonna go with the battles here. Judgment Cotton. We're gonna see these move only once, chat, so I will recommend to pay attention on this one. It's amazingly looking. Like, they did an amazing job with this game. Gonna buy Blades 3, and okay, next mission I'll buy Trick Dodge. Now, this mission is really short with Vergil, and I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna allow you guys to enjoy it because it's so nice.
Oh yeah, this is Judgment Cut End City. Right here.
Well,
there's
like
something
a
very
minute, yeah.
I guess soothing about like the constant like repetitive sounds that you hear in this run too. Like the constant judgment cuts and everything, or the constant sounds of trick down. It's oddly soothing.
Yeah, you also tend to kind of get into a rhythm too while you're playing, which I guess makes it more, I don't know if immersive is the right word, but it basically just makes it a little bit of a better experience since you feel more excited, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. Flow state and all that.
Vergil is the flow state character.
I also feel like Nero kind of is too with the exceeds.
Yeah.
But he don't got the like whir on there.
I mean, that kind of sounds like a motorcycle.
You know, that's true. I don't even understand what I'm saying.
It's all you do. You've been here for like 10 hours.
Let's enjoy this together.
Yep.
So what that Judgment Cotton does is basically it breaks all the covers on these blood thingies, and I can just start following them down while the enemies are basically trying to respawn, but we never give them a time. That's mission 13 for you guys.
Nice. So something to note too on mission 14 here. So with V, obviously, like you have the kitty scooter, which is really fast. But for Vergil, they realized people probably didn't want to do a walk and talk section with this character. So they actually put some little like grips for you to use your summon swords on, because Vergil has like the grim grips that he can interact with and stuff. They added a bunch of these into mission 14 specifically for him to allow you to get through the walk sections a little faster.
Yeah.
It's a nice little like touch, that they went in and just were like, okay, we got this.
Actually, if you mash You can like clip out of the roof. It's really interesting.
I have not seen that.
I won't do it, but it's really interesting. Now, the bosses here are gonna be a little tiny bit. I missed an orb somewhere. Oh yeah, there you go. There it was. I have to pick up this one first. The order is gonna be a little bit different. First, we're gonna go with the actual intended order from the depths. But this is just because of how our what's this called? The Devil Trigger is gonna work. Hello, Mr. Goliath. There you go.
Ooh, we got spiral swords now too. Ooh, nice.
Okay, charge a little bit of Devil Trigger there. Actually, we pick up the one that is here as well before the next fight.
Oh yeah, to get back the meter for Sin Devil Trigger.
Yes, sir. There's also one here. So we now have full Devil Trigger and we can go crazy on this girl. And look at that health bar.
Right, what health bar, dude?
I don't know. I sometimes think that they forgot how to program.
That thing was empty when it came on screen, basically.
Basically.
They should have just not spawned a boss at all there. Like, what's the point? Let's just save everyone some time and move on.
It's like, yeah, just go on, man. We're not gonna fight you anymore. Punch the ground
And
once
then
more.
Hell on Earth right here just one-shots him. That is like such a funny kill too. I remember doing that for the first time and I was like, oh my goodness, that worked. It was so funny.
It's damage.
The Damahe.
Yeah, this last one right here, it's the one that we can kind of clip if we mash a little bit. Oh, I didn't get it. I tried to do it just for the loads of it.
Oh, darn.
Unfortunately, we don't have any kind of cool escape here like Cosmic does, so we have to do the intended route. And the reason why I'm doing this instead of tricking down is because the terrain is a little bit uneven, so it's kind of hard to just know exactly where you are.
Yeah, it would probably lose you more time if you were to try trick downs, just because you'd have to keep readjusting the angle.
Kind of. Oh, did I finish them? I thought there was one more.
No, that's it. That's the last one, yeah.
Okay, we're good. We're good in on economy, if I'm not mistaken, so we shouldn't be having any further problems throughout the rest of the run. Probably gonna buy Devil Trigger later on. Oh, Trigger Heart, I mean. But it's not needed. It's just a little bit of an extra. And you can also buy an extra purple in case that you want to, but it's not needed at all. We're basically just rushing the entirety of the game that we have left. Invisible wall, by the way. This mission has an insane amount of invisible walls. It's oh my gosh. Why? Also, with a combination of trick down movement and trick dodge, we can do this.
Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like that.
That's super nice because navigating through this spike room as Vergil can actually be a pain. Like, yeah, you can trick dodge through it, but it feels slow, so it's good to just be able to trick down.
Yeah, we used to do the jump, the same that Nero was doing, and then we started including. Oh, I shouldn't be doing that. It's okay. There are two of them. We started including trick dodge just for that specific part, and it makes it a lot easier. By the way, this guy thinks that he's gonna be able to kill me for some reason. He didn't get the memo. I missed my timing because of the armor breaking.
Unfortunate.
That happens. Those are like kind of the hardest for me because of that. Trick to this guy. Oh my god, he has a shield. Now we're gonna do a little bit of a different thing here in the route. We actually don't go all the way around. We just break this wall and we're done. Where are the guys? Where are the guys? Oh my god, I get confused. I'm lost. There you go. There you go. Hey guys. Yep. Here we go. Sorry, I got lost there for a second. This map can indeed be weird.
It is one of the more, I guess, creative or unique levels in the entire run or game, basically, because there's a bunch of different paths you can take.
Indeed.
Yeah, and there was like a lot of testing that had to be done, like when the game first came out, in terms of like, you know, what was. Oh yes, this strat is in now. Excellent.
Oh, killing the 3 guys?
That strat is. Yeah, that one's so good. We didn't used to buy Void Slash like that, so it was not in the run anymore. But yes, it's back.
I love that one. Actually, I messed that up a little bit because if I get it in the proper timing, I can kill them without them even spawning. But they got the shield up, so I only got to kill 1. But still, it's like breaking these shields to just make them free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oops, I shouldn't have turned off my DT there. That's fine.
And these guys are just gone.
Yep, and we fight the chicken now. Let's see how long he lasts on a screen.
We're gonna count, Scruff, how long this boss is on screen for. We gotta let everybody know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and now it's like gone. It's like 10 seconds.
Yeah. It was dead in 8 seconds. Sheesh.
Yeah, at the beginning I was supposed to use heavy rain swords on it, but for some reason he popped out his head at the same time that they dropped, so they broke. But we don't care about it. Now, mission 16, it's where Dante is supposed to start going crazy with the Sin Devil trigger. And guess what? We got a lot of whites as well here, so we're gonna have to go crazy as well. This is my favorite mission in regards of combat. Favorite mission overall is always 11, but this one, because we can go so crazy, it's so nice. Because the game wants you to use Sin's Devil trigger. Now, what I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna build up concentration but Judgment cutting them, and then I'm just gonna Hell on Earth.
Nice. Kaplat.
And we use the Blistering Sword just to break the little bit of a shield that that guy has.
Get lost.
This one are the bats, so we have to spawn behind of them to get a quick kill. Do a little bit of spinning here, dancing.
Gotta love the dance, dude.
There you go.
Don't stop the dancing one more time.
There you go. I haven't listened to that song in a long time, by the way.
That song is an absolute slapper.
Where is my boy? So we use the spawn time of it just to charge the Hell on Earth and bye.
Nice.
The timing is actually pretty rough. If you mess it up for Vergil, that thing is a nightmare.
I wonder what you would do at that point. Maybe just like put them through the spin cycle.
I will try to go with a Judgment Cut because they can stop it in time for a moment, but sometimes it misses. So it's just a hit and miss. And after that, I'll just Judgment Cut it and pray to whatever deity that you prefer. I pray to Yamato to get hit, like to hit it. Hey look, these are the guys from Devil May Cry 1.
In 4K.
That's what I was looking for. Easy. Get some more. Okay, so the swords are gonna point up at one point. That was what I was looking for.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah. What happens there is that the swords are always going to target the enemy regardless where it is. So what I do is that as soon as I see that they point up, I know that is the time to DT and start hitting them.
Oh, that's funny looking.
Yeah. Okay, so Severus. Fun fact, chat. Severus has 3 hurt boxes. We have 3 hit boxes with regular Devil Trigger. What happens if we add Doppelganger to it and we hit them 3 times at the same time? Quick maths there.
I can't even words today. You want me to math?
True.
That's
I feel you on that one.
18 hits per input.
Goodness gracious. Ooh, and he sheathed the sword on him too. Disrespectful.
So good, I love it. What's next? 617 actually. I'm gonna go with Trigger Heart because I want to try to get Infinite Dribble Trigger. And Cosmic, can you explain how would that work? It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, so when you get Trigger Heart actually decreases the degeneration rate for Devil Trigger, or for Doppelganger specifically, I guess. And I think it does it for Sin Devil Trigger as well. So basically, when you pump out a lot of damage with the... oh, you're doing this strat. Okay.
It's a little bit faster.
So that's where my explanation ends.
Yeah, this is new to me too.
So you look at this. Look at my Devil Trigger under my Scene Devil Trigger bar.
Yeah, you just keep it forever. There we go. So now the regeneration rate is outmatching the degeneration rate of Devil Trigger because of Trigger Heart and the amount of damage that what's it called? The amount of damage that Igna's pumping out. So he just gets infinite Doppelganger basically.
Yeah, I get basically infinite Doppelganger, and at the same time I can do other inputs like Blistering Swords, so I can increase the DPS. It's so much damage. It's insane. We're almost done with the run, actually.
Yep.
Got the boss gauntlet, 5 in a row. Well, I don't know if you consider the V's Pets bosses, but if you do, then there's 5 in a row.
You know, technically, Beowulf is a boss gauntlet because it's a gauntlet made from a boss.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming.
Wow, dude. You're gonna boo that one. I've told so many worse jokes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'll take it. It was nice. I'll take it. I'll give credit when it's due.
I had to boo you at least once, though, dude.
That's true. I feel you. Yeah. Okay. Fair
Someone's
enough.
got to throw the tomatoes here.
True. Also, there's something interesting about Beowulf, now that we mention it. Some people say that canonically, they actually belong to Vergil, because Dante is the only weapon in Devil May Cry 3 that he doesn't have a cutscene when he picks it up.
You know, that's true. That's very true as well. So he could technically still just have Beowulf.
Yep. 2. Hey, remember Boy Slash? It's back. 2 Boy Slashes take care of the kitty. Oops. That's fine.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't matter that much. Oops. There you go. Excuse me. Coming through. I have a marathon to finish. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys. 1. 2. Is that? Bye, Panther.
Nice.
Oh, it's not Panther. It's Shadow. What was Panther? I remember there was a cat that was called Panther, but I don't remember from which game or series.
I actually don't know off the top of my head. Ooh, Starfall there. Nice.
I think Panther's like a Persona 5 thing.
Oh, yeah. That's where I was remembering her.
Lady Anne, yeah.
Yep. Let's see if we can do the cool.
Also do
the cool finish.
Yeah, we're gonna do the phase. We're gonna do the phase skip on Nightmare.
Nice, I got it.
Nice style. Excellent.
We
So
don't need
now,
to do that, but it looks
actually,
cool.
So we're not going to do a Vergil versus Vergil fight. When they added Vergil into the game, Dante is the last two fights that you do with Vergil.
How are we looking in time? I want to see if we can leave the final cutscene because it's really good. It will be amazing to finish a marathon.
I think we're looking all right.
Okay. Okay, for Elgar, he's gonna Stinger. This is gonna Trick.
He would do Rainstorm, dude.
Oops. Fine. We deal enough damage. We didn't get the cool loop on it. Oh no, he has Royal Guard.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, you can actually dodge it, but the timing is really, really hard to hit. Oh my god, he can go that high? That's a new one for me.
That's crazy.
Dude, he hit you with Bloodwells. He just is walking at you now.
He has Royal Guard off. That thing scares me.
And he's got Balrog out as well.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Dante wants more screen time.
Dante, please.
He has Blades in aiming. He's still like that, man. Yeah, he's dead now. There you go. Okay, so final cutscene, best music in the entire game, and we're gonna enjoy it. It's like a 1 minute cutscene tops, but it's amazing to finish a marathon of this kind.
Nero, it's my son.
Get hyped, chat.
You can't remember through that thick skull of yours? Well, well. That was a long time ago. I guess you were young once too. As much as I'd love to hear that story, I think it's about time we ended this.
Ended this.
Things at
Oh, I missed that one. Doesn't matter. I got half of his health. That's all that I care about.
This version of Bury the Light is just so good.
Easily the best one, yeah.
I only have 2 tricks. Pick another 3.
Oh no! He is going ham right now.
No transformation for Dante. And that's time, by the way.
Time. Good stuff, dude.
And now, we cannot end a Devil May Cry marathon of this kind on this channel without something extremely important.
Don't you dare say it. Jackpot.
Oh yeah.
We needed a jackpot. That's Devil May Cry 5 Vergil for you guys. So, what was the final time, by the way?
It's like a 1:10:04.
Yeah, 1:10:04 it looks like.
Nice, that's a good one for RTA, and we even left the cutscene on. A little bit of mistakes, that's good stuff. So, yeah, that's basically Devil May Cry 5 Vergil, and I'm so glad that I was able to show this run in this spotlight of the GDQ channel. My last experience here was with Devil May Cry 4. Actually, last year, well, last year will be 2021 and not 2022. And it was a lot of fun. And I was so happy that I was invited to this event, and I was able to show off all the work. Oh my God, someone wants some camera spots here. Here's my little kitty, Taco. So he literally jumped at the exact moment that he needed to jump here. So I did a lot of work on this run, and I enjoy it. I really like this game. This run is amazing, and the community is amazing. Scruff, Cosmic, you guys are the best here as well. And not only you guys, entire the community, all the friends that I've made, Chaos, Ren, Lloyd, Waifu, Maxi, and Loner, everybody, Simo. I cannot name them, you guys all. You guys are amazing. And if you guys want to join us, feel free to come here. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of people willing to teach you guys. We have cats, lots of cats. So that's it, guys. Thanks a lot for being here, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I don't know if you guys want to have some final words.
I would also like to shout out the Eastern runners such as Tokoname, Beyond Wanakuma, Zero Madoki, Bob, BJ Vane, Vergil A629, and Yamanaru. They are all exceptional runners, and especially the Bloody Palace crowd that runs a lot of the Bloody Palace stuff and the Boss Rush stuff for these games. They are an exceptional pool of dudes, and they've really brought like their own flavor to the scene as well. Especially Tokoname, who kind of came in, and Akuma as well, who just kind of came in and destroyed everybody in the 5 Vergil times. So shout outs to the Eastern crowd as well.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing I wanted to add is just GG's, Igna. You had a really good showing today, not only in today's run for 5, but backing up for 4, and honestly commentating for every run. I feel like you've really leveled up a lot. So GG's,
really
dude.
Thanks a lot, guys. It means the world to hear those words, and as well, the community is amazing, guys. The games are amazing. Hopefully, we get a DMC 6 eventually, and it's probably going to be amazing as well. But yeah, thanks a lot again for having me, for GDQ, for coming to us and asking if you want to do something. That was great, guys. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks a lot. And I think that will be it for me. If you really like the Vergil content, you can always come join us. You can feel free to leave a follow with me. I'm working with these games all the time, and I'm working with beautiful Joe as well in case you like that kind of games. And that'll be it. Thanks a lot again, and it's finally nice to be back at the GDQ stage. Thank you very much.
Also, a big thank you to Sarge and the GDQ tech crew for helping us out for this run. It's very rare that we get an opportunity to show DMC, especially multiple games. So thank you all so much for giving us a chance, and hope you all enjoyed.
Yeah, we thought that we were going to get maybe like 3 or 4 runs here, and we got 10 hours worth of content, so we can't thank GDQ and Sarge enough for the opportunity.
I mean, I was happy to have y'all on. One of the best things about being able to do these kinds of things for the Hotfix is having these communities like DMC, who are just so passionate about their games and so friendly and, you know, helpful to new community members. It's awesome to be able to have you all on and, you know, showcase your games and show your passion. So thank you all so much for, you know, doing that today with this anniversary special, celebrating, you know, this awesome franchise to all of you, obviously, and I'm sure so many other people at home. So absolutely amazing event y'all put on, PA. I can't thank you all enough. It's been an absolute blast.
Thanks a lot, Sarge. It was amazing to be here.
Yeah.
With all that said, again,